In the fourth match, Qin Mo faced off against Yin Dun. The seventh prince dispatched the rock shield, renowned for its defense, intending to at least stall for one match and deplete the opponent's main force. The rock shield merged with the rock turtle, transforming into a gigantic rock wall that almost covered half of the arena. The turtle shell patterns were clearly visible, radiating an aura of indestructibility. Qin Mo remained calm, his body covered in dark brown rock armor with flowing water patterns. His water, an earth elemental Vajra, fused with his own. He was as steady as a mountain and as agile as water. Rock Shield adopted an absolute defensive stance, with the rock turtle phantom almost blending into the arena floor, seeking only to hold its ground. Qin Mo stepped forward slowly, each step causing the arena to tremble slightly. The earth's veins are shaking. He stomped down, and an invisible wave of energy pierced through the rock shield's defenses, directly impacting the point where its body connected to the earth. The rock shield felt its foundation become unstable, and its defensive structure began to show subtle disturbances. 1,000 waves. Qin Mo pushed forward with both palms, not with a fierce impact, but with wave after wave of mixed water and earth energy, crashing against the rock wall in layers. Each wave was not extremely powerful, but it had endless staying power, and it carried the penetrating force of water and the weight of earth and stone. Cracks began to appear in the rock shield's defenses under the continuous erosion of the 1,000 waves and the disturbance of the earth's ley lines. He tried to retaliate, condensing rock collapse and flying rock slash, but Qin Mo always easily avoided them by dissolving them into the water and soil beneath his feet with the sea escape technique, or by interfering with the stone puppets summoned by gathering soil into soldiers. A prolonged defense will inevitably crumble. When the rock shield's defense was weakened to a certain extent, a glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Shaking the sea seal, his body erupted with the energy of water and earth, and an ancient seal condensed between his palms. The seal had an image of waves crashing on the shore and mountains rising up, carrying the dual meaning of suppression and counterattack. It was then slammed into the center of the rock wall, which was already covered with cracks. Boom! The rock wall shattered completely. The rock shield coughed up blood and flew backward. The fusion state ended, and the rock turtle shrunk back listlessly. Qin Mo put away his seals and stood still, his aura steady, as if the thunderous strike just now was not his doing. Sigh, am I going to get shut out again? Yi Haochen said helplessly. He was really unlucky. He was not as old as his older brothers, and he had no advantage in terms of strength or influence. It's the last match, Lu Jun. I'm counting on you. I will do my best. Lu Jun was originally full of confidence, but after this martial arts competition, he became much more docile. He suffered his first defeat in the first battle, and then he couldn't even beat the 10th prince in the final battle. His mentality collapsed. Seeing Wang Chen's current strength, he felt extremely unbalanced. 2 years ago, Wang Chen was not much different from him, but now they are on completely different levels. Moreover, I really lack confidence when facing this team that almost got shut out. In the 5th match, Xiao Feng faced off against Lu Jun. The 5th prince's camp sent out Xiao Feng, who hadn't yet made a move, while the 7th prince's camp only had their core member, Lu Jun, left. Lu Jun's face was ashen. He knew the situation was hopeless, but as the strongest member of his camp, he had to fight, at least to show some skill. Possessed by the golden armored dragon beast, Lu Jun transformed into a golden armored dragon man, exuding awe-inspiring dragon might. He took the lead in charging forward, his golden dragon body radiating brilliant light as he unleashed a powerful straight punch toward Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng remained calm and immediately summoned his pet to merge. A flash of light appeared before him, and a huge, seemingly ancient chessboard-like phantom, composed of starlight and ancient wood, unfolded, lying between him and Lu Jun. What kind of pet is this? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. And what shape is this? A chessboard. In the arena, a crisscrossing chessboard occupies nearly half of the space. Upon closer inspection, the chessboard seems to contain the ultimate truths of the universe. Lu Jun ignored it and struck the phantom of the chessboard with his huge fist. However, it was as if he had entered a chaotic space-time. His power was dispersed and guided to various grids on the chessboard, but he failed to shake Xiaofeng in the slightest. What the hell is this? Lu Jun was also completely bewildered and didn't know what to do. Place your piece at the center, Xiaofeng said softly. In the center of the chessboard, a dazzling white phantom piece fell. In an instant, Lu Jun felt the space around him solidify. Gravity increased sharply, as if he were nailed to the center of the chessboard by an invisible force, and his movements became extremely sluggish. Flying town, Xiaofeng said again. Four black phantom images appeared around Lu Jun, forming a cage that blocked all his escape space and continued to squeeze inwards with the intention of strangling him. Lu Jun roared, unleashing his strongest power in his golden armored dragon form in an attempt to break free. Golden Dragon Break. A series of calamities, one after another. Xiaofeng pointed repeatedly. On the chessboard, the phantom pieces fell one after another, some transforming into binding shackles, some into piercing swords, and some into trembling waves, echoing each other to form a continuous offensive. Each strike, though not particularly powerful on its own, was seamlessly connected, precisely hitting Lu Jun's weaknesses. Lu Jun was struggling to keep up and was exhausted. His proud defense was gradually weakened by the continuous KO fights that unfolded on the board. The game is over. Instantly, all the phantom images of the chessboard and the energy of the chess pieces merged into one, transforming into an invisible blade of chess-like energy that pierced through Lu Jun's dim golden protective dragon armor. Lu Jun fought back with all his might, but it was all in vain. He finally couldn't withstand the attack, let out a muffled groan, and his transformation ended. He knelt on one knee, losing his fighting ability. Wow, who is this Xiaofeng? He's so strong. Yes, he defeated Lu Jun in just a few moves. He's amazing. Completely crushed them, and they did it with ease. It felt like they didn't even use much of their strength. The third day of the competition went by too fast. The overwhelming matches always left people wanting more, but there was nothing they could do. The gap between the teams was just too wide. 5-0. Clean and efficient. Even more composed than when the second prince faced the sixth prince. Each match showcased the unique and exquisite beast taming skills of the fifth prince's faction members, as well as their rigor and control even when facing weaker opponents. Of course, the main reason is that the seventh prince's overall strength is weaker than that of the others. The referee announced the result loudly. Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan waved his white fan, a faint smile on his face, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. The seventh prince, Yi Haochen, looked ashen-faced and left the scene dejectedly with the help of his companions. His faction's score remained at the bottom, and the gap between him and those ahead of him widened further. With the conclusion of this match, the third round of martial arts competitions has come to an end. On the screen, the latest standings began to scroll, update, and then freeze. Second Prince, Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 293. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 243. Third Prince, Yi Xuance's faction, points, 227. Fifth Prince, Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 209. Sixth Prince, Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 167. Seventh Prince, Yi Haochen's faction, points, 52. The smoke of the third round of the Imperial City Martial Arts Tournament has not yet completely dissipated, but the cold and clear numbers on the leaderboard have already carved deep furrows in the hearts of every prince and his supporters like an invisible carving knife. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming remains at the top of the list. His army's profound foundation and top-notch combat power are truly impressive. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei has emerged as a dark horse, relying on the dazzling variable star Wang Chen to forcefully raise his ranking to second, stirring up the entire situation. Third Prince Yi Xuanze is temporarily in third place, but everyone can sense his dissatisfaction. Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan is steadily progressing. Sixth Prince Yi Chongyu is unpredictable but has fallen behind in points, and seventh Prince Yi Haochen has almost been declared out of the competition. After a brief rest and tactical analysis, the fourth round of exercises began in an increasingly solemn and expectant atmosphere. The draw results have all been announced. The first match is between the second Prince Yi Xiaoming and the seventh Prince Yi Haochen. The outcome of this duel was as everyone expected. The difference in strength was as vast as an insurmountable chasm, and the morale of the seventh prince's camp was even lower after repeated blows. The second prince's camp didn't even need to send out top aces like Lu Qingfeng, Xue Bingyun, and Zhao Yuanhao. Their core forces alone were enough to achieve a complete sweep. Su Jinyan was the first to appear, having never participated in the previous matches. It was unclear what the second prince's reasons were, but he was clearly holding back his momentum. From the very beginning, he displayed overwhelming power, unleashing 3 dragons simultaneously: the Storm Dragon, the Sword Dragon, and the Illusionary Flame Dragon, their thunder and fire intertwining, their sword energy crisscrossing. With a magnificent and ferocious display, he easily defeated Lei Jun from the seventh prince's camp, who had attempted to rely on speed. Su Jinyan's victory was clean and decisive, seemingly proving to everyone that the second young master of the Su family was no ordinary person. Next up was Chen Mao. His combination of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning techniques, faced with an absolute disparity in strength, became a one-sided performance. High-pressure water cannons cleared the way, corrosive rain weakened him, night-eye wind demons disrupted his vision, and the final thunderbolt sealed the deal, firmly suppressing Sun Hai of the seventh prince's camp until his defeat. In the third match, the second prince sent out Han Yi to face the seventh prince's strongest defensive force, Rock Shield. Learning from their previous encounter with Qin Mo, Rock Shield pushed their defense to its limit from the start, creating a rock tortoise wall as thick as a mountain. Although assassin-type players like Han Yi are most afraid of opponents with strong defenses, Han Yi is different. In addition to his super strong attack, other pets will also cause great trouble for Rock Shield, constantly using dark and mental attacks to gradually weaken and disintegrate its defense. With the balance of power shifting, the Rock Shield eventually crumbled. In the fourth match, Lin Pujuan faced off against Poison Fang. Poison Fang's bone-corroding poison mist and Shadow Serpent's eerie sneak attacks did cause some trouble, but Lin Pujuan used the secondary effects with consummate skill. The Azure Sky Sparrow's swift wind allowed him to move with lightning speed, dodging the core of the poisonous fog. The Earth Vein Rock Turtle's rocky power allowed him to withstand the aftershocks, and the Purple Lightning Sable's lightning endowed the spear tip with the effects of warding off evil and paralyzing. Finally, a powerful strike that combined the powers of wind, rock, and lightning pierced through the poisonous fog with overwhelming force, sending the hidden Poison Fang flying out of the arena. The result of the final match was also a foregone conclusion. After suffering a series of setbacks, Lu Jun lost his morale and, after putting up a fight for a while, was defeated in dejection. 5-0. The second prince's camp has secured another 5 points, further solidifying their lead. The seventh prince, Yi Haochen, sat in his seat, his face pale and his eyes vacant. He knew that his martial arts journey was effectively over. A few sighs rippled through the audience, but more than anything, there was a calm acceptance of the outcome. With the disparity in strength so clear, the result was no longer in doubt. The second match was between the third prince Yi Xuanzi and the fifth prince Yi Dingyuan. This is the real highlight of the fourth round. The two sides are not far apart in strength, and after so many rounds of battle, everyone is basically familiar with each other's fighting styles. To win, it depends on who can seize the opportunity, the pet's strength and weakness, the strategy, and whether they can come up with new moves. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, personally oversaw the battle, his eyes sharp as knives as he swept over the fifth prince's camp. He also toned down his domineering and confident demeanor, recognizing that every opponent was worthy of his full effort. The fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan, continued to fan himself with his white fan, a faint smile on his face, but a deep seriousness shone in his eyes. He knew this was going to be a tough battle. In the first match, Lei Meng will face Xie Jingchen, a clash of speed and explosive power. Xie Jingchen transforms into a Vulcan cavalryman, his flaming spear like a dragon, unleashing the wildfire 100 strikes, filling the sky with scorching spear shadows, attempting to suppress Lei Meng through offense instead of defense. However, after his defeat by Wang Chen, Lei Meng seemed to become more composed. The Thunder Fang spear that Lei Bao transformed into no longer pursued extreme speed, but instead possessed more of the ruthlessness and precision honed in battle. Lightning Flash allowed him to consistently avoid the most intense sharpness of the flame spear, while the one-line piercing strike specifically targeted the weak points in Xiejingchen's spear techniques. More importantly, the interference from the thunderclouds re-emerged, and although Xiejingchen's will was firm, he was still subtly affected, causing a barely perceptible stagnation in his spear techniques. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lei Ming unleashed a devastating attack, his raging thunderous power tearing through the wildfire spear shadows with overwhelming force. Finally, his spear struck Xie Jingchen in the chest, sending him flying. The third prince's camp had gained the upper hand. Masters often clash in the blink of an eye. The second match is between Wu Lai and Qin Mo. Extreme fire against water and earth. Wu Lai immediately activated his talent, boiling heart of flame. The blazing tiger roared to the sky, and a sea of fire surged. The nascent domain unfolded, attempting to evaporate everything with absolute high temperature. Qin Mo's expression was solemn. The Vajra of the sea-piercing sword merged perfectly with him, and the water-patterned rock armor flowed endlessly. Thousands of waves surged forth again, but this time they faced the undying divine flame after its qualitative change. The water and earth waves were quickly evaporated, and their effect was greatly reduced. Wu Lai pressed his advantage relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks including the Burning Heaven Claw and the Blazing Heaven Burning Fist. Qin Mo was forced to repeatedly use the Escape from the Sea technique to deflect the attacks, but he still suffered a steady defeat and was powerless to retaliate. In the end, Wu Lai's long-awaited Corona explosion fell like a miniature sun. Although Qin Mo used the sea-shaking seal to withstand it, his defenses were still shattered by the devastating fireball, leaving him severely injured and defeated. The third prince has won another victory. The power of this iron-blooded general has been fully revealed. Having lost 2 battles in quick succession, the pressure on the fifth prince's camp increased sharply. Yi Dingyuan put away his folding fan and turned his gaze to his own camp. The third match, Fangqing versus Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan's landscape painting unfolds, with mountain shadows suppressing the landscape, flowing water gurgling, and the forest roaring like waves, forming a world of its own, integrating offense and defense, and possessing extraordinary mystery. However, Fangqing's Eye of the Gale talent played a terrifying role at this moment. He did not attack blindly, but like the most patient hunter, he moved around in Ning Ziyuan's painting. The speed of the Gale Wolf King allowed him to always avoid the powerful suppression of the painting. The 13-strike of rending wind no longer seeks to inflict damage, but instead transforms into countless tiny yet precise wind blades, specifically designed to cut and disrupt the connections within the scroll. As a result, discordant fluctuations began to appear in Ning Ziyuan's painting. The mountain shadows became ethereal, and the flowing water broke apart. When he attempted to lock onto Fangqing with the mountain-suppressing seal, Fangqing had already anticipated the energy convergence point with his Eye of the Gale, dodged in advance, and countered with a heavenly wolf gale fist, the violent wind blade tornado directly impacting the painting itself. Ning Ziyuan grunted, and the illusory scroll image trembled violently. Fangqing seized the opening, unleashing a close-range phantom gale multi-strike that shattered the defense. The third prince's camp, 3-0. A murmur rippled through the audience. The third prince's camp had displayed a targeted tactic and ferocious fighting prowess that was chilling. Was the fifth prince also going to be shut out? The fourth match, Shi Gandang versus Hua Roming. Absolute power versus unpredictable control. Shi Gandang is like a moving mountain. The earth golem grants him unparalleled strength and defense, and once the titan body is activated, he becomes indestructible. The Flower Dream's 100 Flowers illusion and soul invasion are much less effective against opponents with extremely high mental resistance and iron will. The fragrance permeated the air, yet it could not shake Shi Gandang's mind. The storm of petals, dazzling in their own way, struck Shi Gandang's rock armor with a clanging sound, but could not cause any real damage. Shi Gandang strode forward with heavy steps, ignoring the illusion's interference, and directly unleashed area of effect attacks with mountain collapse and flying rock slash, forcing Hua Rumming to retreat and dodge continuously. In the end, Hua Rumming attempted a final desperate attack with her strongest white lily of the Valley Soul Invasion. Shirgandang only let out a muffled roar. Unexpectedly, not only was his physical defense strong, but his spirit was also not weak at all. He could withstand the mental attack for a moment, which was enough time to eliminate Hua Rumming from the competition. The shadow of a 4-0 deficit loomed heavily over the 5th Prince's camp. Losing 4 consecutive battles was not only a loss in points, but also a heavy blow to morale. Yi Dingyuan had already put away the white fan in his hand. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd behind him, finally landing on the young man who had remained silent but whose back was always straight. Zhou Mengguang. He took a deep breath. Mengguang. Exist. Go. Yi Dingyuan didn't say anything more, just looked at him. Let them know that our camp is not without its members. Zhou Mengguang stood up and walked steadily toward the arena. His usual composure transformed into a calm resolve. The illusory celestial feather quietly appeared beside him, its soft halo like the first rays of dawn, coating him with a faint golden hue. The 3rd prince, Yi Xuanzi, narrowed his eyes. A commanding 4-0 lead gives him ample room for error, but he never underestimates any opponent, and he certainly won't let his guard down at a time like this. He looked at the man behind him who exuded a wild aura. Baijian, you go? Tu Baijian grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He merged with the Blood Rage War Bear, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-tall half-human, half-bear behemoth, his muscles bulging, veins popping, and his entire body radiating a strong aura of bloodlust and battle intent. He stepped onto the ring, each step causing it to tremble. Little brat. Tu Baijian licked his lips, his eyes burning with excitement. I heard you're a light elemental user? What a coincidence. I hate light elemental users the most. Zhou Mengguang did not answer. He simply raised his hand slowly, and the wings of the illusory sky feather unfolded behind him like a rising sun. The battle begins. Tu Baijian did not test him. He never needed to test him. Brutal charge. He was like a blood-red cannonball, crushing everything in his path. The arena cracked inch by inch beneath his feet, and the violent shockwaves caused the surrounding air to explode. Zhou Mengguang did not back down. He knew he couldn't back down. When facing such a berserker who is willing to risk his life for another, retreating will only make the opponent's momentum stronger until he completely devours you. He had to be here to intercept this ferocious beast head-on. Phantom Light Slash. 3 crescent-shaped blades of light materialized out of thin air and slashed toward Tu Baijian's face. This was both an interference and a test. Tu Baijian ignored it completely. He raised his large, fan-like hand and shattered the 2 blades with a single palm strike. The 3rd blade of light slashed at his shoulder, leaving only a shallow white mark. Does it tickle you? He laughed wildly, his momentum undiminished. Zhou Mengguang's eyes narrowed. We must not let him get close. He retreated gracefully, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. 1,000 feathers flowing light. Countless fine wings of light peeled off his body, like snowflakes falling from the sky, raining down on Tu Baijian. Each wing of light had limited destructive power, but there were enough of them to slow down anyone's charge. Tu Baijian roared, his claws tearing wildly, ripping apart pieces of light feathers. But his momentum finally slowed down. Now, a glint flashed in Zhou Mengguang's eyes, and his previously restrained brilliance suddenly erupted. Radiance overload. His radiance talent was instantly pushed to an extreme level. In that instant, his perception, speed, energy control, and even the speed of his thoughts all reached an unprecedented peak. He stopped retreating. He faced Tu Baijian head-on and moved. Phantom Light Annihilation Arrow. An extremely condensed beam of light shot out from his fingertips, not towards Tu Baijian's chest, but towards his feet. Boom. The arena was blasted into a shallow crater, and Tu Baijian lost his footing, his center of gravity shifting slightly. This is the moment. Zhou Mengguang's figure transformed into a streak of light, passing by Tu Baijian's side, while simultaneously striking him in the lower back with a palm. Light blast. The light energy exploded at the moment when the force in his palm was weakest. Tu Baijian groaned, and his massive body staggered forward several steps. He turned around abruptly, and for the first time, a serious look appeared in his eyes. This little brat is interesting. Zhou Mengguang did not respond. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing became slightly rapid. The overload is putting too much strain on his body. He can't hold on for much longer. We must act swiftly and decisively. He raised his hand again, and 4 beams of light simultaneously condensed at his fingertips. This time, Tu Baijian didn't charge recklessly. He crouched low, like a bear truly in hunting mode, calmly yet with an unstoppable force approaching Zhou Mengguang. Tear claw, crimson claws tore through the air. Zhou Mengguang dodged to the side, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Tu Baijian took 2 arrows, deflected one, and the third grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. That's exhilarating. Tu Baijian not only didn't retreat, but became even more excited. He swung his claws in rapid succession, each strike carrying the immense power to shatter stone tablets. Zhou Mengguang constantly dodged and counterattacked. His movements were so fast that he left afterimages, and his light arrows shot out like a barrage of bullets. Tu Baijian continued to suffer new wounds, but he seemed to feel no pain. His attacks only grew more ferocious. This is his fighting style. To trade injury for injury. To trade life for life. The more blood he shed, the more ferocious his fighting spirit became. Zhou Mengguang felt as if he were fighting against a mountain of blood that would never fall. His mental energy was being rapidly depleted. The overload had begun to backfire, and his temples were throbbing with a needle-like pain. But he cannot fall. The 2 sides are only 1 point apart. His Highness Yi Dingyuan placed his hopes on him. Zhou Mengguang let out a low roar, pouring all his remaining spiritual power into this attack. Phantom light annihilation arrow, piercing the sun. This is not a beam of light. This is a desperate gamble, a gamble with everything at stake. The moment the light arrow left his hand, blood seeped from Zhou Mengguang's eyes. The wings of the illusory light feathers suddenly dimmed, and he swayed precariously. The beam of light trailed a long flame, like a falling meteor, and headed straight for Tu Baijian's chest. Tu Baijian's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed danger. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, concentrating all the power of the Blood Rage War Bear into a single point. Boom! The light arrow collided with the bear's arm, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The violent energy shockwave ripped up, shredded, and reduced to dust the surrounding arena slabs. For the first time, Tu Baijian's massive body was shaken, sliding backward 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows on the arena. He looked down at his arms. It was charred black, its skin torn open and dripping with blood. He paused for a moment. Then he laughed. "Good lad," he said. Then he collapsed to his knees. The fusion state ended, and the Blood Rage War Bear let out a weak wail before it was too weak to stand up again. The referee paused for a few moments before announcing loudly, "The winner is Zhou Mengguang from the 5th Prince's camp." The 5th Prince's camp erupted in cheers that had been suppressed for a long time. Yi Dingyuan suddenly stood up and slammed his white fan heavily on his palm. Zhou Mengguang stood in the center of the arena, panting heavily. His vision was beginning to blur, but he still stood there, upholding the last vestige of dignity for his faction. Yi Xuanzi nodded. "Not bad. You have a tenacious spirit, but it's a pity you still lost. Lung Feng. Exist. Let's end this." Lung Feng stood up. He wasn't as aggressive as Tu Baijian, nor did he say a word. He simply walked silently towards the ring, his steps light, as if he were walking in an empty field. At the start of the battle, he merged with the Ice Soul Mantis, his arms transforming into blades, long and slender, gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light. "Admit defeat. You're no longer in a good enough position to fight me." Lung Feng's icy words reached Zhou Mengguang's ears. As Zhou Mengguang watched him walk onto the stage, his heart sank to the bottom. Indeed, as he had said, he had no strength left to fight. "Whether I win or lose, I have to give it a try. Giving up right away isn't my style," Zhou Mengguang said, panting. "Haha, this is interesting. Let's go then," Lung Feng laughed. He raised his hands, his arms forming a knife-wielding posture, and then suddenly swung them forward. A slash of icy blue blade energy, as fast as lightning, was unleashed in a cross shape, heading straight for Zhou Mengguang. Zhou Mengguang strained to gather the remaining light energy and condensed it into a light shield as thin as a cicada's wing in front of him. The ice blade slashed across his body, and the light shield cracked and shattered after holding out for a few breaths. Zhou Mengguang was sent flying backward, and a layer of frost instantly formed on his chest. He didn't scream or even groan. He simply landed and then struggled to get up. Lung Feng did not pursue. Illusory light slash. Zhou Mengguang was somewhat weak, but he still forced himself to unleash his attack. Lung Feng shook his head. Such an attack was far too slow in his eyes. He stood still, his blades crossed, and with a gentle swing, he shattered the beam of light into pieces. "Sorry, it's over," Lung Feng said. Dual blade ice seal slash. Zhou Mengguang braced himself against the broken ground, his arms trembling as he tried to block the attack, but he was powerless and was eventually knocked to the ground by the slash. Zhou Mengguang tried to get up, but as if fate was against him, he was unable to stand up due to his arms and knees. He could never stand up again. The referee stepped forward to examine the situation and announced loudly, "Zhou Mengguang is unable to continue fighting. The winner is Lung Feng from the 3rd Prince's camp." At this point, there was no one left in the 5th Prince's camp who could fight. The final score is now set. 4-1. The 3rd Prince Yi Xuanzi defeated the 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan. Yi Xuanzi let out a long breath. 5-1, not a shutout, is a bit of a disappointment. But Zhou Mengguang's performance was truly excellent, a fair and square victory. He looked towards his 5th brother. Yi Dingyuan showed no anger or frustration. He personally stepped forward, helped Zhou Mengguang, who had been helped off the stage by Lung Feng, and took out a silk handkerchief from his bosom to gently wipe the blood from his face. "Thank you for your hard work." Yi Dingyuan's voice was soft but steady. "You did a great job." In the end, the 3rd Prince Yi Xuanzi defeated the 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan with a score of 5-1. Yi Dingyuan was silent for a moment, then reopened his white fan and gently waved it. He looked at Zhou Mengguang, who had returned exhausted, and said gently, "You've worked hard. You did very well." He then looked at the other team members. "Go back and review your performance. We still have a chance in the 5th round." Thus concludes the 2nd match of the 4th round. The standings have been slightly adjusted again, with the 3rd Prince further narrowing the gap with the teams ahead thanks to this victory, while the 5th Prince remains stagnant for now. All eyes were drawn involuntarily to the final match of the 4th round, the 6th Prince versus the 10th Prince. Unfortunately, the 10th Prince is no longer the same as before. With Wang Chen by his side, he has the strength to single-handedly take on the entire army of the 3rd Prince, and even the 6th Prince would find it difficult to deal with him. In the first match, Mu Feng faced off against Incubation, and Shun Yin faced off against Tianlai. Knowing the power of the opponent's sonic attacks, Mu Feng immediately sent the white peacock into the air, its thousands of feathers scattering light, serving both as an attack and a means to disrupt the opponent's vision. Incubation plucked the string with her delicate hand, and the first string, Awakening of Insects, was activated first, the invisible sound waves attempting to shake Mu Feng's mind. Mu Feng's divine eyes flashed slightly, and he turned to the side in advance. The arrow had already left the string, but it was blocked by the sound waves. Incubation frowned slightly and plucked the 2nd and 3rd strings in succession, the stone-splitting sound blade and the flowing spring purification light intertwined. Mu Feng moved with agility, his cloud sky warhorse providing him with airtime and evasion, while the feather of Nightbreaker was poised to strike, constantly harassing the enemy from high above. Incubation felt the pressure and had to divert her attention to defense, causing Qin Yin's attacks to slow down slightly. Both of their attacks were extremely fierce and frequent. However, their defenses were relatively weak. Under Mu Feng's overwhelmingly powerful dragon-slaying arrow, Incubation let out a muffled groan, and her zither music stopped. Mu Feng wins. In the 2nd match, Lu Yi faced off against Shun Yin. Learning from his previous experience, Shun Yin retreated rapidly at the start of the battle. The ancient compass shone brightly, and the dragon trapping formation and fire array, flame assault, were set up almost simultaneously. The flames and binding power intertwined, attempting to confine Lu Yi within the formation and wear her down from a distance. Lu Yi's eyes were clear. She activated the contract, and the power of the martial rabbit and the ice blade azure beast merged. Her body was filled with a chilling aura, and her fighting skills became even sharper. Instead of charging into the formation, she used her agility to move rapidly along its edges, searching for openings. She gathered power in her fists, unleashing a chilling punch that struck the energy nodes of the formation, causing ripples to spread. Sun Yin continuously adjusted the formation, attempting to trap and kill her with a combination of array diagrams. Lu Yi remained calm and unhurried, unleashing the Starfall strike, her fists flying like meteors, breaking through the surface with a single point, forcefully blasting open a gap and breaking into the formation. Once they closed in, Sun Yan's disadvantage became apparent. Lu Yi possessed numerous combined fighting techniques, her attacks like a storm. Although Sun Yan set up a makeshift defense with his compass, he couldn't withstand the fierce close-range strikes and quickly succumbed. The 10th prince wins again, 2-0. The 6th prince Yi Chongyu remained expressionless, seemingly having anticipated this, as it was clear from previous matches that, apart from Wang Chen, these two were the strongest. As for the later matches, Wang Chen took the initiative to participate, no longer intending to let his teammates participate, firstly because it was meaningless, and secondly because he was afraid they would get injured in the battle. The result was as expected. No matter what contestant the 6th prince sent out, Wang Chen won by overwhelming force. The combination of Ling Yuanmu and the Ice Princess is virtually unbreakable, as their mental attacks and ice attribute control are invincible. Their combination is so formidable that it leaves the 6th prince's faction helpless. There are also the high-frequency attacks of the Divine Illumination Azura, as well as numerous other skills such as the soul-devouring Thunder Domain and the Heavenly Wing Sky Slash. The high-frequency attacks of light and lightning leave the opponent powerless to fight back. Even if the opponent counterattacks, Shura still has defensive skills. Skills such as Xinling Armor and Mingjing Jishui can not only resist physical attacks, but also remove mental attacks. Unsurprisingly, they ultimately won the game. The final match featured the familiar Dark Sky Caesar, who crushed his opponent with overwhelming force. His superior defense and attack left his opponent with no way to attack or defend, forcing him to take the beating and ultimately resulting in a regrettable defeat. This concludes the 4th round of martial arts competition, and all scores have been updated. 2nd Prince, Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 353. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 303. 3rd Prince, Yi Xuance's faction, points, 287. 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 211. 6th Prince, Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 167. 7th Prince, Yi Haochen's faction, points, 52. The Imperial Martial Arts Tournament entered its final round, and the atmosphere in the entire global arena reached its peak. The numbers on the leaderboard were cold and cruel, but what made everyone hold their breath even more were the final 3 matches that would determine the final rankings. The light screen rotated, and the list of opponents for the 5th round was clearly displayed. 2nd Prince, Yi Xiaoming versus 3rd Prince Yi Xuanze. 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan versus 10th Prince Yi Wuwei. 6th Prince, Yi Chongyu versus 7th Prince Yi Haochen. The audience erupted in cheers. The most anticipated event was undoubtedly the showdown between the 2nd Prince and the 3rd Prince. On the day of the competition, when both teams entered the preparation area, everyone could feel the almost tangible, intense atmosphere of fierce competition. The 2nd Prince, Yi Xiaoming, remained gentle and composed, but a sharp, determined glint shone in his eyes. The 3rd Prince, Yi Xuanze, was like a ferocious beast poised to pounce, his gaze piercing and his entire being radiating an aura of iron-blooded battle intent. The referee announced the start of the match. To everyone's surprise, the first person to step out from the 2nd Prince's camp was not Xue Bingyun or Zhao Yuanhao, who had previously shone brightly, nor even Su Jinyin or Bai Yuqing. Instead, it was a figure in green robes. He stepped onto the arena with steady, unhurried steps. Dressed simply in blue, with a handsome face. His eyes were as deep and calm as an ancient well. Lu Qingfeng. It's Lu Qingfeng, #1 on the list. He's finally here. The audience erupted in commotion. This young master of the sword sect had remained shrouded in mystery since the start of the competition, never making a move. His appearance in the very first battle of the final round demonstrated the second prince's high regard for him. This was clearly setting the tone for this epic clash, a decisive blow. On the third prince's side, Yi Xuance's eyes narrowed. He had expected his second prince to play his trump card, but he hadn't expected him to send out Lu Qingfeng in the very first match. Lei Meng, you go, Yi Xuance said in a deep voice. Don't aim for victory, but make sure you find out his true strength. Lei Meng took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. He knew his chances of winning were slim, but military orders were paramount, and more importantly, as a soldier, he longed to fight a true powerhouse. On the ring, the two stood facing each other. Sword sect, Lu Qingfeng. The young man in blue cupped his hands in a respectful manner. Lei Meng. Lei Meng returned the greeting with a fist salute, and fine arcs of electricity were already jumping around his body. Battle begins. Without the slightest hesitation, Lei Meng attacked with all his might. Activating Thunder Flash Swift, his figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning, almost instantly traversing half the arena. His Thunderfang spear aimed straight for Lu Qingfeng's throat. He was determined to seize the initiative. Azure Phoenix. The loud sound resounded through the sky, and after passing by everyone for a short time, it transformed into a long sword, piercing Lu Qingfeng's waist. Lu Qingfeng did not draw his sword. He shifted his feet slightly, his figure swaying like a willow in the wind. The lightning-fast spear missed his neck by a hair's breadth, the force of the blow ruffling the hair on his forehead. Lei Meng's pupils contracted sharply, and without retracting his spear thrust, he swept it horizontally. Thunderstorm Sweep. A violent burst of lightning power erupted from the spear, covering a fan-shaped area in front of him. Lu Qingfeng finally moved. He raised his left hand, his index and middle fingers together, and gently touched the incoming gun barrel. Bite. A clear, crisp sound, like jade striking jade. Lei Meng felt a gentle yet irresistible force coming from the gun, which abruptly deflected his sweeping motion, causing him to stagger half a step to the side. What? The audience exclaimed. To stop a gun with your finger? What level of skill is that? Lu Qingfeng finally drew his sword. The movement was slow, so slow that everyone could see every detail of his gripping and drawing the sword. But when the cyan longsword was fully drawn, everything changed. Clang! The clear, melodious sound of swords echoed throughout the entire arena. It wasn't the sound of metal rubbing together, but rather like the cry of a phoenix in the heavens, clear, melodious, and penetrating straight to the soul. The sword has a jade-like color, with faint feather-like patterns flowing around it. The hilt is carved with a phoenix head, and 2 crimson gems are inlaid in the eyes, which are now emitting a faint halo. The Azure Phoenix Sword. Lu Qingfeng gently stroked the sword, as if it were a close friend. The next moment, he moved. Lacking the overwhelming momentum of Lei Meng, he simply took a step forward and thrust out his sword horizontally. Simple, direct, yet incredibly fast. Lei Meng didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of green before his eyes, and the cold sword tip was already 3 inches from his throat. The protective lightning around him dissipated like melting snow the moment the sword tip touched him. You've lost. Lu Qingfeng sheathed his sword and returned to his original position. The entire room fell silent. One move? No, not even a complete move. It was just drawing the sword, taking a step, and thrusting straight in. Lei Meng, ranked 15th on the list, didn't even have a chance to fight back. The third prince's camp fell silent. Yi Xuance's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His sword is strange, Wu Lai said in a deep voice. Just a moment ago, I felt a fluctuation in the domain. A nascent domain. Fang Qing's Eye of the Gale saw it most clearly. When that sword was thrust out, the space within 3 feet of the sword tip was frozen by some kind of force. No matter how fast Lei Meng's lightning flash was, it couldn't outrun space itself. On the arena, Lu Qingfeng did not leave the stage, but stood with his sword in hand, calmly looking towards the direction of the third prince's camp. He's waiting for his next opponent. Damn it! Wu Lai suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Be careful, Yi Xuanzi said, uttering only 2 words. Wu Lai entered the arena, merging with the blazing tiger to reappear in his half-human, half-tiger form. He immediately activated Boiled Flame Heart, unleashing a raging sea of fire as his nascent domain fully unfolded. He was determined to defeat this swordsman head-on with his strongest form. Lu Qingfeng remained calm. Only when Wu Lai's aura reached its peak did he slowly raise his sword. Please, Wu Lai roared, his claws igniting with inextinguishable divine flames, and he transformed into a fiery meteor as he charged forward. The Burning Heaven Claw and the Burning Heaven Fist struck each other, sealing off all space for evasion. This time, Lu Qingfeng did not simply defend without attacking. With a slight twist of his wrist, the Azure Phoenix sword traced a graceful arc. Phoenix dance, wildfire spreads. Wherever the sword tip passed, azure flames sprang up out of thin air. These weren't the explosive crimson flames of Wu Lai, but rather a cool, restrained azure fire, seemingly capable of burning everything away. The clash between the azure flames and the crimson fire produced no earth-shattering explosion, but rather a bizarre mutual annihilation. Wu Lai was shocked to discover that his indestructible divine flames were being slowly devoured by the azure flames. This isn't ordinary fire attribute. A knowledgeable spectator in the stands exclaimed in surprise, "That's Phoenix True Fire, the Azure Phoenix's innate true flame." Lu Qingfeng unleashed his swordplay, his figure as graceful and agile as a phoenix dancing in the heavens. Each sword strike carried a wisp of azure flame, seemingly light and airy, yet precisely piercing the connection points and weak points of Wu Lai's attacks. Wu Lai grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He felt as if he wasn't fighting a single person, but rather a sea of blue flames and an omnipresent sword. All the ferocious attacks were neutralized by the seemingly gentle swordplay. Corona Blast. Wu Lai gritted his teeth, gathering his strength to unleash his strongest attack. Lu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally took a half step back for the first time, holding the Azure Phoenix sword upright in front of him. The Phoenix realm, newly opened, centered on him. Within a radius of 10 feet, the air suddenly froze. Countless fine cyan sword intents emerged in the void, weaving into an invisible net. Wu Lai's about to explode solar power seemed to be trapped in viscous amber, its speed drastically reduced, and its energy flow sluggish. A domain. The true prototype of a domain. Although the area is not large and has not yet formed a complete domain, it has already touched the threshold of the hegemon level. Lu Qingfeng seized the moment and thrust the Azure Phoenix sword forward. The Phoenix cries, dawn breaks. The sword tip pierced half an inch into Wu Lai's chest, a wisp of blue flame seeping in. Wu Lai groaned. The flames around him instantly dissipated, and he was sent flying backward. When he landed, the fusion had ended, leaving a shocking charred sword mark on his chest. Another defeat. The 2 battles lasted less than a quarter of an hour in total. Lu Qingfeng didn't even lose his breathing. This is just too strong. Yes, even Wu Lai, who is so strong, was no match for Lu Qingfeng in a single move. 2 people, 2 moves, impressive. The audience was abuzz with discussion. The more outstanding and powerful Wu Lai and the others had been in the previous rounds, the more terrifying Lu Qingfeng seemed in comparison. Sai, second brother, is still the best after all. He's really something. Yi Xuanzi's face was dark and his expression was ashen. Unexpectedly, he suffered consecutive defeats in a small martial arts competition. Although he knew in his heart that his chances of winning against his second brother were less than 30%, seeing the strength his opponent had displayed, he thought that 10% was more than enough. Fang Qing, go. Fang Qing stood up, nodded in acknowledgement, and then stepped forward. Looking at Lu Qingfeng standing in the center of the field, he felt immense pressure and thought to himself, he has such a powerful presence with just one person, like a sharp sword about to be drawn. Swift Wolf King transform. Eye of the Gale activate. As soon as the match started, Fang Qing went all out, his blood and chi burning fiercely, showing no mercy and making no unnecessary probing. He transformed into a whirlwind and rushed forward. Reversion to ancestral formation, 13 strike of the gale. Lu Qingfeng remained calm, drew his Azure Phoenix sword, and the nascent domain unfolded. Azure Phoenix flame burned, accompanied by boundless sword intent. The two combined, and half of the arena was transformed into the Azure Phoenix sword domain. Phoenix dance sword style. The Azure Phoenix sword is raised diagonally, and a wisp of azure flame ignites from the tip of the sword. The cyan flame was not intense. Rather, it was somewhat weak. Yet, this seemingly weak cyan flame drew a long, several-foot-long cyan line of fire along the path the sword tip had traversed. A wildfire. The fire spread silently. The next instant, the fire line exploded, turning into a rain of blue flames that poured down on the entire arena like an overturned galaxy. It wasn't aimed at Fang Qing, but rather covered the entire arena. This attack also slowed down Fang Qing's attack by a bit. His pupils shrank sharply, and he activated the Eye of the Gale to the extreme, as if trying to see through the flaw in this move. Finally, he saw it. The sky full of blue flames did not fall randomly. The trajectory of each fiery sword rain was clearly visible to him. He even saw more than one possible path to dodge. Great, there's a flaw. Fang Qing gritted his teeth and swung his claws repeatedly, unleashing 13 wind blades at different angles that plunged into the rain of azure flames. The wind blade and the blue flame collided and were actually separated. Fang Qing was overjoyed. It works. Before he could even feel smug, his expression changed drastically in the next instant. As if imbued with consciousness, all the azure flames of sword rain locked onto Fang Qing. The rain of swords transformed into an azure flame phoenix, rushing towards Fang Qing and surrounding him. It can't be stopped. It's unavoidable. This is not an ordinary attack, but a lock-on attack with the power of a domain. Anyone within the domain will be hit. The moment the azure flames descended, Fang Qing unleashed a powerful whirlwind tornado, attempting to disperse the azure flame phoenix. But he forgot that the wind fanned the flames. When the azure flames met the raging wind, they not only did not extinguish, but instead surged, making the azure flame phoenix even more powerful. This idiot. Yi Xuanzi sneered, his fingers cracking as he twirled them. This battle has already been lost. The moment the azure phoenix reached him, Fang Qing groaned, and the fusion state dissipated. The Gale Wolf King let out a mournful cry, and the man and beast fell to the ground, their bodies covered in scorch marks. Although they were not in mortal danger, they had completely lost their fighting ability, as the sword fire had penetrated deep into their bodies. From the moment Lu Qingfeng drew his sword to Fang Qing's defeat, only 3 breaths had passed. The entire process was incredibly fast. Lu Qingfeng sheathed his sword and calmly looked at the third prince's camp. He hasn't left the field yet. He's waiting for his third opponent. Yi Xuanzi waved his hand, and Shi Gandang slowly stood up. He was 7th on the list. His defense was almost unmatched in this martial arts competition. If he doesn't step up, who will? Shi Gandang stepped onto the arena, each step unusually heavy. It would be impossible for him not to feel pressure. Only those who truly faced Lu Qingfeng directly could feel that terrifying power of intimidation and the sword and fire force that seemed to tear a person apart. At the start of the match, Shi Gandang also went all out on defense. He merged with the earth golem, and his body swelled to 6 meters tall. His body was covered with a thick layer of dark brown rock armor, half a foot thick, with patterns like cracked earth, gleaming with a heavy metallic luster. The power of the earth. Just like when he fought Wang Chen, he directly erected a rock fortress, maximizing his defenses and filling it with the power of the earth. The rock fortress was covered with flowing, earthy yellow energy. A gift, the body of a titan. Iron-spined earth dragons, mountain giants, hill beasts, all of you, come forth and coordinate your defense. With the titan body activated, defense increased by another 30%, and the 3 pet beasts worked together to achieve an unimaginable level of defense. However, just as Shi Gandang completed his defensive deployment, Lu Qingfeng made his move. It seemed he intended to wait until Shi Gandang was fully prepared before delivering a fatal blow. Phoenix danced 9 swords, piercing through the clouds. There was no rain of fire like the wildfire sword, only a single sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, all the defensive walls were sliced open as if they were tofu. The earthen fortress, which had been shimmering with a yellow glow, had lost all its previous power to defend against others. Shi Gandong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he crossed his arms in front of him, his entire body of rock armor thickening again under the stimulation of his titan body. The sword light pierced straight into the stone fortress, the azure phoenix sword cutting through the earthen wall. The power of the azure flame burned it all away, and it continued forward with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Shi Gandong's main body. Even the earthen fortress walls, which were several meters thick, could not stop it. Laugh! The sword light sliced into the stone wall as easily as cutting paper, making a hissing sound. Block them! Shi Gandong roared. The 3 pet beasts roared and unleashed all their skills in a flurry, hurling attacks like stone wall, earth and stone missiles, and flying rock slash at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Without needing any extra moves, he simply spread the azure flames of his domain outwards, burning all the soil and rocks to ashes. Coordinated defense. At Shi Gandong's command, all the beasts merged their bodies with the power of the earth and applied the defense and continuous regeneration effects of the Titan's body, all in an effort to block Lu Qingfeng's sword strikes. However, Lu Qingfeng's move was far from over. Even with coordinated defense, it was completely ineffective, being pierced through layer by layer. Anyone who tried to block it was injured by the azure flames and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Under Shi Gandong's all-out defense, half of the arena was covered by thick rocks. But Lu Qingfeng, holding the azure phoenix sword, stepped forward as if the thick rocks were just sheets of paper, and it was only a matter of time before he could cut through them. The sword tip stopped half an inch in front of Shi Gandong's chest. A wisp of blue flame burned silently at the broken crack, burning a fist-sized hole in his rock armor, which was as hard as refined steel, revealing his horrified face below. Shi Gandong stood frozen in place. He clearly felt that if that sword had been meant to take his life, his heart would have already been pierced. His once proud defenses were as thin as a cicada's wing before this sword strike. From the moment Lu Qingfeng drew his sword to Shi Gandong's defeat, only 2 breaths passed. Shi Gandong dispelled his fusion, silently stepping off the stage. His once proud defense seemed utterly meaningless at this moment. Lei Meng, Wu Lai, Fang Qing, and Shi Gandong have all suffered consecutive defeats, and the score is now 4 o'clock. The opponent only needs to gain 1 more point to win, while they will end the martial arts competition with 0 points. He still has Yan Jin, Lung Feng, Tu Baijian, and others behind him, but it is highly unlikely that any of them can stop him. Moreover, even if they all attack together, they may not be his match. But at this moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted away from the arena, because they all knew that the next person to go up would not have a different outcome. Yi Xuanze was helpless, knowing what his subordinates were thinking. Lu Qingfeng's flames and sword techniques were extremely powerful. Even Yan Jin, the strongest of his remaining subordinates, could only be suppressed by the Fire Phoenix domain. After all, that was the Phoenix True Fire, one of the top-ranked fire attributes. Lung Feng's attribute is ice, making him even more vulnerable to being countered. As for Tu Baijian and his group, the difference in strength is too great. They wouldn't even be able to withstand his aura, let alone a single move. I'll go. Even if I lose, I'll still have to face the number 1 on the leaderboard. Yan Jin stood up. He was a fierce general in the border army, known for his explosive firepower. He was never afraid of battle. Go ahead. He stepped onto the arena, merging with the fiery lion and instantly entering his strongest state. The blazing heart was activated, and the flames around him transformed from crimson to blazing white, distorting and warping the air itself from the intense heat. I want to see the power of the Phoenix True Fire. Yan Jin laughed heartily. He didn't seek victory, he only wanted a battle. As you wish. Lu Qingfeng smiled calmly. A raging inferno. His attack was an area of effect attack, engulfing the entire arena in a sea of blazing white flames, leaving no blind spots. Lu Qingfeng stood in the middle of the sea of fire. The azure phoenix sword hung at his side, its tip pointing to the ground. Then he slowly raised it. The power of a prairie fire. Two completely different flames collided with each other. One was Yin Jin's lion flame, and the other was Lu Qingfeng's azure phoenix flame. They collided and created a beautiful spectacle like fireworks. I won't get fired up like they did with the same move. Yin Jin's pupils shrank sharply, and then another aura of his domain suddenly rose up. What? Yin Jin also has the power of a domain. I've never seen him use it before. Could it be that he just comprehended it? The commentator exclaimed in surprise. The second prince, Yi Xuanzi, nodded in satisfaction. Yin Jin was indeed quite impressive. In just a few days, relying on treasures and his own comprehension, he had grasped the rudiments of a domain. Perhaps it was his competitive and warlike nature that prevented him from being inferior to others. This is the lion's flame domain. Please enlighten me, said Yin Jin. Lu Qingfeng nodded, and surprisingly took a few steps back, as if preparing for a more powerful move. In any case, Yin Jin had forced Lu Qingfeng back, something no one else had done. Yin Jin wouldn't give him another chance to gain momentum, and immediately used his skills to charge forward again, aiming to catch Lu Qingfeng off guard. Roar of the fiery lion. He crossed his claws and unleashed a pillar of fire condensed to its maximum, powerful enough to pierce through the city wall. The pillar of flame rushed in front of Lu Qingfeng, but before it could unleash its power, it was blocked by Lu Qingfeng's sword. Phoenix danced 9 swords, burning heaven. The azure flames transformed into a monstrous force, even more ferocious than the pillar of flames released by Yin Jin, instantly engulfing it. Just as its name suggests, it devoured the heavens, and the pillar of flames dissipated. Burning heaven, what an imposing name, the commentator remarked. However, Lu Qingfeng's move can indeed be called heaven burning. The fact that Yin Jin's incredibly powerful flames were completely devoured is truly terrifying. Yin Jin was shocked. He hadn't expected his attack to be so easily absorbed, which meant that the two of them were not on the same level in terms of fire attributes. Flame Storm. Yin Jin's fighting spirit remained intact, and he was not easily defeated by this attack. He immediately gathered energy again and charged forward. Lu Qingfeng also brandished his sword. Phoenix danced 9 swords, sword slash. This time, Lu Qingfeng not only unleashed the power of the azure phoenix flame, but also unleashed an unstoppable sword strike, slashing at the raging storm unleashed by Yin Jin. The azure sword strike aimed at the firestorm. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The massive firestorm was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, and then the azure flames spread outwards from the center, engulfing the firestorm in just a few breaths. Yin Jin swallowed hard. This was really beyond his expectations. Facing him was like facing a natural enemy. The two seemed to be not on the same level, but opponents several realms apart. Despair. This wasn't just the feeling of every spectator, but also of every other contestant. Facing Lu Qingfeng, who was ranked number 1, everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Was this the strength of the sword sect's young master? Who exactly is the sword sect? How can they cultivate such powerful beast tamers? They are even more powerful than the disciples of royal families, aristocratic clans, and beast tamers trained in academies. This is the foundation of a sect, Mu Feng exclaimed. Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled, so he asked, "What does foundation mean?" The reason why sects have been able to stand firm for so long is because they have been passed down from one lineage to another. From thousands of years ago to the present, they have been accumulating knowledge and skills. Furthermore, the bloodline of their pets has not been leaked out, resulting in extremely pure bloodlines. They have also accumulated many skills and techniques left by their predecessors, as well as various treasures and even the bloodline talents of some mutated pets. Tell me, with so many good things concentrated in one person, how could he not be strong? Wang Chen understood. Although this could cultivate an outstanding disciple, was it really worth it? Can the strength of one person represent the strength of an entire sect? Wang Chen asked. There's nothing we can do. That's just the way it is. That's just how sects are. Mu Feng said helplessly. Mu Feng, as the sect leader of the Fengyu sect, also faces similar pressure. However, he is naturally active and enjoys life outside, which is why the sect hasn't poured a lot of resources into him. Otherwise, he could become even stronger if he wanted to. But that would inevitably mean inheriting the position of sect leader, and he wouldn't be able to go wherever he wants anymore. A long silence fell over the arena. This is truly despair. Yanjin sighed. Then his eyes flashed with intense fire, and no one knew what he was about to do. Boil with flames, burn. Yanjin put away his previous arrogance and laughter, his eyes now filled with only a last glimmer of fighting spirit. The final blow, the roar of the fiery lion. Yanjin transformed into a blazing lion and charged straight at Lu Qingfeng. This attack was a culmination of all his power, even igniting his spiritual sea. It was a fight where he disregarded his own life. A respectable opponent, Lu Qingfeng said calmly. However, he showed no panic in the face of this attack. He simply raised his sword again, and the entire domain became even hotter and sharper. The fusion of sword and fire became even closer, as if an even more powerful fiery sword aura was gathering. Phoenix danced 9 swords, azure flame, sword slash. Lu Qingfeng moved, and this time he was clearly different from before, putting away his relaxed attitude. His eyes were fixed, and he mobilized even greater power. This sword strike was imbued with the azure phoenix true flame and the sword intent of the sword sect, forming a power no less than a qualitative change in attributes. It can be said that this move is a transformation of dual attributes, the flames of the azure phoenix and the sword aura of the azure phoenix sword. This attack was domineering and powerful. Before Yanjin's fiery lion could even charge forward, a phoenix cry resounded through the sky. The fiery lion was then thrown to the ground and lay motionless. Yanjin's attack came and went quickly, catching everyone off guard, and ended just like that. Yanjin himself was also unable to stand up after that attack. Finally, after 3 breaths, the referee approached and confirmed that Lu Qingfeng was the victor of this match. Then, someone, for reasons unknown, led the first cheer. Then comes the second tone, the 10th tone, and the 100th tone. The roar was like a tidal wave, lasting for a long time. This was the strength of the number 1 on the list, and the brilliance of the young sect master of the sword sect. On the high platform, the second prince, Yi Zhaoming, was still waving his folding fan, a faint and gentle smile on his lips, as if all of this was expected. Yi Xuanzi remained silent for a long time in the area of the third prince's camp. He didn't get angry, he didn't throw anything. He just watched Lu Qingfeng's departing figure, watched the Qingfeng sword return to its sheath, and then slowly closed his eyes. Haha, this is really interesting. Lu Qingfeng and Wang Chen have actually defeated all of us in succession, achieving a 5-on-1 victory. Haha, in this martial arts competition, I've become their stepping stone. Yi Xuanzi's words rang out, and the people behind him heard them, finding them particularly grating, especially the 2 who had achieved a 5-on-1 victory. We're just too useless, Lei Meng said. I've disappointed you, third prince. Well, I sighed as well. Forget it. The martial arts exercise is just one test. There's still the most important part, the journey to the secret realm. When you all join forces, you'll definitely be able to unleash a power far greater than the sum of its parts. Yi Xuanzi shook his head. After all, they had been fighting in the battlefield and secret realm for a long time, so they were quite confident in their strength. The final round of the martial arts competition was still ongoing, but the subsequent battle between the 5th prince and the 10th prince seemed like yesterday's scene, because Wang Chen was the only one left. The 5th prince also felt helpless. Wang Chen's strength was beyond doubt, and his side really had no way to stop Wang Chen. After this battle, Mu Feng and the others did not make another move, as they had fought enough after 5 rounds of martial arts exercises. Wang Chen, you can manage on your own, right? Mu Feng patted his shoulder and said, Are you all done fighting? Wang Chen asked, looking at the others. Lu Yi shook her head. Although she could win a game every time she appeared, it was actually very difficult. After all, she was not like those top geniuses who could fight 5 people at once. In addition, the frequent battles were also a bit too much for her. Sun Mingqi shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum. She didn't like fighting, and those contestants were all strangely powerful. Fu Qian smirked and said, Brother Wang, I haven't seen your skills with my own eyes yet. This is a good opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. After nearly 10 days of rest, Fu Qian has finally recovered enough to travel without any major problems. Are you alright? Wang Chen asked with concern, having been extremely surprised to see Fu Qian today. I'm fine, all thanks to the treasures you won. I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. Fu Qian patted his chest, then his expression changed. Cough, cough. It still hurts a little. Mu Feng mocked. Are you even capable? Your body is so weak. Get out of here, Fu Qian cursed. The two would always exchange a few sarcastic remarks whenever they met, something Wang Chen and his group were already used to, and they all shook their heads helplessly. All right, this is the last round of martial arts demonstrations. You guys should take a good rest, Wang Chen said before stepping onto the stage. When everyone saw that Wang Chen was the first to appear, they cheered, knowing that Wang Chen was likely to win 5 games in one go again. As for the 5th prince's side, they looked constipated. Then, at the 5th prince's signal, they began to take the stage. Even if they couldn't win, they had to fight. It was the last match, and the outcome was already decided. They should try to get as many points as possible. In the first match, Wang Chen will face Ning Ziyuan. The landscape painting scroll takes painting as its way, transforming the abstract into the concrete. Dark bloodline, dark decay, dark soul devour. In a single exchange, Ning Ziyuan was defeated. The landscape painting he had unfolded was shattered by Wang Chen's dark power, which directly attacked Ning Ziyuan's spiritual world. The two are far apart in terms of realm. Wang Chen has already achieved a qualitative change in his attributes and completed attribute fusion. He is only one step away from stepping into the realm of the Overlord. In comparison, Ning Ziyuan was far inferior. Although his strength was at the peak of the Domain Lord level, the same as Wang Chen's, he was still far from breaking through to the Overlord level. Therefore, the outcome was decided in just one exchange between the two. Wang Chen is truly a prodigy. If he can break through to the Overlord level, he'll soon be a figure like my second and third brothers. Yi Dingyuan maintained a calm and composed demeanor throughout, even praising his opponent. Next, you all go and try. Yi Dingyuan had clearly given up hope. The second match is between Wang Chen and Hua Ruming. Wang Chen is amazing. I hope you'll go easy on him later. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Hua Ruming smiled charmingly. No need, Wang Chen said calmly. How cold and insensitive. You have no sense of romance. Hua Ruming pouted. Then taste my power, fairy of 100 flowers, bloom. Hua Ruming said jokingly, but she went all out from the start. A sea of flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of petals fluttering in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could spot many unfamiliar and beautiful blossoms, some exuding a captivating fragrance, others adorned with venomous thorns. All of them shared one goal, Wang Chen. Women. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. Then, a summoning array rose up behind her, and a huge spirit would floated out into the air. As a fellow wood-type pet, the spirit would also possess mental attacks, making it extremely effective against Hua Ruming's attack methods. Open the spiritual origin domain, and the spiritual origin fruits will be born. With Wang Chen's command, the spiritual origin would immediately emitted a dazzling green light, and dozens of spiritual origin fruits fell to the ground and transformed into giant tree men. The sheer number of treants instantly formed a natural barrier, blocking all of Hua Ruming's attacks. They even had extra energy to harass her, occasionally launching mental self-destructions, which greatly angered Hua Ruming. I give up, you wretched brat. In no time, Hua Ruming's face turned pale, and she could no longer hold on. She raised her hands in surrender. After all, there's no point in continuing like this. Keep in mind, the opponent only summoned a spirit wood that serves a support role. Wow, Wang Chen is amazing. Fu Qian sat in the audience, looking shocked. He won so easily. The third match is between Wang Chen and Xie Jingchen. The match is now beginning. Without exchanging any words, the two immediately began fighting. Xie Jingchen instantly transformed into a powerful flame cavalryman, wielding a flaming spear as he charged straight at Wang Chen. Flaming spear, break through the formation. Dragon steps. Wang Chen moved swiftly, his movements agile, easily dodging every attack. Meteor shower. Seeing that close-range attacks were ineffective, Xie Jingchen decided to launch a ranged attack. Dark domain. Wang Chen silently stacked his skills, forming the prototype of a domain. The opponent's meteor shower went out after entering it, and could only be swallowed by the darkness. A strike that pierces the sun. Jingchen knew he couldn't delay any longer. His opponent had already activated his domain and was in an invincible position. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Wang Chen mobilized the power of darkness, combined with his entire body's energy and spirit, and threw a single punch that struck first despite being delayed. The punch brought with it a black dragon phantom that pierced through the entire arena. As for Jingchen, he had already been knocked out of the arena. Although he was unharmed, he looked rather disheveled. The fourth match is between Wang Chen and Xiang Mao. See Piercing Vajra transform. 1,000 waves, a reflection in the vast sea. Having learned his lesson, Xiang Mao unleashed both deadly moves the instant the referee announced the start. The momentum they came with was quite strong, but it's a pity. Wang Chen looked at the two imposing attacks and calmly raised his right hand, a dark wave appearing, endless black hole. Buzz. After a loud creaking sound as space was distorted, the surging sea seal in the air lost its original shape and trajectory and was swallowed by the black singularity. Here you go, Wang Chen said calmly, waving his right hand as the black singularity began to advance. Xiang Mao couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. The black singularity seemed to weigh a ton. Before he could stop it for even a moment, he saw that the black singularity was starting to distort. As if he had thought of something, he quickly withdrew his hand, went underground, and activated his defensive skill. Boom! With a deafening roar, the world lost its color. Even Xiang Mao, who had vanished underground, was blasted away, bounced out of the ground, and crashed to the ground, thus being eliminated. Effortlessly, for wins out of 4. It's the last one, go. Yi Dingyuan said, his eyes closed, leaning back and waving his fan. The fifth match is between Wang Chen and Zhou Mengguang. I remember my natal pet was a light type, Wang Chen recalled, looking at the person in front of him. Good. Phantom Feather, come out. God Illuminating Azura, come out too, and play with him for a bit. The match begins, the referee shouted. Since we're both of the light element, and this is our final battle, let's fight with all our might. Zhou Mengguang seemed to be speaking to Wang Chen, but also to himself, before suddenly unleashing his attack. Phantom Light Annihilation Arrow. Trying to launch a surprise attack. Wang Chen looked at Shura beside him. Go, take it down. Heavenly God's Winged Sky Slash. 2 dazzling white lights collided in the air, like flashbangs, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Haha, well done, keep going. Zhou Mengguang laughed, his talent activated, and the illusionary light annihilation arrow, which originally consumed a lot of mental strength and energy, seemed to become an ordinary arrow, shooting out again and again. Spirit Devouring Thunder Domain, Mystic Armor, activate. Shura activated his defense, enduring the opponent's attack head-on. Sweeping across the 8 wastelands, Azura shatters the sky. Azura, clad in black armor, pierced through the arrows and headed straight for Zhou Mengguang's main body, intending to engage in close combat. Everyone was shocked. They thought that Xinjiao Shura could only attack from a distance. Although his firepower was insufficient, his advantage lay in his speed and frequency. Now they did not expect that Xinjiao Shura would also have considerable close combat ability. Zhou Mengguang would not let it get close easily, and his movements became even faster, even though blood was already flowing from his mouth, eyes and nose. Why bother? Wang Chen sighed, unable to bear seeing him continue to waste his energy like this. Reverse it. Lightning and white light intertwined and burst forth in all directions, enveloping the entire arena in this massive energy. Zhou Mengguang then collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Wang Chen wins. The 10th prince defeated the 5th prince 5-0. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, for this was Wang Chen's 3rd consecutive victory against 5 opponents, and this was the final match. With this, Wang Chen led the 10th prince to become the biggest winner of the tournament with a perfect record of 5 wins. I witnessed a miracle. The commentator sighed and said to the audience. The light screen also focused on Wang Chen, making this young genius shine brightly. The most excited person was the 10th prince, Yu Wei. He was able to achieve such a score almost entirely thanks to Wang Chen. As for the others, they were all full of praise. This was a miracle in itself, and they had witnessed this miracle. With this battle, Wang Chen will be treated with courtesy and respect wherever he goes in the future. As long as he breaks through normally, no matter who is on the throne, no one can underestimate Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked around, waved to everyone in the stands and audience, and finally slowly left the stage. With the conclusion of the 5 rounds of martial arts competitions at the Domain Lord level, only the final day remains for the battle between the 6th Prince and the 7th Prince. This is the final battle of the Imperial City Martial Arts Tournament. No matter the outcome, this match will not shake the established order of the former. But it is still the last battle. This was the last chance for the team that had never won a single match since the first day of the martial arts competition. 7th Prince Zhi Yu stood in the preparation area, watching the calm and well-prepared figures of his 6th brother's camp on the other side. Intrigue, Luo Xiaoxing, Kuei Jiu, Shen Yan, Man Shan, Wang Mingho, Lingmu Bai. These people are powerful and have diverse fighting styles, making them difficult to deal with. And what about him? Lu Jun, Lu Yu, Sun Hai, Wu Gang, Poison Fong, Li Yun, Yin Dun. Olympic martial arts demonstration, 0 wins. Zhi Yu lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. Ironically, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything at all. This is the last game. The result doesn't matter anymore, just do your best. Everyone was silent, but a sense of unease settled in their hearts, and they were all holding their breath. The first battle begins. To everyone's surprise, the first contestant sent by the 6th Prince's camp was Kuei Jiu. He slowly walked onto the arena, his black cloak covering most of his face, revealing only a faint jawline. On the 7th Prince's side, the person who stepped forward surprised even more people, Li Yun. Kuei Jiu did not underestimate this opponent. The 5 rounds of martial arts taught him one thing. Anyone who underestimates their opponent will pay the price. He raised his hand, and all 9 puppets appeared. Sword puppets charge forward, shield puppets protect the flanks, spear puppets thrust from the air, needle puppets launch sneak attacks, entangling puppets move around to disrupt, and illusion puppets create clones. Li Yun also moved. He didn't rush towards any of the puppets. His figure suddenly blurred, and he instantly entered shadow escape. Kuei Jiu's pupils shrank suddenly. He couldn't sense Li Yun at all. Before they could even react to the shock, the void trembled slightly. Kuei Jiu suddenly turned around, trying to activate the puppet's defense, but it was too late. A streak of light leaped out from the blind spot behind the shield puppet, and a short dagger, like a venomous snake, stabbed straight at the back of the puppet's neck. Kuei Jiu let out a muffled groan as the last line of puppet defense protecting him was precisely pierced by the poison dagger. The purplish-black poison spread rapidly along the wound, instantly paralyzing his entire arm. The 9 puppets lost control, and their movements all froze. Li Yun did not pursue. He stood still, his 2 daggers hanging down, calmly watching Kuei Jiu. Kuei Jiu covered the wound on the back of her shoulder and glanced back at him. An assassin, he said. A qualified assassin. Then he raised his hand to admit defeat. The referee paused for a moment, then announced loudly. In the first battle, Li Yun of the 7th Prince's camp wins. The 7th Prince's camp erupted in cheers that had been suppressed for a long time. Zhi Yu suddenly stood up, almost unable to believe his eyes. Li Yun's face was also pale, clearly indicating that the brief exchange had exhausted some of his energy, leading to his outburst. Li Yun, who hadn't won a single match since day 1 and whose losses were practically forgotten, won 1 point. The second battle continues. The 6th Prince's camp sent Man Shan, while the 7th Prince's camp sent Yin Dun. Man Shan looked at him. Aren't you going to attack? Rockshield did not answer. He never attacked. Man Shan stopped asking questions and activated his blood-burning technique, causing his skin to turn an unnatural crimson, with steam rising like boiling water. He rushed toward the rock wall. 13 strikes to collapse the mountain. Boom. The first blow shook the rock wall, and cracks spread like a spider web. The second blow sent shards of rock flying, and Rockshield groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The third strike. The fourth strike. The fifth strike. Each punch was heavier than the last. each strike more ferocious than the last. The rock shield's defenses crumbled layer by layer, and the phantom of the rock turtle wailed. He was shaken so badly that his blood surged, and blood seeped from his 7 orifices, yet he did not retreat an inch. "Break it!" Manshan roared, and the 13th strike crashed down. Rumble. The rock wall collapsed completely, and the rock shield flew backward, crashing heavily to the edge of the arena. The rock turtle let out a mournful cry as it lay on the ground, its blood-stained face pressed against the cold arena. He struggled to get up, but couldn't. He kept his eyes open, staring intently in the direction of the barren mountain. "We still couldn't hold on." Rock Shield smiled bitterly. Manshan stood in the center of the arena, panting heavily, the steam around him gradually subsiding. He looked at his opponent, who was still trying to get up, and remained silent for a long time. "Impressive, it withstood 13 of my attacks." Second battle. The 6th Prince's camp at Manshan wins. The third battle. The 6th Prince's camp sent Shen Yin, while the 7th Prince's camp sent Sun Hai. Shen Yin raised his hand, and the dragon-trapping formation instantly took shape, with invisible energy shackles wrapping around Sun Hai from all directions. Sun Hai did not dodge. He manipulated the Tide Guardians to create towering waves that slammed into every node of the formation in the most ruthless way. The dragon-trapping formation trembled violently, its array patterns flickering unpredictably. Shen Yin frowned slightly, and the ancient compass rapidly flipped, stabilizing the array patterns once again. Fire array, flame assault. Flames erupted from the formation, colliding with the giant waves and billowing out white mist. The entire arena was shrouded in the clash of water and fire, and visibility plummeted. Sun Hai did not retreat. He rode the waves forward, enduring the scorching flames, and approached Shen Yin step by step. Flames rose from the corners of his clothes, and his flesh emitted a burnt smell, but he did not stop. Earth-surging flame prison, thorn kill. Shen Yin finally unleashed the combined array. The earth cracked open, and fire erupted from the ground. Flaming thorns grew wildly from the cracks like living creatures, wrapping around Sun Hai from all directions. Sun Hai was entangled. He was pinned to the spot and unable to move. Shen Yin looked at him, and the light from the ancient compass gradually stabilized. "You lost." Sun Hai did not answer. He just desperately extended the last bit of power of the Tide Guardian forward. Unable to reach Shen Yin, he gritted his teeth and made a desperate decision. The Tide Guard let out a mournful cry, concentrating all its power on itself. Burst! Boom! The arena trembled violently. The dragon-trapping formation and the fire-separating formation collapsed simultaneously, and the shockwave overturned Shen Yin. The ancient compass flew out of his hand and spun several times on the ground. Sun Hai also collapsed. He lay on the edge of the arena, his body charred black, and the phantom of the Tide Guardian had completely vanished. The referee quickly stepped forward to assess the condition of both players. Shen Yin clutched his chest and struggled to his feet. The ancient compass wobbled and flew back into his palm. His face was pale, but he looked at him with a profound expression of admiration. Sun Hai did not stand up again. In the third battle, Shen Yin of the 6th Prince's camp wins. The fourth battle. The 6th Prince's camp sent Luo Xiaoxing, while the 7th Prince's camp sent Lu Yu. The two girls, one wielding starlight and the other riding the moonlight. Lu Yu struck first, unleashing the moon shadow illusion killing formation. The phantom clones pounced out simultaneously, with moon blades hidden within, slashing at Luo Xiaoxing from all directions. Each clone was lifelike, and each moon blade gleamed with a cold, sharp light. Luo Xiaoxing did not retreat. Starlight shone brightly around her, and her elemental body emitted a dazzling light. Elemental cycle. The energy beams of different attributes switched at a dizzying speed, precisely intercepting every bewitching moonblade. The moonblade collided with the beam of light, blasting into a dazzling rain of light. Lu Yu gritted her teeth. She knew she was no match for him in a head-on fight, but she couldn't back down. Moonlight Fox let out a long howl, its true form blending into the illusion, transforming into a silver-white stream of light that rushed straight towards Luo Xiaoxing. Moonblade. Shifting shadows. Double sweep. 3 consecutive skills were unleashed in a pincer attack. A raging torrent of lightning. The dual attributes of water and lightning merged, transforming into a surging torrent of thunder that crashed head-on into the speeding white figure. Lu Yu had nowhere to hide. The moonlight fox let out a mournful cry and was swallowed by the lightning. She fell from the sky. The phantom of the moon fox almost dissipated, its light dimmed like a candle flame about to go out, and the transformation was cancelled. The moonlight fox struggled to materialize, nudging her arm with its head and letting out a low whimper. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I hurt you again." She raised her hand in surrender. 4th battle, Luo Xiaoxing from the 6th Prince's camp wins. In the 5th battle, the 6th Prince's camp sent Wang Mingho, while the 7th Prince's camp sent Wu Gang. Rock Peak Guardian. Wang Mingho took the lead, and several stone pillars rose from the ground, intersecting to form a cage, and pressed down on Wu Gang. Wu Gang did not dodge. He raised his arms and slammed them against the stone pillar. The booming sounds continued, the stone pillars shattered, and his metal arms were covered in dents, but he did not stop. He moved forward step by step, each step shattering a stone slab of the arena, each step bringing him closer to Wang Mingho. Wang Mingho frowned. Gravity domain. Gravity suddenly descended, and Wu Gang's body sank abruptly, his knees creaking under the strain. His movements slowed, as if he were wading through sticky mud. But he did not kneel, nor did he stop. He continued to walk forward step by step. Wang Mingho looked at him, his eyes changing. He had never seen anyone like this before. There were no fancy moves, no cunning tactics, and not even a single harsh word. Shockwave. The earth dragon slammed its giant foot into the ground, and a violent shockwave spread out. Wu Gang was thrown backward by the shock, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena, his metal body covered with spiderweb-like cracks. He lay on the ground, supporting himself with his hands and knees, and stood up. Then he continued walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he reached the 5th step, the cracks on his body finally gave way, and his metallic body disintegrated with a crash. The furnace King Kong let out a mournful cry and vanished into specks of light. Wu Gang knelt on one knee, covered in blood. He raised his head and looked at Wang Mingho, who was standing close to him. If he could just hold on a little longer and get a little closer, he would be able to throw a punch. Wang Mingho remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "You lost." Wu Gang did not answer. He hung his head, breathing heavily, blood dripping from his chin. He had no strength left to stand up. Wang Mingho wins. In the 6th battle, Lu Jun stood up and stepped onto the ring without hesitation. This final battle was his last chance. To secure victory in the final match, Wang Mingho did not choose to withdraw, but continued to defend his title. The referee raised his hand. 5th match, begin. Lu Jun moved without hesitation, charging forward like a golden meteor, his fist brimming with dragon might, aimed directly at Wang Mingho's head. Wang Mingho neither dodged nor evaded. Rock Dragon Shield. The Earth Dragon's massive tail swept across, forming a thick rock shield in front of it, which directly clashed with Lu Jun's fist. Boom! Golden light and rock fragments flew together. Lu Jun was thrown back 3 zhang by the force of the impact. His tiger's mouth split open, and blood slid down his arm. Wang Mingho was also in bad shape. His rock dragon shield was covered in cracks, and he let out a muffled roar of pain. Without catching his breath, Lu Jun charged forward again, activating the golden dragon body protection at full power. He completely abandoned defense and poured all his strength into his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every punch landed on the same crack in the rock dragon shield. The 4th punch shattered the rock dragon shield. Wang Mingho roared, "Shockwave!" The earth dragon slammed its giant foot into the ground, and a violent shockwave spread outwards from it. Lu Jun was thrown into the air by the shock, spitting out blood. He twisted his body in mid-air, using the force of the shock to accelerate his descent, and punched Wang Mingho in the head. Guardians of the Rock Peak. Smash it! The two attacked simultaneously, both letting out a roar. After this strike, Wang Mingho collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, as he was not at his peak condition. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the 5th battle, Lu Jun of the 7th Prince's camp wins. Few 4-2. The 7th Prince's camp won another round. In the 7th match, Incubation faced off against Lu Jun. Lu Jun was no longer at his peak, and he was naturally suffering greatly from Incubation's 7-string sonic attack. Beastmasters like him, who rely on physical close combat, are most afraid of long-range mental attacks. 7 strings resonate in unison, a soul-suppressing slaying attack. Buzzing. Lu Jun's expression changed drastically. Even though he wanted to block, he couldn't. He could only take the hit head-on, but to no avail. This attack went straight for Lu Jun's mental world. In the end, his mental state became chaotic and his transformation was cancelled, causing him to faint. In the 7th battle, the 6th Prince's faction emerged victorious with a score of 7. The final score of the 3rd match of the 5th round of the martial arts competition is 5-2. The 6th Prince wins. With this, all martial arts competitions at the Domain Lord level have concluded. After half a month, the martial arts competition of the 6 Princes' camps has come to an end. I believe everyone has witnessed the talent of the younger generation of our Holy Dragon dynasty. The light screen rotated, and each contestant under each prince's camp flashed by in turn. Some appeared many times, leaving a deep impression on the audience. Others seemed like fleeting glimpses, perhaps never to appear again after being defeated. But this did not diminish the fact that they were all geniuses among the younger generation of Domain Lords. Principal Yi slowly landed and coughed lightly twice. Everyone, the martial arts competition has ended, the points have been tallied, and the rankings are clear at a glance. 2nd Prince, Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 413. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 363. 3rd Prince, Yi Xuance's faction, points, 287. 6th Prince, Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 227. 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 211. 7th Prince, Yi Haochen's faction, points, 56. 2nd Prince. 2nd Prince. The 2nd Prince has the highest score. I knew the 2nd Prince was the strongest. But logically speaking, the 10th Prince should have won the whole battle. He just suffered from being outnumbered. That makes sense, that makes sense. Alas, what a pity for the 10th Prince. He was so close to surpassing the 2nd Prince. Who would have thought that the least favored 10th Prince would actually make it to 2nd place? It's all because of Wang Chen. Who would have thought he was so amazing? Wang Chen is my idol. After 5 rounds of martial arts competitions, the scores of the 6 princes still differed significantly. The 2nd Prince was far ahead with an absolute advantage, followed closely by the 10th Prince. Although the 10th Prince had a bad start, he overtook many princes with a perfect record of 5 wins in 5 rounds. The 3rd Prince was equally ambitious and was considered one of the most competitive candidates, on par with the 2nd Prince, but he suffered repeated defeats. As for the 6th Prince's slight advantage over the 5th Prince, it was because he recruited far too many Domain Lord-level individuals, and 90% of them did not even have a chance to participate. The 7th Prince, needless to say, is the weakest and no longer qualified to compete with the top 5. I'm sure everyone has already seen the scores of each prince. The rankings are in order, but it's not truly over yet, because this is only the Domain Lord-level competition in the martial arts arena. There will be a more important Overlord-level competition later, and their scores will determine the final scores of the martial arts arena. Moreover, the Overlord-level competition is completely different from the Domain Lord-level competition, Principal Yi said slowly. Due to the scarcity of Overlord-level players, and the fact that each one is a pillar of the dynasty, a 2-on-1 duel system is adopted for advancement. Players from the same prince's camp will not encounter each other. The winner gains 10 points, up to the top 8. Each of the top 8 players gains 20 points. Each of the top 4 players gains 50 points. The finalists gain 100 points, and the champion gains 200 points. As soon as Principal Yi finished speaking, the entire universal arena erupted in cheers. A dominant competition. That was the true clash of titans. While the battles of the Domain Lord level were spectacular, everyone knew that the true powerhouses were those who had already reached the Overlord level. Each of them was a pillar of the dynasty, a force capable of truly influencing the course of events. Moreover, it would be incredibly exciting to witness these important figures whom one would never normally see in their entire life, clashing with each other. The audience began to whisper among themselves, speculating which powerful figures would represent their respective princes on stage. Su Jini and Cui Jingming from the second prince's camp, Qin Fenglei and Tai Gang from the third prince's camp, Bai Yu from the fifth prince's camp, Wang Xuanzi from the sixth prince's camp. Every name was enough to get everyone's blood pumping. However, amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out, drowning out the clamor of the entire venue. "Principal Yi, I have a favor to ask of you." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in green slowly rise from the second prince's camp. Lu Qingfeng, the young master of the sword sect, ranked first on the wind and cloud ranking, a peerless genius who defeated 5 people with a single sword strike. Principal Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and gestured for silence. "Lu Qingfeng, what is it?" Lu Qingfeng bowed slightly, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. "This junior wishes to participate in the upcoming Overlord-level competition with my peak domain Lord Cultivation." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Then, a loud explosion occurred. "What? A domain Lord-level expert participating in a hegemon-level competition? Has he gone mad? What a joke! The difference between a domain lord and an overlord is an insurmountable chasm. He's Lu Qingfeng, after all. Maybe even Lu Qingfeng wouldn't be enough. Overlord-level beings have already undergone a qualitative leap in their attributes and condensed a complete domain. No matter how strong a domain lord is, they're only in their nascent stage. How can they possibly defeat them?" A torrent of discussion ensued, a mix of voices including doubt, ridicule, and shock. Lu Qingfeng seemed to ignore him, simply watching Principal Yi quietly, his cold eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Principal Yi remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Lu Qingfeng, do you know the difference between the Overlord level and the Domain Lord level? That's a chasm that talent can't bridge. The peak Domain Lord level and the initial Overlord level may seem like a small step, but in reality, they are worlds apart." "Are you sure?" "I am certain." Lu Qingfeng's voice remained calm. "I can break through to the Overlord level at any time, but before that, I want to meet a true Overlord with my Domain Lord level cultivation." "Why?" Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, and then his aura was fully displayed, like a sword with soaring battle intent, an unstoppable momentum that shot straight into the sky. On the path of the sword, one either advances or regresses. I want to know how far my sword can go before I step through that door. The entire room fell silent once again. Many people looked at the figure in blue with complex expressions in their eyes. It was not arrogance, nor provocation, but a near-devout pursuit of the way. Principal Yi stared at him for a long time, then slowly nodded. "If you insist on this, I can grant your wish. But in a championship-level competition, life and death hang in the balance, and even the referee may not have time to intervene. Do you understand?" "Clear." Just then, another voice rang out, equally calm, yet carrying an undeniable sharpness. "Principal Yi, I would also like to participate." Everyone was stunned again, and their gazes turned to the 10th prince's camp. Wang Chen stood up. He met Lu Qingfeng's gaze, and the moment their eyes met, it seemed as if sparks flew in the air. "Wang Chen. It's Wang Chen again. He's participating too? He's a legendary player who's defeated 5 opponents 3 times in a row. But even if he's powerful, he's still only at the Domain Lord level. Has he gone mad like Lu Qingfeng? No, that's not right. Look at the way he looks at me." Wang Chen's gaze was calm as still water, yet turbulent beneath. He looked at Lu Qingfeng, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Brother Lu, as a Domain Lord challenging a hegemon, how could I possibly be absent from such a grand event?" Lu Qingfeng looked at him, and a barely perceptible ripple finally appeared in his eyes, which had always been calm and still, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "You want to compete with me?" "Compete?" Wang Chen shook his head. "It's not about competing. I just want to see how far I can go. Besides, I haven't fought you at the Domain Lord level yet, and I've seen you never go all out. I hope to have a fight with you." These words caused another uproar in the audience. This is a blatant challenge, and a declaration that completely disregards the other dominant players. Lu Qingfeng wasn't angry. Instead, A hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. "Okay," he said, "then let's take a look." The two looked at each other, as if an invisible aura was clashing. In the audience, someone excitedly stood up. "Holy crap! Is this going to be an early showdown of the Titans? It's a pity they won't face each other directly in the championship-level competition, right? After all, players from the same faction don't encounter each other, but they're from different factions. If they both make it to the knockout stage, they really might meet. This is insane. This is going to be even more exciting in a championship-level competition." The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, gently waved his folding fan, watching this scene with a smile deepening on his lips. He turned to Su Genie beside him and asked, "Genie, what do you think of Qingfeng's actions?" Su Genie was a powerful figure in the second prince's camp and one of the most outstanding members of the Su family in this generation. Looking at the figure in blue, he slowly said, "The path of sword cultivators should be one of relentless pursuit of progress. To challenge a hegemon as a domain lord, if one can win, one's Dao heart will be unbreakable, and this sword will become even sharper and unstoppable. So do you think he can win?" Su Genie was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Difficult. What is the overlord level? Domain power and attribute qualitative change are both indispensable. Facing the enemy formation, the overlord is incomparable to the domain lord level who has mastered the rudimentary form of a domain." "That makes sense, but Lu Qingfeng is quite interesting. There have been precedents in history. Wang Chen, on the other hand, is quite interesting. He's truly a talent." Yi Xiaoming gazed into the distance. Everyone in the camp turned to look at the two. On the 10th prince's side, Mu Feng leaned close to Wang Chen and whispered, "Brother Wang, are you really going to participate? That's a top-tier competition, not something to be taken lightly." Wang Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "If Lu Qingfeng can participate, why can't I?" But Mu Feng wanted to say that Lu Qingfeng was number one on the list, but he swallowed the words back. Wang Chen's performance in these 5 rounds had already proven that he was no ordinary domain lord. Lu Yi whispered, "Wang Chen, be careful." Wang Chen nodded. Principal Yi looked at the 2 young domain lord-level prodigies, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, a mixture of relief and worry. "Since you both share this intention, I will make an exception this time. However, the rules of the overlord-level competition will not be changed for anyone. You will compete on the same stage as true overlords as domain lords, and I will show no mercy to either of you. Do you dare?" "We dare," they both said in unison. The entire stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers once again. This is a true prodigy. This is true courage. People started speculating. Who do you think will go further between them? It must be Lu Qingfeng. He's number one on the list, and his swordsmanship is superb. That's not necessarily true. Wang Chen has defeated 5 opponents 3 times in a row, and his pet beast can also fuse light and darkness. That power is unheard of. No matter how strong a domain lord is, they're useless in front of a hegemon. I'll just wait and see how they lose. How can you be like this? The fact that he dared to challenge us makes him a hero." The 6th prince, Yi Chongyu, watched this scene with a deep, unfathomable gaze. He turned to Wang Xuanzi beside him and asked, "Xuanzi, what do you think?" Wang Xuanzi was a dominant force in the 6th prince's faction and a core figure in the Wang family of this generation. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Lu Qingfeng possesses a clear sword heart. I don't understand swordsmanship, but he certainly gives me a sense of threat. If he breaks through to the overlord level, it's hard to say what will happen." As for Wang Chen, he paused, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. His pet beast is very strong, and his combat awareness is very strong. He has no weaknesses yet, but he is still somewhat lacking in the ability to contend with the overlord level. However, the fusion of light and darkness that he displayed that day was the truly terrifying thing. Yi Chongyu nodded without saying anything. The 3rd prince, Yi Xuanzi, sat in his seat, looking at Lu Qingfeng and Wang Chen with a complicated expression, remaining silent. The 5th prince, Yi Dingyuan, waved his white fan, his usual smile on his face, but a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He looked at Wang Chen and said softly, "Interesting. 10th brother, you've really struck gold this time." The 7th prince, Yi Haochen, sat in the corner, Looking at the two figures who were the center of attention, his eyes filled with envy. He also wanted to stand in the center of the stage, to be looked up to by everyone, but he knew he couldn't, at least not now. He lowered his head and gently clenched his fist. On the high platform, the emperor remained seated on his dragon throne, expressionless. But his gaze lingered on the two young figures for a long time. Elder Yi, he suddenly spoke. Principal Yi bowed slightly. What are your orders, your majesty? Since they want to participate, let them participate. I also want to see how far this generation of young people can go. Principal Yi nodded. Yes. He turned to the entire audience and announced loudly. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng and Wang Chen, with their peak domain lord-level cultivation, will participate in the overlord-level competition. The competition rules remain unchanged, and the draw ceremony will be held tomorrow. At that time, all participating overlords, as well as these two domain lord-level prodigies, will draw lots together to determine their matchups in the first round. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in cheers once again. The draw will be held tomorrow. In other words, the championship-level competition will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Wang Chen, are you really going to participate in the champion-level competition? It's very dangerous, Yi Jiwei said worriedly. That night, everyone gathered in the courtyard, including Zhou Hao and Wu Bo, who usually stayed in seclusion and never went to watch the games. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Wang Chen said. Wang Chen, you were still impulsive. Although the overlord level is only at the initial stage, the gap between them and the domain lord level is really huge. They might even be killed or seriously injured in just one exchange, Uncle Wu advised. Don't worry, everyone, I'll be careful. And as you've all seen, my strength is far from its limit. Wang Chen sat in his chair, completely unconcerned, determined to continue. Brother Wang, I believe in you. If Lu Qingfeng can challenge him, why can't you? Besides, you're definitely stronger than him. I believe in you. Even the overlord level is no match for you. Fu Qian chuckled. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Putting everything else aside, Fu Qian really believed in him. All right, we won't try to persuade you anymore. But you must be careful. A battle between overlords can really be over in an instant, Yi Jiwei said. I won't say much else, Brother Wang Chen. I believe in you, and I owe my current ranking entirely to you. Keep it up. Yi Wuwei was young, but he was very sensible. He understood that his achievements this time were entirely due to Wang Chen, for which he was extremely grateful. Although he had never thought about the throne, Wang Chen's support was enough to prove his status in the royal family, and from this moment on, Yi Wuwei would even receive careful cultivation from the royal family. All right, that's enough. Everyone's been tired these past few days, so get some rest. Next up is the overlord level battle, and the overlord level matches will be very fast, eliminating half the contestants each time. Uncle Wu raised his glass, and everyone drank it all in one gulp. The martial arts competition resumed just one day later, and the universal arena reopened. However, this time the center of the arena had completely changed. It was now covered by a golden hexagonal energy shield, which was noticeably more robust than before. They really went to great lengths. They even activated the dragon scale shield, which is said to be so strong that it cannot be damaged in the slightest by anyone below the king level. It costs a lot of money to activate it each time. Some people know their stuff and recognized it at a glance. After all, this is a top-level competition. It wouldn't be good if someone got injured. Wow, they even replaced the floor tiles. How extravagant. What if they break all the floor tiles while fighting? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? Haha, you're right. Now that you say that, I'm even more excited. I really want to see how far Lu Qingfeng and Wang Chen can go, let alone winning. If they can even hold their own against those dominant players, I'll think they're amazing. When the time came, everyone was ready and seated in their places, while the contestants waited in the preparation area. As the sun rises, its golden rays fall upon the vast arena, bathing the ancient building in a solemn glow. The stands were already packed with people. There were no matches today, but the number of people was no less than before, and even more crowded than when the martial arts demonstration ended yesterday, because today was the draw ceremony for the championship match. Everyone wanted to see for themselves what kind of demeanor those rarely seen overlord-level powerhouses were, and who exactly was this young overlord-level figure. I'm even more curious to see what kind of opponents those two young men, who dared to challenge the Overlord as domain lords, would draw in the lottery. Principal Yi stood solemnly on the high platform, alone in the center of the arena, seemingly waiting for something. The time has come. The grand tournament begins. Thunderous applause erupted as the light screen opened, illuminating the entire arena from above. All contestants, please enter the venue. Upon hearing this, the dominant powerhouses from each faction stood up, and figures stood in the 6 preparation areas on the side of the arena, slowly entering the arena as guided by the light screen. The top-tier players are now entering the arena. Let's give them a round of applause. First up are 8 top-tier players from under the second prince's command, the commentator announced again. The leader was none other than Su Genie of the Su family. He was well known, not only for his strength, but also for his active presence in the public eye. Those who followed the affairs of the dynasty would not be unfamiliar with him. Therefore, after several days of fermentation, almost everything about Su Genie had been dug up, and the evaluations were all extremely positive. He stood with his hands behind his back, his temperament as steady as a mountain, with a faint dragon's might flowing around him. Behind him were the Cui brothers, Cui Jingming and Cui Qingyu, as well as 8 overlord-level powerhouses, including Wei Fenghua and Zhao Hengchuan, making for a truly luxurious lineup. These names might have been unfamiliar to many before, but within days of the list being published, everyone's names, backgrounds, and achievements were all revealed. In addition to their tactical styles, even some of the mysterious figures had no idea to what extent their natal beasts had evolved. Following closely behind was the third prince's camp, each member exuding an imposing aura, a group of fierce and valiant men. Qin Fenglei, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, had eyes as sharp as an eagle, with lightning crackling around him. Behind him were Tai Gang and 4 other overlord-level generals who had emerged from the northern border army, each carrying the murderous aura left by battle, a total of 6 people. In the 5th prince's camp, Bai stood at the forefront, his aura restrained, yet giving off an unfathomable feeling. Behind him followed 5 other contestants with distinct personalities, each a powerful figure from their respective fields. The leader of the 6th prince's camp was Wang Xuanzi of the Wang family, a top-tier genius within the clan. He wore black robes, had a handsome face, but his eyes were as deep as an abyss. Behind him stood 5 others, each with a distinct style, even more enigmatic than the 5th prince. Most importantly, many of them were known only by their names. All other information was unknown, and even their names might be fake. The 7th prince's camp only had 2 overlord-level figures, and their momentum was significantly weaker than that of the other camps. Moreover, they were from the Lu family, named Lu He. It was unknown whether there was any connection between the two. The Lu family, a generation of martial arts practitioners, actually sent 3 people. The 10th prince's camp was also small in number, with Zhou Hao and Wu Bo following closely behind. Not only were they at the back, but they were also the weakest in terms of strength, with only the 2 from the 7th prince's camp comparable to them. All 30 top-tier players have made their appearance, the commentator exclaimed. At this moment, 30 people stood in a row on the arena, exuding an imposing aura. Although the battle had not yet begun, each of them radiated a powerful presence, and the solemn atmosphere even made the audience pause for a moment. Don't forget, everyone, there are 2 more contestants who will also participate in the competition for the top-tier contestants. Lu Qingfeng from the 2nd prince's camp and Wang Chen from the 10th prince's camp. Please welcome them. As the host introduced them, the 2 entered from opposite directions. They exchanged a smile and then ascended the steps. Instantly, the 30 people in the stands, audience, and arena all turned to look at them, as if they were the true protagonists of this dominant martial arts performance. 2 peak-level domain lords, 2 madmen attempting to cross realms and challenge those above their level. In the audience, someone whispered, "Look at them. They're standing so steadily, not nervous at all." Nonsense. Everyone who stands there is an outstanding individual. What's there to be nervous about? I bet Lu Qingfeng can win a match. Gambling King Chun, can withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? You underestimate the Overlord too much. I bet you'll be defeated within 3 moves. Various discussions arose one after another, but the 2 people on the stage seemed to ignore them. Principal Yi coughed lightly, and the entire room fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, today's draw will determine the matchups for the first round of the championship tournament. The rules are as follows. First, players from the same team will not meet in the first round. Secondly, the order of the draw is random, and the light screen will select the order itself. Third, the players whose names have been drawn will be arranged in order and paired off against each other. There was some commotion in the audience when they heard the rules. Is this still a random draw? There's a reason for these rules. Otherwise, with so many powerful forces under the second prince's command, what if they all ran into him in the first round? Wouldn't that just let those without the strength sneak in? You're right, but something still feels off. It feels like there's room for underhanded dealings. Are you crazy? You dare to pull strings in front of the emperor? Don't you want to live? I think it's great. As long as you have the ability, you can keep moving forward. If you don't have the ability, it's only a matter of time before you're eliminated. The audience's discussion was of no use, since even the parties involved had no objections, and such a rule was clearly a decision they had made after careful consideration. Principal Yi paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, finally lingering for a moment on those two young figures. Any objections? No one answered. Okay. Principal Yi raised his hand, and the images and names of 32 people appeared on the light screen at the same time, and they began to enter the lottery pool to wait for their turn. As soon as Principal Yi finished speaking, the portraits and names of 32 contestants appeared on the screen at the same time, slowly rotating like a pool of fish, waiting for fate to choose them. The entire audience held their breath. The draw begins. Principal Yi raised his hand and pressed down, and the names on the light screen suddenly accelerated, turning into streams of light that intertwined and shuttled through the air. 3 breaths later, the first streak of light leaped out from the light screen and froze in midair, followed by the second one. The two collided and intersected, becoming adversaries. Match 1. Lu He from the 7th Prince's camp versus Qin Fenglei from the 3rd Prince's camp. A gasp rippled through the audience. Lu He was one of only 2 overlords in the 7th Prince's camp, while Qin Fenglei was a corps general of the 3rd Prince, a deputy commander in the Northern Border Army, whose strength was unfathomable. The match was clearly one of overwhelming odds, but whether Lu He could pull off an upset was still highly anticipated. The stream of light continued to leap out, freezing one name after another in place. Second match, Zhou Jinshan from the 7th Prince's camp versus Xiao Feng from the 5th Prince's camp. Match 3, Zhou Hao from the 10th Prince's camp versus Su Jini from the 2nd Prince's camp. Zhou Hao's face was extremely grim. This was the worst possible outcome, bar none. Su Jini was one of the strongest leaders in the 2nd Prince's camp, the eldest son of the Su family, whose name, Breaking the Universe Dragon, resounded throughout the imperial city. This battle was likely to end badly for him. Yi Wuwei and the others also looked dejected. Unlike the Domain Lord level, where miracles could still happen, the difference in strength between the Overlord level and the Overlord level was enormous. Fourth match, Wu Bo from the 10th Prince's camp versus Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp. Sigh, does this mean we'll all be eliminated in the first round? Yi Wuwei sighed. Wu Bo remained calm and composed, but no one knew what he was thinking. Although the Wang family was relatively weak overall, Wang Xuanzi was, after all, the strongest among the younger generation of the Wang family, someone that Wu Bo, a member of a small family, could not compare to. Fifth match, Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's camp versus Tai Gang from the 3rd Prince's camp. The entire audience was in an uproar. Wang Chen, who had been the focus of so much attention, had finally drawn his opponent, and not one of the weaker ones, but rather one of the strongest. Some were excited, some were worried. A domain lord challenging a hegemon. The first battle was against a tough opponent. Wang Chen stood on the stage, looking at his name alongside Tai Gang's on the screen, expressionless, his thoughts unknown. He only slightly turned his head to glance at Tai Gang's position. The draw continues. Match 6. Cui Jingming from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Hui Yuncheng from the 3rd Prince's camp. Match 7. Cui Qingyu from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Pei Qing from the 3rd Prince's camp. Match 8. Wei Fenghua from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Meng Hu from the 3rd Prince's camp. The crowd erupted in uproar once again, wondering if there was some inside story at play. This was because all 3 matches were between the second prince and the third prince, both of whom were extremely powerful. If the men under their command were to face opponents like the 7th prince and the 10th prince individually, they would likely be able to win. But now that they are facing each other in pairs, one of them is bound to lose. Match 9. Zhao Hongchuan from the 2nd prince's camp versus Shi Wuguang from the 3rd prince's camp. 4 matches in a row, all duels between the 2nd prince and the 3rd prince. The atmosphere in the audience was instantly ignited. The 2nd prince and the 3rd prince were already the 2 most fierce rivals, and now their dominant powerhouses were fighting each other. It was practically an early elimination round. However, this is considered normal, since nearly half of their players are top-tier fighters, so it's not unusual for them to run into each other. This had no effect on the 2nd prince, so he remained calm and smiling. The 3rd prince, Yi Xuanzi, remained silent with a cold expression. If he wanted to overtake his opponents, he needed as many of his men as possible to advance to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and even the finals. Match 10. Zhou Yuanlang from the 2nd prince's camp versus Song He from the 5th prince's camp. Match 11. Zheng Yunfeng from the 2nd prince's camp versus Bai Yu from the 5th prince's camp. Match 12. Qian Shiji from the 2nd prince's camp versus Mo Ling from the 6th prince's camp. Match 13. Lu Qingfeng from the 2nd prince's camp versus Lu Chuan from the 6th prince's camp. Lu Qingfeng, the sword prodigy who challenged the overlord as a domain lord, has finally made his appearance. His opponent was Lu Chuan, the overlord of the 6th prince's faction. Among the overlord-level contestants, Lu Chuan's strength wasn't top tier. He was only considered mid to lower tier. This match had the audience very excited, wondering if Lu Qingfeng could defeat him. As for Lu Chuan, his expression was rather grim, because winning or losing this match would be disadvantageous for him. Winning wouldn't be a big deal, since he was only at the domain lord level. But losing would be a huge loss of face, and he would be the subject of gossip for the rest of his life. Moreover, judging from the audience's reaction, there are clearly more people who support Lu Qingfeng. After all, the underdog triumphing over the strong is a classic trope. Match 14. Lu Qingshan from the 5th prince's camp versus Wei Yuan from the 6th prince's camp. Match 15. Han Jiangxue from the 5th prince's camp versus Wang Yunxiao from the 6th prince's camp. Match 16. Shen Qianshan from the 5th prince's camp versus Bai Yunhe from the 6th prince's camp. The final 3 matches were all duels between the 5th prince and the 6th prince. Both sides were evenly matched but had vastly different styles, making it a contest of tactics and strategy. All 16 matchups have been revealed. Principal Ye's gaze swept across the entire room, and he said in a deep voice, "The draw is complete. Tomorrow at Chunshi, 7 to 9 a.m., the first round of the Overlord-level competition will officially begin. 16 matches will be held over 4 days, 4 matches per day. All contestants, please prepare yourselves." He paused, looking at the 2 young figures. Lu Qingfeng, Wang Chen. Although you 2 are at the domain lord level, since you have already participated, you will be treated the same as the Overlord-level contestants. Victory means advancement, defeat means elimination. You are responsible for your own lives, so take care of yourselves. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and Wang Chen clasped his hands in a salute, and the whole audience erupted in applause. After the draw, the matchup list was announced, and a flurry of heated discussions and all sorts of betting emerged. Speculation about who would win or lose was utterly trivial. Some people were even betting on the length of the match and how many moves the players would actually exchange. As everyone dispersed, Wang Chen returned to the rest area of the 10th prince's camp, where he was immediately surrounded by people, their eyes filled with worry. Yi Jiwei had already come over from the stands, her face full of worry. "Wang Chen, your opponent is Tai Gang. He's from Third Brother's faction, and his men are all very strong. Are you confident?" Wang Chen smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure. We'll only know if we try." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, wanting to say something but hesitating. After all, Wang Chen must have thought it through carefully. Mu Feng leaned closer. "Brother Wang, I've heard of Tai Gang, the Crimson Soul King Ape. He's very strong. He once defeated a competitor of the same level with a single blow. How do you plan to fight him?" "Fight it head on," Wang Chen said calmly. "There's no turning back now. We have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Lu Yi whispered, "Be careful. And Zhou Hao and Wu Bo, you two also need to be careful. You'll be going on stage tomorrow," Yi Wuwei instructed. The two nodded, exchanged a glance, and said nothing more. The situation tomorrow would be extremely serious. As for Wang Chen, he has 1 day to prepare, which is enough time for him to thoroughly review Tai Gang's information. However, how far he can go will only be known on the field. The next morning, the arena was once again packed to capacity. Unlike the boisterous atmosphere of yesterday's draw, today's atmosphere was much more somber. Everyone knew that those appearing today were true overlords. Those rarely seen figures would determine their victories today. As the sun rose, golden rays pierced through the dragon scale-shaped protective shield, casting dappled shadows in the center of the arena. Principal Yi stood solemnly atop the high platform. The first round of the Overlord-level competition officially begins today. 2 matches in the morning and 2 matches in the afternoon. He paused, then said in a deep voice, "The first match is between Lu He from the 7th Prince's camp and Qin Fenglei from the 3rd Prince's camp." Both sides enter. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 figures walked out of the preparation area at the same time. Lu He was tall and imposing, with a steady gait. As the eldest son of the younger generation of the Lu family, he exuded an imposing presence and displayed the refinement of a scion of a prominent family. Qin Fenglei, dressed in a sharp outfit, moved with agility and ramrod-straight posture, each step displaying the iron-willed spirit of a soldier. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. There were no small talk, no formalities, and naturally, no trash talk. Dominant-level battles never need these things. The match begins. Qin Fenglei raised his hand, and lightning flashed behind him as a gigantic, thunderous beast surged forth. Raging Thunder Warrior, transform. Lightning suddenly surged across the field. His figure rose 3 points higher. His body was wrapped in dazzling blue lightning, and his eyes surged with thunder. "Thunder Domain," he said softly. In an instant, a world of lightning filled the area within a Tianzhong radius centered on him. Countless fine arcs of electricity intertwined to form a net, enveloping the entire arena. This was a true domain, not just a rudimentary form of a domain lord, but a complete, overlord-level domain brimming with destructive aura. How terrifying! Is this the true overlord-level domain? Even from this far away from the arena, I can feel the stinging sensation on my skin, someone exclaimed. Yes, this feels completely different from the previous domain lord-level competitions. Lu He looked serious, but he did not back down. Frost Dragon, transform. As the ice blue summoning array, shrouded in cold mist, rose, a colossal dragon soared out, its massive claws and icy body appearing before everyone's eyes, instantly lowering the temperature in the arena to its lowest point. But what was most surprising was that Lu He had actually merged into the body of the Frost Dragon. This is yet another beast tamer who resists fusion. It's a dragon. His bloodline is quite strong, unlike the other contestants who are like 4-legged dragons. Everyone knows that the totem beast of the Holy Dragon dynasty, the Azure Sky Holy Dragon, is the dragon with the purest bloodline. Unlike some giant dragons that crawl on the ground and whose bloodline has been diluted or even bred with other pet beasts, it is not like those dragons. Therefore, the purer the bloodline of a dragon, the greater its power tends to be. Heavenly Frost Domain, open. A cold mist rose and enveloped the entire arena, standing in opposition to Qin Fenglei's Thunder Domain. A clear dividing line formed between the two, seemingly unaffected by each other, but in reality, there was an internal energy confrontation and competition. Wow, these two players truly live up to their reputation as overlords. They displayed incredible strength and awe-inspiring domain power right from the start. The commentator exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Let me briefly introduce the power of domains. When facing pets without domain power, it manifests as a terrifying ability of absolute suppression. That's why everyone was so shocked when Wang Chen and Lu Qingfeng had to fight against a champion-level player. Any beast tamer without a domain is basically a lamb to the slaughter once they enter the enemy's domain, and can only exert less than 1/10 of their strength. The commentator began to explain as he saw the two unleashing their domain powers. When top-tier beast tamers clash, it's essentially a contest of understanding domain power. The side with stronger domain power can generally unleash greater power, unless the two sides have extremely strong attribute counters. Lu was the first to make a move. He knew that Qin Fenglei was very strong. Although they hadn't fought, he knew that Qin Fenglei was among the top players in the competition. Faced with Qin Fenglei's Thunder Domain, any confrontation in any field would devolve into a war of attrition, and attrition has never been his forte. All he had to do was one thing: control the other party. Snowflakes are falling. Lu roared. Then his huge dragon claw lightly touched the ground, and cold white snowflakes fell from the sky, which could restrict Qin Fenglei's movements. Qin Fenglei looked at him, feeling this unique attack, and clearly felt his blood freezing. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, but appreciation was one thing and fighting was another. Frost Soul Explosion Die. Lu actually tumbled in the air and plunged into Qin Fenglei's domain, facing the real body directly. This attack was intended to eliminate Qin Fenglei in one blow. Drive away thunder and lightning. Qin Fenglei looked up, glanced briefly at the frost dragon in the sky, and then his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. How is that possible? How could he have escaped? Lu exclaimed. Calamity Thunder. Qin Fenglei made his move. There was no build-up, no warm-up, no preparatory movement. Just raising the hand and then swinging it down. In that instant, the entire arena was illuminated by lightning. The blinding blue-white light caused countless people in the audience to instinctively close their eyes. Only a few strong individuals could barely make out the trajectory of that attack. Within the Thunder Domain, a thick, bucket-sized bolt of purplish-blue lightning instantly condensed, striking straight down from the sky towards the head of the Frost Dragon. The speed was so fast that Lu had no idea how to dodge, nor did he have time to release any defensive skills. He could only take the hit head-on. Boom! A huge explosion followed by billowing smoke. But everyone heard the sound of a massive object crashing to the ground, and they waited expectantly. As the cold mist dissipated, everyone's attention turned to the arena. Just as they expected, the once enormous frost dragon lay stiffly on the ground, its body charred black by the terrifying power of lightning, having lost its original luster. Is it over? Just one hit, and it's over. Isn't this a bit too fast? Everyone thought the match would be very intense, with dozens or even hundreds of rounds considered just a warm-up. But to everyone's surprise, the match ended with a single blow. Frost Dragon Break. Just as everyone was stunned by Qin Fenglei's single strike that defeated Lu, the heavenly Frost Dragon, lying on the ground on the verge of death, suddenly unleashed tremendous power. A flash of cold light appeared, and it pounced straight at Qin Fenglei. Qin Fenglei reacted quickly, raising an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although Lu's counterattack was very quick, in his eyes it was like a baby waving its hand. Not bad, he said. You're quite good for surviving one of my attacks. He tilted his body slightly, merely raising his left hand. Lightning coalesced once more, and a slight smile played on his lips. The finale of thunder. Boom! Before the Frost Dragon could retaliate, a massive pillar of lightning pierced through its entire body, passed through the arena, and struck the defensive barrier directly. The power of this attack far surpassed that of any previous one. This is terrifying. Is this Qin Fenglei? Is this the strength of a hegemon? The audience was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding on stage. Qin Fenglei was calm and collected, while Tian Xuanlong was charred black, covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and lying on the ground in a very disheveled state. The outcome was decided, or rather, it was a complete and utter crushing defeat. This was even more shocking than when Wang Chen and Lu Qinfeng defeated 5 opponents single-handedly. Qin Fenglei had only made 2 moves from beginning to end, and each time he struck first after being the one who attacked last. His power was beyond everyone's imagination. The referee stepped forward and personally examined Lu's aura one last time before announcing in a deep voice, Qinfeng and Lei Sheng are from the 3rd Prince's camp. Qin Fenglei nodded slightly, then turned and stepped off the stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although there was no close combat or intense back-and-forth fighting, that single collision had already made everyone feel the terror of a dominant force. Is this what a hegemon-level being is? It's terrifying. Wang Chen was still shaken. If he had encountered Qin Fenglei, would he have been able to withstand it? Moreover, his opponent was Tai Gang, who was also under the third prince's command and whose ranking was not much lower than Qin Fenglei's. After a short break, the second round began. In the second match, Zhou Jinshan from the 7th prince's camp will face Xiao Feng from the 5th prince's camp. The clash between Qin Fenglei and Liu He just now was extremely exciting, but I'm sure everyone wanted more. I wonder if the duel between Zhou Jinshan and Xiao Feng will be even more thrilling. Zhou Jinshan slowly stepped onto the arena, each step causing the surface to sink slightly. He was tall and strong, with a resolute face, and exuded an aura as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Feng stepped onto the arena from the other side. Unlike Zhou Jinshan's steady and composed demeanor, his steps were as light as water, and there was a faint sound of surging tides around him. The two men had very different auras. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was as turbulent as the sea. The referee raised his hand to signal the start of the match. Double Diamond Bull General, Fusion Transformation. Zhou Jinshan shouted, his body growing half a foot taller, his shoulders bulging with thick muscles, and his hands transforming into a pair of giant diamonds that gleamed with the luster of rock and soil, the spiral patterns on the drill bits clearly visible, making it clear at a glance that this was definitely a deadly weapon. Water Demon, Transform. Xiao Feng's figure became slender and supple, his skin glowing with a faint azure light, as if his entire body was formed from water. In just a few breaths, he transformed into an ocean demon general. Zhou Jinshan did not rush to attack. He spread his feet apart, lowered his waist, and sat on his horse, and an invisible force spread out from his feet, covering half of the arena. Determined territory. Within his domain, the ground hardens like iron, and gravity increases dramatically. This is his world, his most proficient battlefield. Within this domain, his defenses are greatly enhanced, while every movement of his opponent incurs an additional burden. Xiao Feng felt the pressure, his brow furrowed slightly, and his steps became noticeably heavier. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he unleashed his own domain. Water Demon Domain. A deep blue light spread from beneath his feet, colliding head-on with Zhou Jinshan's earth-stabilizing domain. At the boundary between the two domains, the forces of earth and water clashed fiercely, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of waves crashing against a cliff, wondering who would gain the upper hand. The domains were released simultaneously, and both men's eyes narrowed at the same time. They hadn't expected their opponent's strength to be on par with their own. The earth-stabilizing domain and the water demon domain were locked in a stalemate for a moment. The two domains intertwined, neither able to gain the upper hand. The dispute over territory has reached a stalemate. The situation became awkward for a moment, because if either side showed weakness for even a moment, the enemy would seize the opportunity and could eliminate them with a series of skills. However, this was a real problem for the audience, because in their eyes, the two were standing perfectly still, without moving an inch. Those with high levels of strength could even feel the intense collision of two different elements in the air, while ordinary people with lower levels of strength could only watch as the two stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, what are they doing? Why aren't they moving? I don't know. Seeing the audience starting to stir, the commentator came back on stage. Everyone, don't panic. The two are evenly matched and are currently competing in terms of domain power. Whoever loses their composure first and reveals a weakness will lose the initiative. So both of them are seemingly dazed, but in reality, they are secretly battling it out. The audience seemed to understand, but still couldn't help but grumble. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Jinshan could no longer wait and made the first move. He roared and clenched his fists, causing the pair of giant drills to spin rapidly, emitting a piercing shriek. Divine Bull Charge. He was like a raging bull, stomping his feet on the ground, shattering the stone slabs, and using that unstoppable momentum to charge towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly not expecting his opponent to make the first move. He quickly changed his stance, Since you've taken the initiative to expose your weakness, then I won't hold back. Xiao Feng continued to expand his water demon domain. His figure was like a stream of water. Just as Zhou Jinshan was about to crash into him, he slid to the side and barely avoided the attack. This is the advantage of a domain. Even if the opponent's attack is already in front of him, with the advantage of a domain, Xiao Feng can exert his full strength to the extreme. But Zhou Jinshan's momentum did not stop. In the instant he passed Xiao Feng's side, his right fist swept across. Double drill rockfall. The giant drill, carrying a spiraling, crushing force, aimed straight for Xiao Feng's head. If this punch landed, it would be enough to shred even fine steel into pieces. Xiao Feng didn't have time to completely dodge, and hastily raised his hand to block. Boom! Their fists clashed, unleashing a dull thud. Xiao Feng was thrown several meters to the side, staggering. His right arm trembled slightly, and several cracks appeared in his water-based armor where the giant drill had struck. Damn, this guy's attacks are so strong. Xiao Feng was shocked. Zhou Jinshan gave him no chance to catch his breath. He suddenly turned around and charged again. Divine Bull Charge. Another powerful frontal charge. His fighting style is simple and brutal, to crush his opponent with absolute strength and charge, giving him no chance to breathe. Xiao Feng did not dodge this time. He took a deep breath, held his hands loosely, and the water around him suddenly surged. Chaotic water flow. A torrent of water shot out from his palm, but instead of striking Zhou Jinshan directly, it swirled upwards, forming a rapidly rotating vortex between the two. Within the vortex, countless tiny streams of water moved erratically, colliding with each other and creating a chaotic area. The moment Zhou Jinshan plunged into the whirlpool, his expression changed slightly. He felt his momentum being disrupted. The chaotic currents, though seemingly gentle, felt like countless hands pulling and interfering with his balance. His body began to sway, and his momentum diminished sharply. Stabilize! Zhou Jinshan roared, activating his Earth stabilization domain to its fullest extent. The ground beneath his feet stabilized once more, allowing him to firmly maintain his footing amidst the chaotic water flow. Double drill rockfall. He forcefully broke through the whirlpool and punched Xiao Feng in the face. Xiao Feng was prepared. The moment Zhou Jinshan burst out of the whirlpool, he pushed his hands forward, and water energy quickly condensed. High-pressure water jet. A thick jet of water shot out from his palm, like a giant water spear, directly meeting Zhou Jinshan's giant drill head-on. Boom! The water jet collided with the giant drill, exploding into a cloud of mist. The high-pressure water jet was shredded by the giant drill, but the drill's momentum was also completely neutralized. Zhou Jinshan staggered back several steps, the giant drill in his fist trembling slightly, clearly indicating that it had been significantly depleted. Xiao Feng was also feeling unwell. His breathing became rapid, and when he faced Zhou Jinshan directly, he deeply felt that Zhou Jinshan was indeed a heavy mountain. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Their strengths were extremely similar, and their attributes did not completely counter each other. Both were at the initial stage of the Overlord level, and both had stable domains. Neither could overpower the other, nor could either do anything to the other. Zhou Jinshan took a deep breath and clenched his fists again. The giant drill spun even faster, emitting a more piercing shriek. He took another deep breath, a low horn-like sound emanating from his throat. The diamond horn. This was not a physical attack, but a spiritual shock. The deep horn sound pierced through the eardrums and struck the soul. Xiao Feng's expression changed drastically. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and his consciousness momentarily went haywire. It was in that very moment. Zhou Jinshan made a move. Instead of charging forward, he concentrated all his strength into his right fist and punched it forward with all his might. It wasn't a fist, but those two giant diamonds that flew out of his hand. Double drill rockfall, flying drill. Two giant drills spun at high speed, carrying a spiraling force powerful enough to pierce mountains, blocking Xiao Feng's escape routes from the left and right, aiming straight for his vitals. The moment Xiao Feng regained consciousness, the giant diamond was already in front of him. Without a second thought, he roared, "Wrath of the Ocean!" A deep blue light surged wildly from his body, transforming into a monstrous wave that erupted with a deafening roar centered on him. A giant wave collides with a giant diamond. Rumble. The entire arena trembled. The fierce clash between the two forces stirred up a violent shockwave, causing even the dragon scale shield to ripple. The shield was like a balloon, with energy constantly surging outward from within. In the stands, countless people held their breath, their eyes glued to the area in the center of the ring shrouded in mist and dust, completely captivated by the intense battle between the two fighters. Truly, when they moved, every strike was deadly. The mist gradually dissipated. In the center of the arena, the two stood facing each other. Zhou Jinshan knelt on one knee, his chest heaving violently, clearly in bad shape. The pair of giant drills lay 3 feet away from him, their tips riddled with cracks, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had suffered serious internal injuries. Haha, I knew it. How could you ignore my domain and unleash so many skills without any cost? You were just putting on a brave face. Xiaofeng grinned. Zhou Jinshan did not reply. He was in extremely poor condition, and even his domain power had shrunk considerably. 2/3 of the area was covered by Xiaofeng's water demon domain. Xiaofeng raised his hand again, and water energy elements condensed in the water. He said calmly, "High-pressure water column." As the roar resounded, Zhou Jinshan could only kneel on the ground with his arms crossed. But there was nothing he could do as he was still swept out of the arena by the powerful impact of the water column. Xiaofeng of the 5th Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. This was worth it. Although it lacked the stunning power of Qin Fenglei's ultimate attack, the back-and-forth fighting between the two, the clash of strength and skill, the confrontation of domains, and the contest of wills, was the true battle of the overlords. The morning's matches have now concluded. The audience thoroughly enjoyed themselves, and the other contestants gained a better understanding of the fighting styles of the two advancing players, which provided them with some additional information. Only the 7th Prince wore a long face, for the two who lost were both his subordinates, and the only 2 contestants from his camp. In less than a morning, they were both eliminated. Everything that followed was irrelevant to him, for his martial arts journey had come to an end. After a short break, the competition continued in the afternoon. The afternoon sun was setting slightly westward, casting a warm golden glow over the arena. However, the atmosphere on the ring was more somber than in the morning. In the 3rd match, Zhou Hao from the 10th Prince's camp faced off against Su Jini from the 2nd Prince's camp. Zhou Hao walked out of the preparation area with steady steps and forced composure, while Su Jini walked over from the other side with calm steps. The two stepped onto the ring. At the referee's command, both players simultaneously summoned their signature pets. Beside Zhou Hao appeared a giant wolf, enormous in size, far exceeding any of the wolf-type pets he had encountered before. Judging by its length, it was at least 5 to 6 meters long, with gray fur fluttering in the wind, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Howling Moon Wolf King, merge and transform. Zhou Hao shouted. The wolf and the beast merged instantly, transforming into a gigantic ancient wolf god. Its sharp claws gleamed with a cold light, its fangs were exposed, its muscles were bulging, and its whole body exuded a terrifying beastly aura. Breaking Universe Tyrannosaurus, Fusion Transformation, Su Jini said calmly. The Broken Universe Tyrannosaurus is a pet beast similar to Su Jinyan's Storm Dragon. It has a ferocious dragon head, sharp 4 claws, a heavy body covered with dragon scales, a thick tail, and dragon wings that blot out the sky. The most terrifying thing is the lightning power that covers its entire body, which has overflowed from its body and formed a lightning armor. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and merged with Su Jini, transforming into a tall and mighty dragon warrior. His body was wrapped in violent blue arcs of electricity, and each flash of lightning brought a slight popping sound to the air. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, and the silver light suddenly surged. Howling Moon Domain, activate. A phantom silver moon rose behind him, its light spilling down and enveloping the entire arena in a cool, silvery glow. Zhou Hao took a deep breath. Within this area, his speed, strength, and perception would be greatly enhanced, while his opponents would be affected by the moonlight. Their perception would be disrupted, and their movements would be restricted. This is his home turf. Su Genie looked at him, but instead of immediately releasing his domain, he reached out to sense it and nodded slightly. A very good domain. Zhou Hao did not respond. His whole body was tense, and he stared intently at Su Genie, like a wild beast searching for its weakness. Unfortunately, Su Genie's mere presence exerted immense pressure on him. Zhou Hao stared wide-eyed but couldn't find a single flaw, and even felt the pressure from his opponent growing stronger. We can't wait any longer, or we'll lose all our momentum, Zhou Hao thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked with all his might. The silver moon shone brightly, transforming into a silver disk that enveloped his back, as if boundless power was bestowing upon him. His figure transformed into a silver streak, rushing straight at Su Genie. His claws gathered all their power, tearing through the air and emitting a piercing shriek. This attack was a surprise strike that he had been preparing for a long time and was unleashing all his strength. He wanted to catch Su Genie off guard and seize the initiative with speed. Attrition warfare was not his forte either. He approached at an extremely fast speed, and then he saw Su Genie's eyes. Those eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without surprise, without panic, without even a ripple, revealing only a faint trace of regret. Su Genie raised his right hand. In that instant, Zhou Hao felt as if the whole world had changed. Thunderous domain. Unlike other realms that unfold slowly and gradually cover everything, this one descended in an instant. Violent blue lightning erupted from Su Genie's body, turning a Tinjiang radius around him into a hellish landscape. How fast does lightning travel? Zhou Hao didn't know. All he knew was that the instant he lunged at Su Genie, countless bolts of lightning transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, heading straight for him. Thunderous dragon claw. Su Genie extended his right hand, his 5 fingers like claws, crackling with violent lightning powerful enough to melt gold and iron. He didn't dodge Zhou Hao's attack, but instead met it head-on. Boom! Lightning exploded, the silver moon shattered, and a thunder dragon roared out, stirring up a whirlwind of clouds and thunder that swept across all directions. Zhou Hao's expression changed drastically, and his consciousness blurred the next second. It was a feeling of being crushed by a terrifying force. His full-force attack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of that lightning-wrapped claw. The lightning claw pierced through his body, as if he were being torn apart. A violent electric current pierced through his body, tearing at every inch of his flesh and numbing every nerve. Before he could even scream, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the edge of the ring. Boom! The stone slab shattered, and smoke and dust filled the air. Zhou Hao lay amidst the rubble, his body charred black, the silver moonlight completely extinguished. His body twitched slightly, blood continuously gushing from the corner of his mouth, yet he lacked even the strength to stand up. One strike. Just one strike. Su Genie withdrew his hand, and the lightning around him gradually subsided. He looked at Zhou Hao, who was on the verge of death in the distance, and shook his head slightly. Your skill level is good, your speed is good, and your explosiveness is good, he said. Unfortunately, you've run into me. Although Su Genie's words were full of praise, the current situation combined with his words gave people a sense of irony. The referee was taken aback and quickly went to check on him. Zhou Hao tried to struggle, but couldn't even lift a finger. In the third match, Su Genie from the second prince's camp wins. The entire room fell silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of exclamations erupted. One strike. Just one strike. Su Genie is too strong. Zhou Hao couldn't even withstand a single move. Is this the strength of the number 1 overlord under the second prince? That's terrifying. That's terrifying. The preparation area of the 10th prince's camp was silent. Yi Wuwei clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi both lowered their heads, unable to bear watching any longer. Fu Qian opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. That was horrific. Wang Chen stood at the front of the crowd, his gaze deep as he watched Su Genie slowly turn around on the stage. One-hit kill. Is this the true overlord-level powerhouse? Zhou Hao was carried off the stage. His consciousness was already blurred, but he was still muttering something. Sorry. Yi Wuwei quickly stepped forward and took his hand. Brother Zhou Hao, don't say any more. His voice trembled slightly. You've done your best. Take good care of your injury. Zhou Hao closed his eyes and said nothing more. At this moment, the audience and everyone else realized that battles between overlords were completely different from those between domain lords. Victory or defeat often hinged on a single moment. Moreover, despite both being at the initial stage of the overlord level, the difference in their abilities was immense. Both Qin Fenglei and Su Jini delivered fatal blows, leaving their opponents utterly helpless. While everyone was still reeling from Su Jini's powerful strike, the second match of the afternoon was about to begin. In the fourth match, Wu Bo from the 10th Prince's camp faced off against Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp. Wu Bo slowly walked onto the arena, while Wang Xuanzi walked over from the other side, his steps light, as if he were walking on clouds. The match begins, the referee announced. Rock Turtle, transform. The giant tortoise made its appearance, nothing special, but a heavy earth elemental aura emanated from it, and then it merged with Uncle Wu. His figure became more imposing, covered by a layer of dark brown rock armor. His rocky domain unfolded, and an earthy yellow light spread from beneath his feet, making the entire arena floor more solid and stable. He is a defensive overlord, whose greatest strength lies in holding his ground. As long as he stands here, no one can easily break through his defenses. Come forth, divine beast, holy light. Wang Xuanzi shouted. A loud cry rang out, and a pet beast radiating dazzling light appeared on the arena. What kind of pet is that? I've never seen one before, someone exclaimed. It feels so sacred. I feel an urge to submit. What kind of pet is this? The commentator exclaimed in surprise, projecting the light screen onto the pet summoned by Wang Xuanzi. It was a strange creature unlike any other seen before. It had a long, slender body, a sharp, bird-like head, for wings on its back, and a tuft of soft feathers hanging from the end of its long, thin tail. Its entire body was enveloped in a faint golden light, and with each gentle flap of its wings, golden specks of light scattered down, making it as beautiful as a deity from mythology. Not only those in the audience, but even those in the aristocratic stands gasped in astonishment. What is that? Never seen it before, never seen it at all. The Wang family's latest research findings? Good heavens, what on earth are they researching? Who knows? The Wang family is good at this kind of thing. They produce one of these oddballs every few years. After observing for a while, Chenlong seemed to have figured something out and chuckled softly. This Wang Xuanzi is quite something, and the Wang family is also interesting. This pet looks a bit strange, but is it somehow extraordinary? Ugly Ox was not as strong as Dragon, so he couldn't see anything deeper and asked directly. Actually, there's nothing special about it. It's just that I observed that this pet beast has condensed at least 4 extremely ancient bloodlines, and they are very likely all overlords from thousands of years ago. Now that you mention it, it's true. Phoenix, Qilin, and I think even Dragon, so many bloodlines perfectly fused together, and yet they coexisted peacefully. It's truly amazing. We might attract attention from some people, Dog suddenly said. Isn't that exactly what the cult leader wants? These words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Indeed, the cult leader was adept at fusing various beasts to create synthetic beasts with immense power, but they struggled to unleash the bloodlines and skills of those beasts. They were merely flesh and blood monsters with some semblance of power. If he were to obtain the Wang family's technology, wouldn't he become even more terrifying? In the arena, Wang Xuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, with the holy light of the divine beast hovering beside him. Divine beast, holy light, infused soul, Wang Xuanzi said, and then the divine beast, holy light transformed into a huge phantom, enveloping Wang Xuanzi within it. Rock realm, open. Holy light domain. The two simultaneously unleashed their domain power. The heavy aura of the rock domain enveloped one half of the arena, while the other half was covered by the holy light domain, and the two were engaged in a silent collision. Uncle Wu did not move. He knew his strength lay in defense, and his weakness in speed. Facing an opponent like Wang Xuanzi, whom he had never encountered before, his only option was to hold his ground, wait for the opponent to attack, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack. Wang Xuanzi smiled. Not attacking, he said. Then I won't hold back. He raised his hand and gently tapped, Qilin light, and shadow maze. The divine beast, holy light, flapped its four wings, and golden light suddenly spread. Wu Bo's vision blurred, and the entire world transformed into a golden ocean. He couldn't see his direction, his opponent, or even his own hands. He tried to sense, to use his domain to pinpoint the other party's location. But it didn't work. The golden light interfered with all his senses. He felt as if he were trapped in a golden maze, unable to distinguish east from west or north from south. He gritted his teeth and decided to remain still. He activated the rock domain at full power, protecting himself completely. Guard, as long as you hold on, you'll eventually get your chance. Wang Xuanzi looked at his opponent, who was huddled in his tortoise shell, and gently shook his head. Naive. He raised his hand again. Dragon soars, demon dances. Suddenly, the divine beast holy light split into 3, then into 9. 9 figures danced gracefully in the golden light, like 9 enchanting dancers, swirling and fluttering around Uncle Wu. Each figure exuded the same aura, the same light, and the same oppressive aura. Uncle Wu couldn't tell which was the real body and which was the illusion. He had no choice but to tough it out. 9 figures attacked simultaneously, golden light transforming into countless fine threads that coiled towards Wu Bo from all directions. These threads, seemingly gentle, were incredibly sharp, cutting deep cracks into his rock armor. Wu Bo couldn't just sit and wait to die. Even with his strong defenses, he couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment from the 9 opponents. He roared and unleashed his full power in his rock domain, attempting to shatter the light threads. But these are light threads. I've never heard of rocks being able to shatter light. Wu Bo could only be entangled by these light threads. Wang Xuanzi watched him struggle, and his smile deepened. Ancient true phoenix holy light. He finally unleashed his true attack. The divine beast, holy light, spread its 4 wings wide, and a blazing golden sphere of light condensed above its head. The sphere of light grew larger and brighter, until it resembled a small sun, hovering above the arena. The light fell. Uncle Wu felt his body melting. It wasn't burning, nor was it excruciating pain, but a gentle, silent dissolution. His rocky armor gradually thinned and brittled in the light, finally peeling away piece by piece. His rocky domain was permeated, eroded, and ultimately utterly disintegrated by the light. He tried to fight back, attempting to charge at Wang Xuanzi, but he couldn't find him. Amidst the golden light, Wang Xuanzi's figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Each time he thought he had caught the other's trail and lunged forward, he only found nothing but emptiness. The final blow, Heavenly Devourer. The golden light suddenly contracted, transforming into a massive net of light that enveloped Wu Bo entirely. The net tightened relentlessly, cutting into his body and devouring his energy. Uncle Wu roared and struggled desperately, but it was no use. He couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. The light dissipated, and Wu Bo knelt on one knee, his body covered in blood. The soul of the rock turtle had long since vanished, and its rock armor was completely shattered, revealing its wounded body beneath. He raised his head and looked at Wang Xuanzi. The young man merged with the divine beast's holy light, standing within the beast's illusory body, silently gazing down at him. From beginning to end, Wang Xuanzi did not move an inch. Throughout the entire process, Uncle Wu never encountered him even once. The entire room fell silent. The referee was stunned for a long time, completely captivated by Wang Xuanzi's brilliant attack. In the 4th match, Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp wins. The applause was thunderous, but most people remained silent. That's incredible. The divine light of the mythical beast, which had never been seen before, the bizarre skills that had never been seen before, and the feeling of being completely overwhelmed. Wang Xuanzi's power had exceeded everyone's imagination. Uncle Wu was helped off the stage. His face was ashen and his eyes were dim. I lost, he said. I didn't even touch a hair on his head. Zhou Hao slumped in his seat, shaking his head with a wry smile. I lost too, by 1 move. The two looked at each other and saw the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. The 10th Prince's camp lost both battles. Yi Wuwei stood at the front of the crowd, looking at the 2 overlords who were covered in wounds, and remained silent for a long time. Then he bowed deeply. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu were stunned. No, we lost the game. Even if you lost, you fought for me. Yi Wuwei straightened up, his gaze resolute. You've done your best. He turned his head and looked at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with deep worry, because Wang Chen's strength was far inferior to theirs. With just one strike, even a hegemon-level expert couldn't withstand it, let alone a domain lord-level expert like Wang Chen. Brother Wang Chen, how about we call it quits? What discouraging talk. We've come this far. There's no time for us to back down. Wang Chen shook his head, then his eyes hardened with unprecedented determination. The next morning, the world arena was packed with people. As dawn broke, the stands were already packed, with even the aisles overflowing with people. No one wanted to miss this battle. A domain lord challenging an overlord. Wang Chen versus Tai Gang. The news spread throughout the entire imperial city yesterday. The young man who had defeated 5 opponents 3 times in the domain lord-level martial arts competition. The madman who boasted that he would compete with Lu Qingfeng will step onto the overlord-level arena today to face the true overlord. Some people are looking forward to it, some are mocking it, some are worried, and some are just watching the show, but no one will miss it. As the sun rose, golden rays pierced through the dragon-scale protective shield and fell upon the arena. Principal Yi stood on the high platform, his expression solemn. His gaze swept across the entire arena, finally settling on the black figure in the preparation area. 5th match. Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's camp versus Tai Gang from the 3rd Prince's camp. Both sides enter the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Wang Chen walked out of the preparation area with steady steps and a calm expression, as if he were not facing a dominant opponent at all. Countless eyes in the audience were fixed on him. He really dared to go for it. Commendable courage. That courage alone is worthy of admiration. Don't speak, just watch. Tai Gang emerged from the other side. He was burly and had fiery red hair, making him look nothing like a soldier. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Wang Chen looked up at his opponent, who resembled a fiery god. Tai Gang also looked down at the young man who dared to challenge him. You are Wang Chen? Tai Gang asked, his voice deep and rumbling like thunder. A domain lord-level expert who has defeated 5 opponents in one go. That's truly remarkable. Wang Chen did not answer. Tai Gang continued. But do you know that there's an insurmountable chasm between the domain lord level and the overlord level? I know. Wang Chen finally said, his voice calm. You knew and still dared to come? Tai Gang raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of death? Wang Chen was silent for a moment, then laughed. Who isn't afraid of death? But I'm not about to die. I just want to test my overlord level strength. Tai Gang was stunned. Why did those words sound so arrogant? Are all young people this arrogant these days? Tai Gang shook his head. Wang Chen is indeed very strong, but how many moves do you think he can last against Tai Gang? Yi Jinghong asked by Zhi Yu from the stands. I'm not sure either. The difference between master level and overlord level is indeed worlds apart. However, Wang Chen and that Lu Qingfeng are no ordinary people. Beast masters of the same level are no match for them. Perhaps there will be some surprises. The 5th match begins. The moment the words left their mouths, the two summoned their pets simultaneously. Crimson Soul King Ape, merge and transform. Tai Gang shouted. A giant ape appeared, its body engulfed in blazing golden red flames. Before anyone could get a clear look at its appearance, it merged with Tai Gang, and the two instantly formed a humanoid warrior engulfed in flames. Wang Chen also showed no mercy. Dark Sky Caesar roared and quickly merged with Wang Chen, forming a dragon-armored warrior exuding dark energy, although it was indeed smaller than the Crimson Soul King Ape. Let me show you the difference between a domain lord and a hegemon. Not just anyone can mess with a hegemon, flame domain. As soon as Tai Gang finished speaking, the temperature in the entire arena rose rapidly. Golden flames radiated outwards from Tai Gang himself, threatening to engulf the entire arena. Pseudo-domain. With a thought, Wang Chen instantly released Dark Bloodline and Dark Decay, covering his surroundings with dark energy to form a pseudo-domain created by combining skills. Sizzle. The moment the two came into contact, a piercing sound was produced. Wang Chen, you are of the dark attribute, while I am not only of the light attribute, but also a qualitative change in the light flame. You have been completely suppressed by me. Tai Gang shouted authoritatively, trying to suppress Wang Chen with his mind. So what? Wang Chen sneered, then unleashed the dark energy within his body with all his might, gushing it out in one go. For a time, Wang Chen was able to stand on equal footing with Tai Gang, and his pseudo-domain actually gained a foothold, which surprised and astonished the audience in the stands. I didn't expect him to be able to unleash such a dense amount of dark energy. It seems that what happened before was really just a children's fight. Tai Gang couldn't help but be a little surprised. But first, take this attack, Soul-Burning Blaze. Crimson gold flames surged wildly from his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the entire arena. These were no ordinary flames, but a qualitatively transformed flame containing the power of light. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to think. Instinctively, he activated all of Dark Sky Caesar's power, and dark energy surged out wildly, condensing into a thick dark barrier in front of him. Flame clashes with darkness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, Wang Chen's defense did not last long this time. Amidst the ear-piercing sound, the dark barrier melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames, imbued with the power of light, have a natural advantage over the dark attributes. Wang Chen's pride and joy in the power of darkness is like ice and snow meeting the sun, utterly powerless against this flame. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to retreat. Dragon Step. His figure transformed into a blur, weaving and dodging through the gaps in the flames. His movement technique had reached its peak, and each move barely avoided the licking of the flames. But there were too many flames, too many of them, and they were just too strong. The flames grazed his shoulder, and the protective darkness shattered instantly, sending a searing pain through his skin. In just 3 breaths, Wang Chen had 7 or 8 burns on his body. I advise you not to run. The faster you run, the more wounds you will inflict. Tai Gang stood still, watching with a smile as Wang Chen fled back and forth within his domain. Wang Chen tumbled awkwardly to the edge of the ring, knelt on one knee, and gasped for breath. The audience was deathly silent. It was too tragic. Wang Chen, who was unstoppable in the domain Lord-level martial arts competition, struggled to even withstand a single move from Tai Gang. Tai Gang stood still, not giving chase. He looked at Wang Chen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad, he said. You're stronger than I imagined, to have withstood my blazing flames for so long. Wang Chen raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. This is just the beginning. He suddenly stood up, formed hand seals, and a summoning circle lit up behind him, revealing the Ice Princess. The icy blue light spread instantly, rivaling the crimson gold flames. The cold air collided with the flames, creating a cloud of white mist. Frost protection. Princess Ice raised her hand, and an ice shield condensed in front of Wang Chen. Gathering spirit break, the weakening light fell on Tai Gang, and his flames dimmed slightly for a moment. Weak ice seal. The cold air invaded Tai Gang's body, attempting to suppress his flames. Tai Gang raised an eyebrow. Your pet is quite interesting. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Fire Ape Fist. The crimson gold flames coalesced into a gigantic fist that crashed down. Boom. Ice shield shattered. Wang Chen was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. Princess Hanbing let out a mournful cry, and the icy blue light dimmed considerably. As expected, it actually weakens my attack. Tai Gang carefully sensed it, and clearly felt that his attack had been weakened by the Ice Princess. Wang Chen did not stop. While still in the air, he formed a hand seal again, and the spirit wood appeared. Spiritual origin domain. A verdant light enveloped his entire body, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Spiritual fruits. Several spiritual fruits flew out, and Wang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed them. His spirits lifted. He landed, then stood up again. Tai Gang looked at him, his admiration growing stronger. I didn't expect your pet beast to be able to recover from its injuries and regain its energy. Just how many trump cards do you have up your sleeve? Wang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. There's still a lot more to come. All right, let me see. Tai Gang shouted. Holy Flame Awakening. The crimson gold flames suddenly surged, condensing behind him into a huge phantom of a fiery divine ape. The divine ape roared to the sky, pounded its chest with its fists, and then clasped its hands together, transforming into a giant fiery staff that could split the heavens and the earth. Fire ape staff technique. The giant club crashed down. An endless black hole. Wang Chen had no time to think. He knew that if this blow hit him, he would be severely injured, if not killed. He immediately raised his right hand, and a tiny black dot appeared in his palm. Although small, the dot contained a terrifying devouring power. The surrounding air, light, and even the flames of the iron aura were all converging towards it. Tai Gang's eyes finally changed. He had seen this battle before, but experiencing it firsthand was still surprising. He devoured all the attacks. No wonder no one at the domain lord level can stop you. This attack can even devour an attack from the overlord level. But my attack is different. Tai Gang suddenly exerted force with his fire stick, while Wang Chen decisively met the endless black hole head-on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wang Chen's pupils widened in shock. He could feel the endless black hole expanding at an extremely rapid pace. The opponent's attack was simply too powerful, and the endless black hole was about to reach its limit. Damn it! I can't absorb any more. I have to detonate it. Wang Chen's muscles tensed, his blood vessels bulged, and he pushed off with both legs, forcefully pushing the already swollen and distorted black hole out of his hands. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the entire arena trembled. The dragon scale shield flickered violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. The violent energy surge unleashed a towering wave, and a figure was sent flying backward. The light faded, and the smoke and dust dissipated. In the center of the arena, Tai Gang stood motionless, a golden flame energy shield in front of him, but it was already covered with dense cracks. Wang Chen was kneeling on one knee, covered in blood, and had been forced back to the edge of the arena. Princess Hanbing and Lingmu had also disappeared. He had retrieved them the instant of the explosion, otherwise they would have been seriously injured. Before him, a deep trench stretched from his feet to the epicenter of the explosion. At the end of the ravine, Tai Gang stood there. Bang! With a loud bang, the energy shield that had been gathered on Tai Gang's chest shattered, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The entire room fell silent. That overlord-level Iron Gang was actually injured by a mere domain lord-level youth. Immediately, a thunderous roar of exclamations erupted. He injured Tai Gang. Wang Chen has injured the overlord. My God, is he really a domain lord level? Putting everything else aside, just based on this point alone, in my heart Wang Chen has won. Tai Gang looked down at the wound on his chest, then looked up at Wang Chen. He remained silent for a long time, and then he smiled. Good lad, he said. You're the first person to injure me with the cultivation of a domain lord, and even an ordinary overlord couldn't withstand that blow. Wang Chen raised his head and forced a smile. You're right, the overlord level is indeed very strong. Tai Gang wanted to laugh when he heard this. Did you even need to tell me? All right, I won't take up any more of your time. This match should be over now, Tai Gang said, brandishing his flaming staff. Immediately, all the spectators and those in the stands showed expressions of regret. Do you think Wang Chen can win if he draws opponents who are relatively weaker, top-tier players? Who knows? Maybe. Qin Fenglei is too strong. Even a hegemon might not be able to withstand that blow. Wang Chen was already very strong to be able to block it. Yes, that's such a pity. Tai Gang strode forward, condensing a ball of flame in his right hand, ready to defeat Wang Chen with a single move. It's over, Flame Fist. I told you, I have plenty of trump cards. Now is not the time to end this. Shura, come out. Wang Chen forced himself to stand up. A white light array flashed behind him, and a white figure flew out, which was none other than Shinjiao Shura. Heavenly God's winged sky slash. Shinjiao Shura cried out, and a cross-shaped slash formed by light and lightning blocked the fiery fist unleashed by Tai Gang. Your perseverance amazes me. Are you going to continue? Tai Gang asked. I told you, it's not over yet. Wang Chen took a breath, trying to buy some time to recover his strength. Soul-devouring thunder domain. Azura meteor. Shura blocked Wang Chen's path, unleashing his power of light and lightning to clash with Taigang. Shura's light and lightning collided violently with Taigang's fire, the boundaries of their domains crackling and exploding. All stars returned to ashes. Taigang pointed his fire staff forward, and a golden-red array suddenly lit up in the air, from which countless fireballs descended, the golden fireballs smashing towards Shura. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed, creating deafening explosions. However, Shura was weaker and was quickly overwhelmed. The opponent's fireballs soon injured Shura, and even Wang Chen had to use his skills to block them. Reverse. Shura roared, and the power of light and lightning erupted instantly, igniting the entire arena. The intense light dissipated, and all was well. Clearly, Taigang's attack had been neutralized once again. Taigang took a deep breath. This pet beast named Shura actually had such powerful strength. This kind of skill probably can't be used too often, Taigang said, clenching his fist. Resisting is useless. I'm already fed up. Let's end this attack. Taigang's left hand was fire, and his right hand was light. Then he clasped his hands together, and a huge energy ball appeared behind him, containing extremely terrifying energy. Glug! Everyone swallowed hard. This attack should be over by now, right? And judging from Wang Chen's posture, he doesn't seem to be willing to admit defeat and wants to tough it out. Wang Chen. Yi Ziwei's fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen. He definitely can't withstand this attack. Should we prepare to intervene in advance? If he gets hit directly, he might be seriously injured. Mao Tu frowned, feeling increasingly fond of Wang Chen and naturally becoming more and more worried. No one spoke. After all, the rules were there, and the referee had already reminded them many times. Don't worry, the referee will intervene after Wang Chen is knocked out of the ring. Inhu reassured him, then said with admiration in his eyes, but this kid has some talent, and his personality is somewhat to my liking. It's a pity, though, he's not suitable to inherit my mantle. I think Wang Chen might bring us another big surprise. Wei Yang's eyes were covered, but she glanced at Wang Chen as if she had discovered something. Surprise? Not only Tiger, but all the zodiac signs present were stunned. Did Wang Chen have another trump card? Is it that power of light and darkness merging? Chenlong asked. Seemingly in response to Chenlong's words, Wang Chen also deactivated his transformation, with Caesar and Shura flanking him from the left and right. Oh right, I forgot, there's that other move too. Inhu suddenly realized. But it's too late, and Wang Chen isn't in good condition either. Sugo sensed that Wang Chen's condition was clearly not right. No, Wei Yang shook his head, an even more powerful force. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a surge of spiritual power erupting into the sky. Dark Heaven Caesar, Divine Illumination Azura, Dual Fusion Transformation. Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils one black and one white. The power of light and darkness swept across the entire area with overwhelming force, instantly destroying Taigang's flame domain. Then, it rushed into Wang Chen's body at an extremely fast speed, and the two beasts completely disappeared. On the field, Wang Chen also displayed a brand new form. The dragon beast was majestic and domineering, and its pupils changed from red to black and white, which was extremely mysterious. The black dragon scale armor on its body and its wings were also covered with a layer of white radiance. Although it was extremely eye-catching, it also appeared extremely harmonious. Divinity and darkness coexist. Two completely different powers appeared simultaneously in Wang Chen. Phew! Wang Chen took a deep breath, then felt a surge of joy. I succeeded. Wang Chen's voice echoed in the arena, plunging the entire place into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were completely drawn to that figure, unable to look away, unable to think, and even unable to breathe. The folding fan that the second prince, Yi Zhaoming, was gently waving suddenly stopped, and for the first time, an undisguised shock appeared on his usually calm and composed face. He stared at Wang Chen on the arena, his pupils slightly contracting. This is... His voice was very soft, so soft that only Su Genie beside him could hear it. The aura of a king-level being? Su Genie did not answer. He was completely stunned. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, abruptly stood up. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat so dry that he couldn't utter a sound. Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, and the others behind him were all struck dumb, their eyes filled with disbelief. The white fan in fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, but he seemed oblivious. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the figure shrouded in black and white, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The sixth Prince Yi Chongyu's eyes were as deep as an abyss, but his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. He turned his head to look at Wang Xuanzi beside him, only to find that this genius of the Wang family was also shocked, and even a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The seventh prince, Yi Haochen, stood up from his seat. He didn't understand anything, but he wasn't stupid either. The idea of simultaneously fusing two pet beasts was too far-fetched. The 10th prince, Yi Wuwei, was completely stunned. Mu Feng, standing beside him, gaped, unable to utter a sound. Fu Qian plopped back into his chair, muttering to himself, "Brother Wang, you're defying the heavens." On the high platform, Principal Ye's solemn expression wavered for the first time. He stared at Wang Chen, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, a light that contained shock and an undisguised anticipation. The audience remained deathly silent for a full 3 breaths. Then it exploded. What is that? What am I seeing? Two pet beasts merging at the same time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could these two attributes possibly merge? This is insane. This world has gone mad. Exclamations, screams, doubts, and ecstasy mingled together, creating a deafening wave that nearly overturned the dragon scale shield. Amidst this clamor, a small group of people maintained an eerie silence. Those were special seats at the highest point of the stands. The 12 zodiac animals and several king-level powerhouses hidden in the shadows. The rabbit's eyes were filled with shock. Unbelievable. Is it really possible for someone to fuse two pet beasts at the same time? Inhu stared wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. Finally, he managed to stammer, "This kid, I'm impressed." Su Go frowned, his gaze fixed on Wang Chen, as if confirming something. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice low and heavy. "Did you feel it?" Qianlong nodded, his expression more serious than ever before. "I sensed it." "The nascent form of king's power," Wei Yang replied softly. Though her eyes were covered, she seemed to see through everything. "The fusion of light and darkness has created a completely new power. It's not a simple accumulation of attributes, but a qualitative change. This power has already touched the threshold of the king level." The snake flicked its tongue, its hoarse voice tinged with astonishment. "Peak of the domain lord level, touching upon the power of a king. This kid is defying the heavens." Wu Ma said in a deep voice, "Has anyone in history been able to do this? It's unheard of." He didn't finish speaking, but everyone knew what he wanted to say. Shinho scratched his ears and cheeks, looking excited. "Interesting. This kid is much more interesting than that Lu Qingfeng. To fuse two pets at the same time, not only is it necessary to perfectly balance the power of the two pets, but also to perfectly fuse them together, and for them to be of one mind. Both are indispensable. Impressive." The old man Zishu also became interested and rarely praised him. "You guys keep an eye on him. He's a potential champion." "Absolutely." The 12 zodiac animals nodded repeatedly. Such a promising talent is bound to be the focus of competition among various forces, and the 12 zodiacs, as the top forces of the dynasty, will naturally not let it go. On the arena, Wang Chen slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new power flowing through his body. A new power born from the fusion of two extreme attributes, surpassing both of them. His pupils, one black and one white, resembled the yin and yang of a Tai Chi symbol, swirling with a mysterious and profound light. His body, once covered in jet-black dragon scale armor, was now enveloped in a layer of holy white radiance. That radiance and darkness coexisted perfectly, intertwining to form a strange pattern never seen before. Its wings spread out behind it, one as black as ink and the other as white as snow, each flap creating ripples of light and darkness. He raised his head and looked at Tai Gang opposite him. Tai Gang swallowed hard and subconsciously took 3 steps back. This powerful, domineering figure, who had remained composed since stepping onto the arena, now wore an extremely solemn expression. He stared at Wang Chen, at those black and white pupils, at that body exuding an eerie aura, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Sensing the other party's faint aura, Tai Gang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. You? His voice was a little hoarse. What kind of power is this? Wang Chen did not answer. He simply raised his right hand, palm up. Two orbs of light, one black and one white, appeared in his palm, then slowly merged, transforming into a chaotic sphere of light. The sphere was small, yet it exuded an aura that made Tai Gang's heart tremble. Come on, Wang Chen said, his voice calm as still water. Let's continue. Tai Gang took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Fine, he roared. Even if you've merged light and darkness, I'll see if you can withstand this attack. He clasped his hands together, and flames raged around him. The crimson gold light grew stronger and brighter, finally transforming into a dazzling sun that enveloped him entirely. The phantom of the fiery ape behind him reappeared, but this time, it was more solid and enormous, as if a real ancient ape had descended to earth. The ape clasped its hands together, conjuring a giant fiery staff that was even larger and more terrifying than before. The giant club was raised high, blotting out the sky and the sun. Then, it crashed down with a bang. This strike embodies all of Tai Gang's power, spirit, fighting will, and pride. Wang Chen looked up at the giant club that was powerful enough to destroy everything. He raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, the chaotic ball of light slowly rose. Then, he gave it a gentle push. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no violent, raging energy surge. Only silence. The moment the chaotic ball of light met the giant flaming staff, everything fell silent. The giant flaming staff remained suspended in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Then, starting from the tip of the stick, the crimson gold flames gradually disintegrated and dissipated. It wasn't swallowed up, nor was it neutralized. It was completely wiped out, making it even more thorough than the previous battle at the domain lord level. That's a higher level of rule suppression. It is the prototype of the power of a king, a natural crushing force against the power of a hegemon. Tai Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt that his flames, his domain, and his power were like ants looking up at a dragon before that chaotic sphere of light, humble and powerless. That's not about attribute advantage or power suppression. That was a crushing defeat of realms. It's a dimensional reduction attack by a king-level being against a hegemon-level being. This is... Before he could finish speaking, the chaotic orb of light had already touched his chest. Boom. This time, finally, there was a sound. Tai Gang was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long parabola before crashing heavily onto the dragon scale shield at the edge of the arena. The protective shield trembled violently, rippling outwards, and then it began to collapse and disintegrate. Principal Ye's eyes widened, and then starlight flickered behind him as a terrifying aura descended. The starlight condensed and enveloped the entire arena, finally preventing the aura from spreading. That kid is really a handful. Tai Gang slid off the protective shield, kneeling on one knee, coughing up blood. The flames on his body had completely extinguished, and the phantom of the Crimson Soul King ape had long since vanished. He raised his head, looking at the black and white figure in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He murmured, "What kind of power is this?" Wang Chen stood still and slowly withdrew his hand. His breathing was slightly rapid, and his face had paled. That last strike had almost exhausted all his strength. But his back was ramrod straight, and his gaze was calm as still water. He looked at Tai Gang and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your concession." The entire room fell silent. Immediately, a deafening cheer erupted. "We won. Wang Chen won. He defeated the Overlord. He really defeated the Overlord. A domain lord-level being defeats a Overlord-level being. A miracle. This is a miracle. Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Wang Chen." The roar was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next, almost overturning the entire arena. But on the high platform, none of the king-level experts cheered. They just quietly looked at Wang Chen, at his black and white pupils, their eyes filled with complex expressions. At the edge of the arena, Tai Gang was helped up. He looked at Wang Chen and suddenly smiled. "Good lad," he said. "You're the first person I've ever admired in my life." Wang Chen smiled slightly and nodded to him. Then, he turned around and slowly walked off the stage, nearly falling as soon as he stepped off. Mu Feng was quick enough to catch him. "I'm really impressed. You're not human." "Yeah, what else could it be but a human being?" "Monster, pervert, monster." Yi Wuwei, Lu Yi, Fu Qian, and others also gathered around, chattering with concern. Yi Jiwei watched this scene from the distant stands, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Upon returning to the preparation area, Wang Chen suddenly felt a disturbance in his mental world. He instantly projected his consciousness into the mental world and discovered that the source of the disturbance was actually the pet egg he had brought from the void. "Master, look. This pet egg seems to be absorbing this energy," Caesar's voice rang out. Wang Chen opened his eyes and saw that the originally gray pet egg had begun to fade. Although it was only a small part at the top, accounting for only about 1% to 2% of the entire body, it was still visible that the gray had turned into a dazzling golden red, exceptionally beautiful. "When did it start changing?" Wang Chen asked. "It seems that after we transformed together, it absorbed some energy from the fusion of light and darkness, and that's how it ended up," Shura replied. "Is it the power of a king?" Wang Chen guessed. "When I was tested, I also had the power of a king. Now that I have come into contact with the power of a king, it has started to change as well. No, we need to go back and verify it. Maybe we can speed up its hatching." Wang Chen had an idea as soon as he thought about this, because the egg had been silent ever since he brought it back from the void. Now that he could speed up its hatching, he could form a contract sooner and break through to the overlord level sooner. "Everyone, I'm going back to rest for a bit. You can watch from here," Wang Chen said, opening his eyes to those around him. "Brother Wang Chen, are you all right? Are you free of any hidden injuries?" Yi Wuwei asked with concern. "What could be wrong with me?" "Nothing's wrong. The battle just now gave me some new insights, and I need to go back and continue my seclusion to see if I can gain any further understanding. Don't worry, I'll be out before the next competition." Speechless, everyone was speechless. "You're too insane. One seclusion after another, and you just finished one and have a new insight? Are you trying to kill everyone else?" "Great. Wang Chen, you go ahead and get busy. We'll take care of the records here and make sure every contestant's information is recorded perfectly." Mu Feng and the others nodded, patting their chests and saying, "Don't worry, leave this to us." Wang Chen stood up abruptly and left the arena through the tunnel. Everyone continued to focus on the ongoing sixth match, and no one noticed Wang Chen silently leaving his seat. 2 days passed quickly, and Wang Chen, in the secret chamber, gradually figured out the secret to hatching the new pet beast, continuously inputting the power of light and darkness fusion. However, this process required a great deal of energy, so he borrowed a lot of resources from Yi Wuwei during this time, and in just 2 days, he had barely managed to hatch half of the pet beast egg. The pet egg is now half gray and half gold and red, and from the faint outlines it reveals, you can see that the patterns on it are extremely complex, constantly radiating a kingly power. This pet is definitely not ordinary. All right, let's keep going. Let's make it reveal its true form in one go, and maybe it will hatch. That way, I'll have more confidence for the battle ahead. Wang Chen closed his eyes again and continued to immerse himself in the process. This process would also allow him to better control this new power of light and darkness fusion. At this moment, the competition outside also entered a heated phase again, because Lu Qingfeng made his appearance. In the 13th match, Lu Qingfeng from the 2nd Prince's camp faced off against Lu Chuan from the 6th Prince's camp. This is the most anticipated battle of the day. Lu Qingfeng, a peak domain lord, the young master of the sword sect, and #1 on the wind and cloud ranking. Lu Chuan, the overlord of the 6th Prince's faction, possesses the ice crystal snow leopard beast as his natal pet, which wields the extreme cold domain, making his strength unfathomable. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Lu Chuan was tall and slender, dressed in white, with a faint mist surrounding him. He raised his eyes to look at the young man in blue opposite him, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Domain lords challenging overlords. You people are all incredibly arrogant. Lu Qingfeng did not answer, but simply stood there quietly. Lu Chuan wasn't annoyed and continued. It was indeed surprising that Wang Chen beat Tai Gang. But do you think you can replicate his miracle? Lu Qingfeng finally spoke, his voice clear and cold like the sound of a sword. I never copy others. Oh, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. So, do you think you can beat me? Lu Qingfeng was silent for a moment. We'll know once we try. The match begins. As the Azure Phoenix sword was drawn, azure flames swirled across its blade, the flames cold and profound, seemingly capable of burning everything to ashes. Lu Chuan's eyes finally turned serious. He raised his hand, and the cold mist around him suddenly surged. The extreme cold region has been expanded. Centered on him, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted by tens of degrees, and the moisture in the air condensed into fine ice crystals that drifted down. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, the air, and even the dragon scale shield. Lu Chuan's figure merged with the ice crystal snow leopard beast, transforming into a half-human, half-leopard ice crystal war beast, its body covered in transparent ice armor, its eyes a deep blue like an abyss. In my frigid realm, can your flames still burn? Lu Qingfeng remained silent. He simply raised his sword and unleashed a single strike, followed by a burst of fiery power that formed a domain of energy. Phoenix Fire Sword Domain, open. Everyone was surprised, not expecting Lu Qingfeng's domain power to be so strong. It turned out that he had never gone all out in the previous domain Lord-level competitions. Lu Qingfeng is also a promising talent, in no way inferior to Wang Chen. You can also ask him about his intentions, Zhi Yu said after opening his eyes and glancing around. Indeed, it's quite impressive. At the domain Lord level, you've perfected your domain to the extreme. Once you break through to the Overlord level, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing ordinary overlords and allowing you to join the ranks of the top tier. A strange yet loud voice rang out. Rooster? What brings you here? Are you done with your work? Chenlong asked in surprise. The others sat up straight, realizing that the newcomer was no ordinary person. He was the rooster, second only to the dragon, and his strength was unfathomable. A beautiful woman suddenly appeared. The moment she stood there, she exuded an air of authority, dignified without being angry, yet gentle and graceful like moonlight. With refined features, her eyes were calm and deep, her nose was straight, and her lips were soft. She had no ostentatious sharpness, but rather a restrained radiance, like the serenity of a phoenix after its rebirth. Each of the 12 zodiac signs is a very busy person and cannot stay here to watch the game all the time. They all take time out of their busy schedules to come and see the players who are connected to them. I came to take a look after I finished my work. After all, Lu Qingfeng's natal pet also has the bloodline of a phoenix. The rooster slowly sat down and focused its gaze on Lu Qingfeng on the stage. After a moment's thought, Yuji said, he's a disciple of the sword sect. It's probably unlikely we can poach him. That being said, we should still ask his opinion, and besides, there's no inherent conflict between them, Zishu said with a smile. By the way, I heard that a contestant fused 2 pet beasts a couple of days ago. Rooster asked. Yes, that's right. He's from the 10th Prince's camp, a student at the Holy Dragon Academy named Wang Chen. And that's not all. He also possesses the aura of a king. Interesting, I'll definitely want to see it in the next round. The battle on the field intensified. Phoenix dance spreads across the plains. Lu Qingfeng swung his sword. The azure flames clashed head-on with the frigid domain, hissing as they struck. The icy mist was dispersed by the flames. While the flames were weakened by the mist, the two were locked in a stalemate. Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that the flames attached to this domain Lord-level youth sword could actually rival his own domain. Interesting, he murmured. Freeze everything for miles. The extreme cold domain suddenly contracted, then exploded with a roar. Endless cold currents surged toward Lu Qingfeng from all directions, freezing the air wherever they passed, and forming walls of icy blue ice. Lu Qingfeng turned his sword again, and a thin, wisp-like cyan sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, instantly piercing through layers of ice walls and heading straight for Lu Chuan's throat. Lu Chuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he retreated rapidly while forming hand seals. He had not expected Lu Qingfeng's sword to be so sharp. Glacier collapse. Rumble. The arena trembled violently as countless ice pillars rose from the ground, intertwining to form an ice crystal cage that trapped Lu Qingfeng inside. At the same time, the ice pillars shattered, and countless sharp ice blades shot towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng remained calm and composed, drawing a perfect arc around himself with his Azure Phoenix sword. A burst of azure flames erupted, transforming into a blazing azure sun that melted away all the ice blades, and the ice crystal cage shattered inch by inch under the scorching heat of the flames. Lu Chuan's expression became extremely solemn. He had underestimated this young man. The opponent's sword was not only fast, but also incredibly sharp, and it contained the true fire of the phoenix. The azure flames were of a much higher level than he could withstand, and what was even more distressing was that Lu Qingfeng had combined the two elements so perfectly. I can't hold back any longer, Lu Chuan thought to himself. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, and his body shone with a cold light. A sky full of ice crystals. Countless fine ice crystals condensed around him, each one as sharp as a knife, spinning rapidly and sweeping towards Lu Qingfeng. These were no ordinary ice crystals, but a killing move enhanced by his extreme cold domain, each one incredibly sharp and imbued with extreme cold power. Lu Qingfeng looked at the overwhelming ice crystal storm with a calm expression. He gripped the sword with both hands and slowly raised the Azure Phoenix sword. The blue flames on the sword grew stronger and brighter until they finally transformed into a giant sword made entirely of flames. Phoenix Dance, 7th Form. Azure Flames Sword Slash. With a single sword strike, the Azure Sword Light collided head-on with the Ice Crystal Storm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation. Wherever the sword light passed, the ice crystals melted, evaporated, and vanished into nothingness. The storm, which was capable of destroying everything, was as vulnerable as ice and snow meeting the sun before the Azure Sword Light. The sword light cleaved through the storm, its momentum undiminished, heading straight for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's expression changed drastically. He exerted all his strength to activate the extreme cold domain, condensing a thick ice shield in front of him. Break! Lu Qingfeng shouted, unleashing even more fiery sword intent. Not so easy, thicken the ice shield. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. How could a hegemon level being suppressed by a domain lord level? An endless stream of cold air surged into the ice shield, instantly increasing its thickness several times over. The sword light struck the ice shield. Boom! The ice shield trembled violently, cracks spreading like a spider web. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling all his power into the ice shield. The ice shield and the fiery sword light intertwined. After a brief clash, the ice shield shattered with a crash, and the sword light finally dissipated. It's broken. Lu Qingfeng actually managed to break Lu Chuan's ice shield. That's amazing. I think Lu Chuan is too weak. He actually fought Lu Qingfeng to a draw. He doesn't seem like a champion at all. Lu Chuan's expression turned grim. He had underestimated Lu Qingfeng's strength. We can't drag this out any longer. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Qingfeng, whose face was a little pale, but whose aura was getting stronger and stronger. This is the unique domain of the sword sect. The more they fight, the stronger they become. To defeat them, you must use absolute power and speed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the worse it will be. Lu Qingfeng, you are indeed formidable, but I cannot afford to lose. This is my last move. Let's see if you can withstand it, Lu Chuan said, stretching his joints. Then let's do it. Lu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, but he gripped the sword a little tighter. Polar cold current. Lu Chuan knelt on one knee and slammed his hands on the ground. The ground instantly cracked open, spewing out a blue cold current that rushed straight towards Lu Qingfeng. Phoenix Dance 9th Form. Phoenix dances in all directions. Lu Qingfeng didn't make any fancy moves. He simply raised his sword horizontally, and then a phantom of a blue phoenix shot out, circling around the tip of the sword. Go! Lu Qingfeng shouted, swinging his sword with tremendous force, colliding with the opponent's polar cold current. Boom! After the clash between ice and fire, Lu Chuan knelt on one knee, panting heavily. His ice armor was covered in cracks, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with horror. He looked up at Lu Qingfeng. The young man in blue stood still, his azure phoenix sword hanging by his side, his aura flickering like a flame, clearly barely holding on. "You're amazing," Lu Chuan said with difficulty, as if he had used all his strength. "I lost." Lu Qingfeng didn't say anything. He just watched as Lu Chuan fainted. He simply sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Behind them, the referee's voice rang out. "Match 13. Lu Qingfeng from the second prince's camp wins." The entire room fell silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. "Lu Qingfeng! Lu Qingfeng! Lu Qingfeng! Another one! Another domain lord-level expert has won. Are he and Wang Chen both monsters?" In the preparation area of the second prince's camp, Su Genie and others had already come to greet them. "Lu Qingfeng, well done." Su Genie patted him on the shoulder, his eyes full of praise. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything more. He simply walked straight to the rest area, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Everyone assumed he just needed to recuperate and didn't think much of it. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. A powerful aura erupted from Lu Qingfeng's body. It was a sign of a breakthrough, a unique energy fluctuation when one's realm advances. Azure light shot up from his body, condensing behind him into a huge azure phoenix phantom. The phoenix raised its head and cried out, its voice shaking the heavens. "He's about to break through. Here? Now." Didn't he say he could break through at any time? Turns out it was true. A gasp swept through the crowd. Countless gazes turned to the figure in blue robes sitting cross-legged. Having just endured a fierce battle, his condition at its lowest point, yet choosing to break through at this crucial moment. What confidence, what madness. But what's even more shocking is that they didn't sense any new fluctuations in the pet contract. A normal breakthrough to a dominator level requires signing a contract with a second pet beast during the breakthrough, using the power of the new pet beast to achieve a qualitative change. However, there is no sign of a contract being signed on Lu Qingfeng's body. What happened? He didn't sign a new pet. Impossible. How could it break through to the overlord level without a new pet beast? But I really didn't feel any fluctuations in the contract. Discussions arose, and everyone looked bewildered. On the high platform, in the seats of the 12 zodiac animals, the rat slowly opened its eyes, its gaze falling on Lu Qingfeng, a smile appearing on its lips. "I see," he said softly. Tiger and Ox turned their heads, asking curiously, "Senior Rat, what's going on?" Zhi Yu stroked his whiskers and laughed. "Do you know that the way of beast taming in the sword sect is different from that of ordinary people?" "The sword sect?" Ugly Ox frowned. "Aren't they famous for their swords? What does that have to do with beast taming?" "The way of beast taming is the key to all methods," Zhi Yu said slowly. "True disciples of the sword sect cultivate only one beast from beginning to end. Their natal beast will merge with its master when they reach the domain lord level, transforming into a natal flying sword. Their subsequent cultivation is to seek the Tao within the sword, taking the sword as their beast and the sword as their life." Everyone was astonished. "So, they don't need to sign any other pets?" Ugly Ox asked. "No need." Zhi Yu shook his head. "Their natal beasts must be exotic beasts with boundless potential to support their breakthroughs. Lu Qingfeng's Azure Phoenix is a descendant of the Phoenix, with pure blood and unfathomable potential. To break through to the Overlord level, he only needs to further temper his natal flying sword to make it more compatible with himself, and he will naturally advance. Beast tamers of this lineage are called sword masters." "A swordsman," Inhu murmured, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "It really suits him." Qianlong nodded and said, "No wonder he dared to challenge a hegemon as a domain lord. His swordsmanship, with its focus and purity, is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people." As everyone was talking, Lu Qingfeng's breakthrough was nearing its end. His breakthrough speed was extremely fast, as if it were a natural process, which showed that his strength had reached its limit. The azure light grew stronger and brighter, eventually transforming into a blazing azure sun that enveloped him entirely. Within that light, a long, gleaming azure sword could be vaguely seen hovering above his head, its blade adorned with phoenix feather-like patterns, radiating a chillingly sharp aura. 3 breaths later, the light suddenly receded and disappeared into Lu Qingfeng's body. He opened his eyes, and a flash of blue light disappeared from them. He rose, drew his sword, and pulled it out, a series of fluid movements. The azure phoenix sword emitted a clear, melodious sound, as if cheering for the new life. Lu Qingfeng looked down at the sword in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's become a dominant force. From this day forward, he is no longer a domain lord-level prodigy, but a true overlord-level powerhouse. The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Congratulations to Lu Qingfeng on breaking through to the overlord realm. The disciples of the sword sect truly live up to their reputation. His strength is about to increase dramatically. The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, gently waved his folding fan, a broad smile on his face. He looked at Su Genie beside him and said softly, "Genie, what do you think of Qingfeng's current strength?" Su Genie was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "He's very strong. Although he just broke through, he has already surpassed many contestants and can at least make it into the top 8. Yi Xiaoming nodded, his smile deepening. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of the 10th Prince's camp, Yi Wuwei and the others were also alerted by the commotion. Mu Feng craned his neck to look around, muttering, "Lu Qingfeng broke through, but Brother Wang hasn't woken up yet. Will he fall behind? Don't be affected, let's continue gathering intelligence." Yi Wuwei had become much calmer after this martial arts exercise and said calmly, "The 4-day competition passed quickly, and the first round of the Overlord-level martial arts tournament has now concluded, with 32 teams advancing to 16, a brutally fast elimination process." On the high platform, the light screen began to scroll, and the list of winners of the first round of 16 matches appeared one by one. Finally, the list of 16 players advancing to the second round was displayed on a giant screen. The second prince's faction, Su Genie, Cui Jingming, Wei Fenghua, Zhou Yuanlang, Zheng Yunfeng, Qian Shiji, Lu Qingfeng. The third prince's faction, Qin Fenglei, Pei Qing, Shi Wuguang. The fifth prince's faction, Xiao Feng, Lu Qingshan, Shen Qianshan. The sixth prince's faction, Wang Xuanzi, Wang Yanxiao. 10th prince's faction, Wang Chen. A total of 16 people. The announcement of the list caused another uproar in the audience. The second prince's faction occupies 7 seats, a testament to their formidable strength. But what's even more talked about are those 2 names. Lu Qingfeng has just broken through to the overlord level. Wang Chen, that mysterious young man, has yet to appear. One has already reached a new level, while the other is still immersed in the unknown transformation. Has the gap between them widened or narrowed? Nobody knows the answer. The rooster's gaze swept across the list, finally landing on the name Wang Chen. It scanned the entire room, but did not see Wang Chen himself. "Wang Chen didn't come?" she asked. Zishu shook his head. "No. I suspect he might also be breaking through." The rooster raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. These young people are all quite remarkable. They're already regional overlords at just over 20 years old." Zishu smiled and said, "Isn't that great? In these turbulent times, having such a successor puts my mind at ease." The rooster nodded. "A turbulent time, perhaps?" Upon hearing this, the Zodiac members all wore solemn expressions. As high-ranking officials of the dynasty, they were naturally most aware of the dynasty's crisis. Beneath the calm surface lay turbulent waves. Externally, there is harassment from other countries. Internally, there is the unresolved turmoil caused by cults. And there is even a common enemy that the entire continent needs to deal with: Warcraft. Even the most powerful dynasties would struggle to cope, so there has never been a saying that there was no shortage of talent. I'm curious to see what surprises he has in store for me in the next round. The list of 16 advancing contestants on the screen slowly came to a stop, and the entire audience erupted in applause. The second prince's faction boasts 7 seats, a testament to their formidable strength. The third and fifth princes each have 3 seats, the 6th prince 2, the 10th prince 1, while the 7th prince was completely wiped out. This list clearly reflects the relative strengths of each faction. On the high platform, Principal Yu walked out slowly, raised his hand and pressed down, and the whole audience fell silent. The first round of the Overlord-level martial arts competition has concluded. The top 16 have been determined. Congratulations to all the advancing contestants. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. Next, we will proceed with the second round of the draw. The rules remain unchanged. Contestants from the same faction should avoid each other as much as possible. He raised his hand and waved, and the portraits of the 16 people on the light screen entered the lottery pool again and began to spin rapidly. The entire audience held their breath. 3 breaths later, the first stream of light leaped out from the light screen. Match 1. Su Jini from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Wang Yunxiao from the 6th Prince's camp. A low gasp rippled through the audience. Su Jini was one of the strongest contenders in the 2nd Prince's camp, while Wang Yunxiao was a qualifier from the 6th Prince's camp, both formidable opponents. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined, but whether Wang Yunxiao could pull off an upset was still highly anticipated. A second streak of light leaped out. Second match, Qin Fenglei from the 3rd Prince's camp versus Lu Qingshan from the 5th Prince's camp. Qin Fenglei is a formidable force, a core member of the 3rd Prince's faction. Lu Qingshan, on the other hand, is a dominant figure in the 5th Prince's faction, possessing both wood and earth elemental abilities and outstanding defensive and regenerative capabilities. This is a clash between spear and shield. The third streak of light. Match 3. Chui Jingming from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Pei Qing from the 3rd Prince's camp. Chui Jingming is the core of the Chui family, and Pei Qing is also quite powerful. Both are experienced veteran overlords. The fourth streak of light. Fourth match, Xiao Feng from the 5th Prince's camp versus Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp. The fifth stream of light. Match 5, Wei Fenghua from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Shi Wuguang from the 3rd Prince's camp. As the only remaining woman, Wei Fenghua's journey to this point is no small feat. Shi Wuguang is also a formidable warrior, making their duel a highly anticipated spectacle. The sixth stream of light. Match 6. Zhou Yuanlang from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Shen Qianshan from the 5th Prince's camp. The seventh stream of light. Match 7. Zheng Yunfeng from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Qian Shiji from the 2nd Prince's camp. The civil war within the 2nd Prince's faction is destined to be a spectacular battle. After all, the 2nd Prince's faction has far too many members, making internal conflict inevitable. The eighth beam of light, though not yet announced, made it clear to everyone that only those two remained. Match 8. Lu Qingfeng from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's camp. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of exclamations erupted. What? Lu Qingfeng versus Wang Chen. Those two are finally going to face off. Oh my god, they're going to meet in the second round. Is this a premature final? But Lu Qingfeng has already broken through to the Overlord level. Is Wang Chen still his match? That's right, the two are no longer on the same level. Both of them can defeat Overlords at the Domain Lord level, and they are both geniuses. It's hard to say what will happen if they really meet, but right now I'm on Lu Qingfeng's side. On the high platform, discussions could be heard from the seats representing the 12 zodiac animals. Inhu slapped his thigh. Good heavens! These two kids have already met in the second round. Ugly Ox frowned. Wang Chen is in danger. The rat stroked its whiskers and laughed. No rush. There are still 2 days left in the competition, and things might still change. A hint of anticipation flashed in the rooster's eyes. Perfect. Let me see just how extraordinary that young man with the aura of a king is. In the preparation area of the 2nd Prince's camp, Lu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the name on the light screen. Wang Chen. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Finally, it's here. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of the 10th Prince's camp, Yi Wuwei, Mu Feng, and the others looked at each other with furrowed brows. It would be fine if it were other contestants, but it was troublesome to encounter Lu Qingfeng. Because Lu Qingfeng has already broken through and his strength has greatly increased, and no one knows what new skills he has gained. Fu Qian paced anxiously. Oh no, Brother Wang hasn't come out yet, and his opponent is Lu Qingfeng. This is troublesome, Yi Wuwei said in a deep voice. Don't panic. Wang Chen will definitely wake up before the match. I believe in him. Lu Yi said softly. I believe him too. The matchups for the round of 16 have been finalized, and the 8 matches will be played over the next 2 days. Principal Yi announced loudly. The second round of the competition will begin tomorrow. All contestants, please prepare yourselves. He paused, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the 10th Prince's camp. If Wang Chen is unable to play before the start of the match, he will be considered to have forfeited. The audience erupted in discussion once again. Abstain? Wouldn't that mean Lu Qingfeng won without a fight? Everyone then realized that Wang Chen was the only one absent from the list of contestants drawn earlier. Had he gone into seclusion? People began to speculate, but many more believed that the boy who created the miracle would definitely not be absent from this highly anticipated showdown. On the high platform, the light screen began to scroll, updating the scores of each faction in real time. In the first round of the competition, each victory adds 10 points to the team. 7 members of the second prince's faction advanced, adding 70 points and raising their total score from 413 to 483. 3 members of the third prince's faction advanced, gaining 30 points and increasing their total score from 287 to 317. 3 members of the fifth prince's faction advanced, gaining 30 points and raising their total score from 211 to 241. 2 players from the sixth prince's faction advanced, adding 20 points and raising their total score from 227 to 247. 1 member from the 10th prince's faction advanced, adding 10 points and raising the total score from 363 to 373. No one from the 7th prince's faction advanced, and their score remains at 56. The new leaderboard is now in front of everyone. 2nd Prince Yi Xiaoming's camp, 483 points. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp, 373 points. 3rd Prince Yi Xuance's faction, 317 points. 6th Prince Yi Chongyu's camp, 247 points. 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan's camp, 241 points. 7th Prince Yi Haochen's camp, 56 points. The 2nd Prince was far ahead. The 10th Prince was firmly in 2nd place. The 3rd Prince followed closely behind. The 6th Prince and the 5th Prince were about the same, and the 7th Prince had completely fallen behind. This is the influence of a dominant competition. A single victory with 10 points can be enough to change the rankings. In the second round, each victory also adds 10 points, and the points for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals are doubled. The final rankings are far from being determined. At the same time, Wang Chen seemed to feel the pressure from the outside world and began to desperately activate his fusion power, constantly devouring energy blocks, spiritual fruits, and all kinds of treasures to restore his energy. He then fused them together with his spiritual power and finally poured them into the pet egg. Great! It's about to hatch. Phew. Wang Chen was covered in sweat, but his face was full of excitement. Because 90% of the pet egg's surface had been exposed, its magnificent and dazzling light patterns, unparalleled kingly aura, and boundless vitality were constantly pulsating, along with its consciousness that had already connected with Wang Chen's spirit. Overlord level, here I come. Wang Chen was extremely excited. This pet beast was definitely not simple. The list of 16 finalists displayed on the screen was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating huge ripples. The final match, in particular, between Lu Qingfeng and Wang Chen, was eagerly anticipated by everyone. However, the competition waits for no one. The following morning, the arena was once again packed to capacity. Sunlight streamed through the dragon scale shield, casting a golden glow over the arena, a battlefield constructed of steel and energy. Principal Yi stood on the high platform and announced in a loud voice, "The second round of the Overlord-level martial arts competition officially begins. The first match is between Su Jini from the 2nd Prince's camp and Wang Yunxiao from the 6th Prince's camp. Both sides, please enter the arena." As soon as the words were spoken, 2 figures walked out of the preparation area at the same time. Su Jini walked with a steady gait, his hands behind his back. He was the eldest son of the Su family and a core figure in the 2nd Prince's faction. Even just walking like this, the unwavering, mountain-like aura he exuded inspired awe in countless viewers. Wang Yunxiao approached from the other side, tall and slender, with light steps. He was the dark horse of the sixth prince's camp, his natal pet beast being the sky giant, a combination of flight, speed, and combat abilities. In the previous round, he defeated Han Jiangxue from the fifth prince's camp, demonstrating astonishing aerial combat prowess. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Wang Yunxiao spoke first, his voice clear and resonant. Su Genie, I have long admired your name. It is my honor to fight against the eldest son of the Su family. Su Genie nodded slightly, his expression calm. No need for formalities, just do your best. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yunxiao unleashed his full power. The sky giant merged with him, unfurling a pair of enormous energy wings on his back, raising his height by 3 feet, transforming his arms into sharp claws, and swirling a faint azure aura around him. Flying slash, with a flap of his wings, he vanished from his spot in an instant. The next moment, a streak of azure light tore through the air, aiming straight for Su Genie's throat. The speed was so fast that many spectators didn't even see his movement. Su Genie did not dodge. He simply raised his right hand and pressed it forward gently. Boom! The aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex exploded. An invisible energy barrier condensed in front of him, forcefully blocking the flying slash. The azure arc of light collided with the barrier, unleashing a piercing shriek, but could not advance an inch. Wang Yunxiao's pupils contracted slightly. He had known for a long time that Su Genie was very strong, but he only felt the pressure when they actually fought. It was an absolute, overwhelming difference in strength. But he did not back down. A whirlwind. He flapped his wings wildly, and the air around him swirled rapidly, transforming into a Tianzhonghai azure tornado that swept towards Su Genie. Wherever the hurricane passed, the stone slabs of the arena were uprooted and shredded into pieces. Su Genie finally made a move. He took a step forward. Just one step. The Tyrannosaurus Rex completely merged with him, his figure growing half a foot taller, and fine, illusory dragon scales appearing all around him. A savage, domineering, and unparalleled aura erupted. Dragon claw that shatters the universe. He raised his hand, and a claw shot out. The enormous blue tornado was as fragile as paper before his claw attack, instantly shattering, disintegrating, and annihilating. Wang Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and he retreated hastily. But it was too late. Su Genie's dragon claw pierced through the dissipating hurricane, aiming straight for his chest. Even before the claw arrived, the sharpness that tore through space already made his skin sting. Come on, let's meet head-on. Tearing claws. Wang Yunxiao gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest attack with all his might. His claws transformed into 2 arcs of azure light, colliding head-on with Su Genie's dragon claws. Boom! With a deafening roar, Wang Yunxiao was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. His energy wings trembled violently, nearly disintegrating on the spot. He crashed to the edge of the ring, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. She looked up at Su Genie. The man stood still, without moving an inch. Wang Yunxiao smiled bitterly. The gap was too big, so big that he had no room to struggle. But he did not give up. He struggled to his feet, and his wings spread again. A powerful impact. He transformed into a streak of azure meteor, lunging at Su Genie once more. This was his final act of defiance, his dignity as a hegemon. Su Genie looked at him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Then, he raised his hand again. Dragon roar that shatters the universe. A deafening dragon roar erupted from his mouth, transforming into an invisible sonic wave that collided head-on with the charging Wang Yunxiao. Wang Yunxiao let out a muffled groan. His body trembled violently, and his momentum suddenly decreased. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by an invisible mountain, and his internal organs were shaking. He was sent flying backward again, and this time, he could not stand up again. The referee went over to check and confirmed that Wang Yunxiao was unable to continue fighting. In the first match, Su Genie from the second prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in applause. Su Genie retracted his claws, stood up, nodded slightly to Wang Yunxiao, and turned to leave the stage. Wang Yunxiao lay on the edge of the arena, watching the departing figure with a complex expression in his eyes. That's incredible. This is the true top-tier overlord, while I am still far behind, both in terms of strength and understanding of attributes. After a short break, the second match began. The second match is between Qin Fenglai from the 3rd Prince's faction and Lu Qingshan from the 5th Prince's faction. Both sides enter the arena. Qin Fenglai strode onto the arena, his body crackling with lightning. Each step he took created tiny arcs of electricity. Lu Qingshan walked over from the other side with light steps. The two stepped onto the arena and stood facing each other. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere became tense. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Qin Fenglai went all out from the start. The Thunder Warrior merged with him, causing his size to increase by 3/10, and the lightning around him materialized, condensing into a thunderous armor around him. Thunder Domain. A torrent of lightning descends from the heavens. Rumble. Centered on him, the entire arena was enveloped in violent lightning. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking down wildly and blasting the arena into flying debris. Lu Qingshan merged with the black-winged Swift Star, unfurling a pair of jet-black wings behind him, the edges of which gleamed with a ghostly green light. A faint green aura surrounded him, the life force unique to wood-type energy. Lu Qingshan's expression changed slightly, his wings flapped rapidly, and his figure soared into the sky. His strengths lie in aerial combat and air control. Ground warfare is not his forte. He intends to drag the battle into the air, using speed and maneuverability to wear down Qin Fenglai. Fairy tale. He flapped his wings, and countless emerald rays of light poured down from the tips, coalescing in the air into indistinguishable phantoms. These phantoms blended seamlessly with his true form, making them impossible to discern. Qin Fenglai looked up at the dozens of intersecting figures flying in the sky, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Trying to use illusions to deceive me? He raised his hand, and lightning condensed in his palm into a long spear that shimmered with lightning. Thunder Spear pierced the void. He hurled it with all his might, and the lightning spear transformed into a streak of blue lightning, shooting straight into the sky. The lightning spear seemed to have eyes, accurately locating Lu Qingshan's true form among dozens of phantoms and thrusting straight at him. Lu Qingshan was shocked and flapped his wings rapidly, narrowly avoiding the attack. The lightning spear grazed his side, leaving a charred wound on his shoulder. How did he find me? Lu Qingshan was shocked. Qin Fenglai gave him no time to think. He bent his knees slightly, leaped up suddenly, and shot into the sky like a lightning cannonball. Thor has arrived. While still in midair, he clasped his hands together, and an even larger thunder hammer materialized in his grasp. He then brought the hammer down towards Lu Qingshan's head. Lu Qingshan had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. A flurry of stars. He flapped his wings wildly, and countless emerald green rays shot out from the tips of his wings, like a sky full of stars, rushing towards Qin Fenglai. Each ray of light was as sharp as a knife, enough to pierce through fine steel. Qin Fenglai neither dodged nor evaded, and his thunder hammer crashed down. Boom! The star-like green light collided with the thunderous warhammer, unleashing a deafening roar. The violent energy shockwaves spread outwards, even causing ripples to appear on the dragon-scale shield. The light faded. Lu Qingshan plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena. His black wings were tattered, his body was covered in wounds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Qin Fenglai landed steadily. The thunder hammer dissipated, but the lightning around him remained intense. He looked at Lu Qingshan and shook his head slightly. Your tactics are good, but your strength is insufficient. Lu Qingshan lay on the ground, panting heavily. He knew he had lost. They lost convincingly. I give up, he said with difficulty. The referee stepped forward and announced. In the second match, Qin Fenglai from the Third Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. 2 matches, 2 winners. Su Jini overwhelmed his opponent with absolute strength, while Qin Fenglai defeated the powerful enemy head-on with a ferocious attack. Simple, direct, and impactful. After the 2 matches concluded, the audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited. Su Jini and Qin Fenglei advanced to the quarterfinals with their absolute strength, making everyone even more eager for the upcoming matches. After a short rest at noon, everyone was already in place by 2 p.m., and Principal Ye's voice rang out again. The third match, Cui Jingming from the second prince's camp versus Pei Qing from the third prince's camp. Both sides enter the arena. As soon as the words were spoken, two figures walked out of the preparation area at the same time. Cui Jingming walked forward with steady steps and a cold expression. The aura of coldness and power emanating from him made the surrounding air slightly stagnant. Pei Qing walked over from the other side, his expression equally solemn. In the previous round, he had defeated Cui Jingming's younger brother, Cui Qingyu, and this battle was destined to be anything but peaceful. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Cui Jingming spoke first, his voice low and deep like muffled thunder. Pei Qing, you defeated my brother. Pei Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips. What? Want to avenge your brother? It's not so much revenge, but I have to teach you a lesson. Such arrogance, Pei Qing sneered. Cui Jingming did not respond, but clenched his fists slightly. A chilling aura emanated from his body, and a thin layer of frost instantly condensed on the arena. Pei Qing's expression hardened slightly, and water vapor surged around him, forming a faint blue halo around him. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Pei Qing took the initiative, knowing that Cui Jingming was a master of both ice and strength, and extremely terrifying in close combat. He absolutely could not let him get close easily. Rapid currents. He pushed his hands forward, and a thick jet of water shot out from his palms, roaring like a blue dragon as it rushed towards Cui Jingming. Wherever the water jet passed, the air was compressed and exploded. Cui Jingming neither dodged nor avoided. He raised his right hand and threw a punch. Bear's fury. Boom. With a punch, he slammed into the water column, shattering the torrent that was powerful enough to pierce mountains, turning it into a mist that filled the sky. Within the mist, Cui Jingming's figure stood motionless, like an ancient giant bear. Pei Qing's pupils contracted slightly. He knew Cui Jingming was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. But he did not back down. With a wave of his hands, water vapor surged wildly around him. Raging waves. Rumble. The arena trembled violently, and countless giant waves appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards Cui Jingming from all directions. Each wave was several meters high, containing enough power to crush everything. Cui Jingming took a step forward and threw out both fists. The power of a behemoth. A savage, domineering, and unparalleled power erupted from his body. That power intertwined with icy coldness, forming an invisible shockwave that spread outwards. The giant waves collided with the shockwave, creating a deafening roar. Water splashed everywhere, and a chill filled the air. The entire arena was shrouded in the clash of ice and water, and visibility plummeted. Pei Qing gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. Ocean current resonance. The moisture around him began to resonate with the moisture in the air, and the entire arena seemed to become his domain. Countless fine streams of water surged towards Cui Jingming from all directions, attempting to bind and strangle him. Cui Jingming snorted coldly, plunging into the polar regions. He knelt on one knee and slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! Centered on him, the ground within a Tianzhong radius instantly collapsed. This wasn't an ordinary collapse, but a shattering caused by being frozen by extreme cold. Countless ice pillars shot up from the ground, freezing and shattering all the water. At the same time, an invisible gravitational field suddenly descended and pressed down on Pei Qing. Pei Qing groaned, his body suddenly sinking. He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, making each breath difficult. A domain. He was shocked. Cui Jingming slowly stood up, his aura growing increasingly chilling. Behind him, a gigantic phantom of an ice bear slowly emerged, roaring towards the sky. That is the true form of the Arctic Fist, a symbol of the ultimate fusion of ice and power. Pei Qing. Cui Jingming spoke, his voice as cold as frost. You defeated my brother with strength. I will defeat you with strength as well. He raised his right fist, and a huge ball of ice blue light condensed on the knuckles. The light grew brighter and brighter, until it finally transformed into a rapidly spinning storm of ice fists. Ice fist storm. He threw a punch. Countless icy fist phantoms shot out from the fist's edge, sweeping towards Pei Qing like a hailstorm. Each punch contained extreme cold power capable of freezing everything, and each punch carried the power to shatter mountains. Pei Qing's expression changed drastically, and he exerted all his strength to activate the water element energy. Riding the giant waves, he pushed his hands forward, and a giant wave 10 feet high condensed in front of him, like an indestructible wall of water, trying to block the sky full of ice fists. Boom, boom, boom. The ice fist slammed into the giant wave, unleashing a deafening roar. Each punch caused the giant wave to tremble violently, and each punch left a deep dent in the wave. 3 breaths later, the giant wave shattered with a deafening roar. Countless icy fists pierced through the giant waves and slammed into Pei Qing. Pei Qing grunted and flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. He crashed heavily onto the edge of the arena, his body covered in a thin layer of frost, trembling uncontrollably. Cui Jingming withdrew his fist and slowly walked towards him. He stood in front of Pei Qing, looking down at him. You lost. Pei Qing looked up at him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he smiled. You are indeed much stronger than your younger brother. Cui Jingming was silent for a moment, then reached out his hand to him. Pei Qing was stunned for a moment, then grasped his hand and was pulled up by him. The referee stepped forward and announced, in the third match, Cui Jingming from the second prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in applause. This battle between ice and water ended with ice's absolute dominance. In the fourth match, Xiao Feng from the fifth prince's camp will face off against Wang Xuanzi from the sixth prince's camp. Both sides enter the arena. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. The referee raises his hand, and the match begins. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng unleashed his full power. He merged with the water demon, his body enveloped in surging water currents, transforming into a deep blue water armor that covered his entire body. His aura became one with the water, making him seem as if he had become part of the water itself. Chaotic water flow. He raised his hand, and a torrent of water shot out from his palm, not directly striking Wang Xuanzi, but swirling upwards to form a rapidly rotating vortex between the two. Within the vortex, countless tiny streams of water moved erratically, colliding with each other and creating a chaotic area. This was his test, and also his interference. He wanted to disrupt Wang Xuanzi's rhythm and force him to reveal a weakness. Wang Xuanzi stared at the chaotic torrent of water rushing towards him, his expression unchanged. The divine beast, holy light, flapped its 4 wings lightly, and golden light cascaded down, condensing into a thin curtain of light in front of it. The chaotic water flow crashed against the light barrier, making a hissing sound. The turbulent water flow spun and collided wildly in front of the light barrier, but it could never penetrate the seemingly thin golden barrier. Xiao Feng frowned slightly. He had anticipated that Wang Xuanzi would be difficult to deal with, but he did not expect the other party to handle it so easily. High-pressure water jet. He held his hands in a cupped gesture, and the water around him suddenly condensed, transforming into a thick water column that shot out from his palms. The water column spun at high speed, carrying an impact force powerful enough to pierce through mountains, heading straight for Wang Xuanzi. This strike contained 70% of his power. Wang Xuanzi finally made a move. He raised his hand and tapped it gently. A maze of light and shadow. The divine beast, holy light, spread its 4 wings wide, and golden light suddenly spread, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Xiao Feng's vision blurred, and the entire world transformed into a golden ocean. His high-pressure water jet lost its target, aimlessly weaving through the golden light before finally striking empty air and exploding into a cloud of mist. What? Xiao Feng was startled. He had lost track of Wang Xuanzi. The golden light not only interfered with his vision, but also his senses. He couldn't pinpoint Wang Xuanzi's location, nor could he even sense his presence. But he didn't panic. Years of combat experience told him that the worst thing to do at this time was to lose his composure. He took a deep breath, unleashing the full power of the water demon. A deep blue light surged from his body, condensing into a thick curtain of water around him. He abandoned his attack and switched to full defense. As long as you hold your ground, you can wait for the moment the opponent makes their move. Wang Xuance's voice came from all directions, wavering and uncertain. Brother Xiao is indeed composed. Xiao Feng did not respond. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently on perceiving everything around him. Beyond the water curtain, the golden light remained intense. He could feel the light flowing, changing, and trying to penetrate his water curtain. But he held on. The water demon's water-based energy merged with his will, making the water curtain as solid as a rock. A hint of appreciation flashed in Wang Xuance's eyes. Not bad, he said. And what about this move? The divine beast's 4 wings flapped once more, and the golden light suddenly intensified. The light was no longer just a distraction, but transformed into countless fine golden threads that wrapped around Xiao Feng's water curtain from all directions. The moment the silk thread touched the water curtain, it did not force its way through, but instead began to dissolve. Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt his water barrier being gradually weakened by the golden threads. The threads seemed to have a life of their own, searching for weaknesses in the water barrier and eroding his defenses. We can no longer afford to be on the defensive. He suddenly opened his eyes and formed a hand seal. The fury of the ocean. This was his strongest attack and his last trump card. Azure light surged wildly from his body, transforming into a colossal wave that erupted with a deafening roar centered on him. The giant wave, several meters high and carrying immense force, swept outwards in all directions. Wherever it passed, the golden light was annihilated. The entire arena was trembling, and the dragon scale shield was flashing violently. Wang Xuance's figure finally came into view. He stood at the edge of the arena, enveloped in a golden light shield. Giant waves crashed against the shield, unleashing a deafening roar, yet they could not break through it. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and poured all his power into the giant wave. Giant waves surged higher and higher, relentlessly crashing against the golden light barrier. Cracks began to appear on the photomask. Wang Xuance remained expressionless. He raised his hand and gently pressed it onto the light shield. Ancient holy light. The divine beast, holy light, spread its 4 wings wide, and a blazing golden sphere of light condensed above its head. The sphere of light grew larger and brighter until it resembled a small sun, hovering above the arena. The light fell. The golden light collided with the towering waves, but there was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation. The colossal wave, powerful enough to destroy everything, melted, evaporated, and dissipated rapidly under the golden light, like ice and snow meeting the sun. Xiao Feng stood there, stunned. His strongest attack was neutralized just like that? Wang Xuance looked at him and said calmly, "Brother Xiao, you flatter me." Xiao Feng fell silent. After a long silence, he gave a bitter smile and raised his hand in surrender. "I lost," the referee announced. In the 4th match, Wang Xuance of the 6th Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and gasps. Wang Xuance won. He's too strong. From beginning to end, Xiao Feng didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Wang Xuance stopped, nodded slightly to Xiao Feng, and turned to leave the stage. Xiao Feng stood there, watching the departing figure, speechless for a long time. He knew that his defeat was not unjust. His opponent's strength was indeed superior to his own. The 5th match began on the 2nd day as the sun rose. In the 5th match, Wei Fenghua from the 2nd Prince's faction faces Shi Wuguang from the 3rd Prince's faction. Both sides enter the arena. Wei Fenghua walked out of the preparation area of the 2nd Prince's camp. She was a striking figure, dressed in snow-white robes, her long, black hair loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, a few strands falling beside her ears. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her temperament ethereal, and she was surrounded by a faint, holy light, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. She was beautiful and elegant, as if she were walking a fashion show rather than competing, yet no one dared to underestimate her. Shi Wuguang walked over from the other side with steady steps. He was tall and strong with bulging muscles, and each step he took caused a slight tremor in the ground. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Shi Wuguang clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Miss Wei, please forgive me." Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. "Please." The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Shi Wuguang struck first. He merged with his martial beast soul, and golden light surged around him as he transformed into a blur, rushing straight at Wei Fenghua. Dash punch. With a single punch, the fist tip, glowing with golden light, tore through the air and emitted a piercing shriek. This punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. It was the most proficient surprise attack move of the martial beast soul. Wei Fenghua did not back down. She crossed her arms, and a golden humanoid beast flew out from behind her and merged with her, transforming into a golden armored Valkyrie with an angel's sword held horizontally in front of her. Sword dance. The sword light flowed, tracing a perfect arc in front of her. That arc, seemingly gentle, contained a sharp sword intent, colliding head-on with Shi Wuguang's fist. Boom. Fist and sword clashed, unleashing a dull roar. Shi Wuguang was forced back 3 steps, and Wei Fenghua also took half a step back, their white robes fluttering. A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Wuguang's eyes. His punch was powerful enough to shatter stone, yet it was effortlessly blocked by the opponent's sword. "Excellent swordsmanship," he praised. Wei Fenghua did not respond, but simply raised his long sword once more. The sky is clear and blue. With a single sword strike, the sword light soared into the sky, transforming into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight into the heavens. Wherever that pillar of light passed, the air seemed to ignite, and the temperature of the entire arena suddenly rose. Shi Wuguang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. But that sword strike was too fast. A beam of light descended from the sky, slashing down on his head. Fighting spirit power, Shi Wuguang roared, and golden light surged wildly around his body, condensing into a thick light shield above his head. Boom! The beam of light struck the light shield, unleashing a deafening roar. The stone slabs of the arena beneath Shi Wuguang's feet shattered inch by inch, his legs sinking deep into the ground, yet he stubbornly withstood the sword strike. "Break it!" He roared again, unleashing his full fighting spirit power, forcefully shattering the pillar of light. A hint of appreciation flashed in Wei Fenghua's eyes. "Not bad," she said. "And what about this sword strike?" She gripped the sword with both hands, raising the angel's sword high. The holy light emanating from the sword grew ever brighter, until it finally transformed into a giant sword entirely composed of light. Its power shatters the heavens. A sword strike was unleashed. This sword strike has no fancy techniques, no complicated moves, only pure and ultimate sword intent. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was torn apart, and space itself trembled. Shi Wuguang's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed the approach of death, but he did not back down. He was a valiant general in the 3rd Prince's camp, a warrior who had fought his way up from the northern border. He could lose, but he could not retreat. The mysterious fist. He unleashed both fists simultaneously, golden fist shadows transforming into countless afterimages as he met the sword light head-on. Each fist shadow contained the full power of his fighting spirit in a single strike. Sword light clashed with fist shadows. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the fist shadows shattered one after another, but the sword light remained unstoppable. Shi Wuguang was struck head-on by the sword light, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. His martial beast soul was almost completely disintegrated. His body was covered in wounds, and he coughed up blood. He struggled to stand up, but failed. Wei Fenghua stood with her sword on her back. She looked at Shi Wuguang and nodded slightly. "You flatter me." Shi Wuguang lay on the ground, looking at that dazzling figure, and shook his head with a wry smile, admitting defeat wholeheartedly. The referee announced, "In the 5th match, Wei Fenghua from the 2nd Prince's camp wins." The audience erupted in applause. The 6th match followed immediately. 6th match, Zhou Yuanlang from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Shen Qianshan from the 5th Prince's camp. Both sides enter the arena. The two stepped onto the ring, stood facing each other, and simultaneously clasped their hands in a gesture of greeting. "Please." Both players were well aware of their respective strengths, which had already been demonstrated in previous matches. Zhou Yuanlong's natal pet is a wind-type golden-winged roc, known for its speed. In the previous round, he defeated Song He, demonstrating astonishing aerial combat skills, far surpassing Mu Feng's. Shun Qinshan's natal pet is the Earth-type Jinyue turtle, a defensive overlord known for its defensive power. In the previous round, it literally wore down its opponent to death. A clash of speed and defense, a battle of spear and shield. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Chao Yuanlong vanished in an instant. The golden-winged roc merged with him, and a pair of huge golden wings unfolded on his back. He transformed into a golden streak of light, darting at high speed through the air above the arena. Shin Qinshan did not move. He merged with the mountain-suppressing turtle, his body covered in thick, earthen-yellow rock armor, standing like a small mountain in the center of the arena. The mountain-suppressing domain expanded, making the entire arena floor more solid and stable. Zhou Yuanlong's attack has begun. He descended from the sky and grabbed at the back of Shin Qinshan's neck with one claw. Shin Qinshan neither dodged nor avoided the claw, letting it strike the rock armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. Zhou Yuanlang missed his attack and instantly fled, disappearing into the air once again. Shin Qinshan remained unmoved. He knew his strength was defense and his weakness was speed. Against a speed-based opponent like Zhou Yuanlang, all he could do was hold his ground and wait for his opponent to reveal a weakness. Zhou Yuanlang reappeared and struck again with his claw. This time, he grabbed at Shun Qinshan's eyes, the only weak point of the rock armor. Shin Qinshan dodged to the side and then struck out with a backhand palm. Chao Yuanlong has long since disappeared. The two, one attacking and the other defending, one fast and the other slow, engaged in a unique contest on the ring. Zhou Yuanlong's attacks were like a storm, relentlessly striking from all directions, each blow precisely targeting the weak points in Shun Qinshan's defenses. Yet Shun Qinshan remained as steadfast as a mountain, unmoved by the wind and rain. 30 rounds passed. 50 rounds passed. 80 rounds have passed. Zhou Yuanlang began to pant. High-speed movement and continuous attacks consume a lot of energy, and his energy is rapidly depleting. Shun Qinshan remained standing there, his breathing as steady as ever. The advantages of a defensive overlord are fully revealed at this moment. Zhou Yuanlang knew he couldn't delay any longer. He hovered in the air, his wings spread, and golden light gathered around him. The golden roc soars through the sky. He transformed into a golden meteor, swooping down from the sky. This strike, imbued with all his power, was his strongest attack. Shun Qinshan finally moved. He clasped his hands together, and all the power of the Jinyue turtle surged into the rock armor. The mountain stands still. Boom! A golden meteor crashed into the earthen yellow mountain, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire arena trembled, and the dragon scale shield flickered violently. The light faded. Zhou Yuanlang knelt on one knee, panting heavily, the golden wings on his back dimmed. Shin Qinshan remained standing, but his rock armor was covered with fine cracks. He looked down at the cracks, then looked up at Zhou Yuanlang, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Good attack," he said. "You're the first one to break through my defenses." Zhou Yuanlang gave a wry smile. "It's broken, but we haven't won." He exhausted all his strength, yet he only managed to injure his opponent. If the opponent were to retaliate, he would undoubtedly be defeated. "I give up," he said, raising his hand. The referee announced. In the 6th match, Shun Qinshan of the 5th Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although this battle lacked intense offensive maneuvers, it showcased the ultimate clash between two distinct fighting styles, speed and defense. The afternoon matches continued. In the 7th match, Zheng Yunfeng from the 2nd Prince's camp faced off against Qian Shiji from the 2nd Prince's camp. This is an internal war within the 2nd Prince's faction. Both men were under the command of the 2nd Prince and usually fought side by side, but now they had to determine the victor on the arena. Zheng Yunfeng, the earth-splitting demon bear, is a power-type overlord known for his ferocious attacks. Qian Shiji, also known as the Netherworld Serpent, is a dark attribute assassin renowned for his unpredictable assassinations. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Zheng Yunfeng grinned. Shiji, go easy on him later. Qian Shiji said expressionlessly. Giving it your all is the only way to show respect to your opponent. Zheng Yunfeng scratched his head and said, Hee hee, you little rascal, I can't fool you. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, but neither used excessive force, as it would be a sin to affect the subsequent matches. Zheng Yunfeng's earth-splitting demon bear erupted with a deafening roar, its violent power sweeping across the entire arena. However, he maintained control over the range of his attacks, refraining from unleashing his true killing blow. Qian Shiji's netherworld serpent darted through the shadows, unpredictable and elusive, but he too refrained from delivering a fatal strike. They were testing each other, getting to know each other. We are looking for a way to determine a winner without hurting feelings. After 20 rounds, Zheng Yunfeng stopped and suddenly said, That's about enough. Qian Shiji emerged from the shadows and nodded. One move to decide the outcome. Good. The two reached an agreement. Zheng Yunfeng took a deep breath, concentrating all the power of the earth-splitting demon bear into his right fist. The earth and yellow light on his fist grew increasingly intense and bright. Qian Shiji's figure blended into the shadows, transforming into a faint, ethereal light. That light wandered across the arena, appearing and disappearing intermittently, making it impossible to grasp. The two attacked at the same time. Zheng Yunfeng unleashed a punch with earth-shattering force. Qian Shiji's eerie light attacked from the side, aiming straight for Zheng Yunfeng's ribs. Boom! The light of the fist collided with the ghostly light, unleashing a dull roar. The light faded. Zheng Yunfeng stood there, a small wound on his fist, from which blood was seeping out. Qian Shiji knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breathing rapid. The two looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. You win, Qian Shiji said. Zheng Yunfeng shook his head. Just a little bit short. Qian Shiji stood up, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, I admire you. Zheng Yunfeng returned the greeting. Thank you for your kind offer. The referee announced. In the 7th match, Zheng Yunfeng from the Second Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in applause. This battle was not a fierce fight, nor was it a life-or-death struggle. It was merely a brief contest between two comrades. But everyone knew that the real highlight was yet to come. In the 8th match, Lu Qingfeng faced off against Wang Chen. On the light screen, the two names stood side by side, particularly eye-catching. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Everyone is waiting. We await the moment when those two geniuses, who have created miracles, will stage an earth-shattering duel on this supreme arena. Lu Qingfeng slowly walked onto the stage, stood still, and scanned the area, but did not see Wang Chen. He then closed his eyes and began to wait. However, Wang Chen was nowhere to be seen in the 10th Prince's camp. What's going on? Where's Wang Chen? Could it be that they're scared and don't dare to come? Say that again. I'll beat you up. Wang Chen wasn't about to back down. Something must have happened. Who knows? What if Wang Chen is afraid of losing to Lu Qingfeng? Yi Wuwei and his group were like ants on a hot plate, not knowing what to do. Brother Mufeng, Brother Wang Chen, I've already told him, and he said he'll come. Let's wait a little longer. Mufeng comforted him, but his frequent glances at the entrance indicated that he was also not at peace with himself. Yi Jiwei on the high platform was also extremely anxious. She naturally knew what Wang Chen was doing and could only pray that he would hurry up and be able to participate in the competition. Where is Wang Chen? Principal Yi suddenly appeared and asked. Elder Yi, Wang Chen is still in seclusion. Could you please make an exception? Yi Wuwei raised his hand in greeting. Seclusion? Yi Wuwei's words caused a huge uproar. Why was he going into seclusion at this time? Everyone started making guesses. For a moment, Principal Yi was also caught in a dilemma. I've never encountered this situation before. Whether to wait or not seems difficult to explain. Elder Yi, I'm willing to wait. Lu Qingfeng said suddenly, opening his eyes. Principal Yi was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before loudly announcing. If Wang Chen hasn't arrived in 15 minutes, he will be disqualified. 15 minutes, I don't know if Wang Chen can make it in time, Mu Feng sighed. It seems Wang Chen is really breaking through, but it's still too much of a stretch to break through in such a short time, said Su Go in the stands with a smile. Wang Chen's spiritual power is overflowing. His attributes are perfectly integrated, and he already has the rudiments of a domain. He's just one step away from completing it, and it should be soon, Wei Yang analyzed. Let's wait and see. It would be a real shame if Wang Chen missed out. Inhu crossed his arms and waited quietly. Time flies. 10 minutes have passed. They're still not here. Only 5 minutes left. Sigh. I hope the last game doesn't end like this. That would be such a shame. The last minute. Shortly after, Principal Yi appeared and started the countdown. 30 seconds. The last 10 seconds. Aren't you coming yet? The scene was already getting a little restless. Many people started to stand up and look around, and some were even preparing to leave, since there were only 10 seconds left. Principal Yi began the final countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6. Come quickly, Wang Chen. Yi Zhuwei bit her lip, looked into the distance, and prayed incessantly. Wang Chen, hurry up and come here. Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, and the others were also restless. Sai, let's go. Let's go, we can't come. 3. Principal Yi's countdown was nearing its end, and then, as if sensing something, he deliberately dragged out the sound. They're here. The dragon and the rooster were the first to sense it, looking into the distance. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The sky and earth changed color. Yin and Yang were separated, and everyone felt a heart-palpitating wave coming from afar. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed, pointing to the sky. Everyone looked up and saw two figures, one black and one white, exuding a terrifying aura. It was they who had divided the world into darkness and light. Principal Yi waved his hand, removing one side of the defensive shield. Then, two beasts and one person appeared in the arena in an instant. The newcomers were Wang Chen, as well as Dark Sky Caesar and Divine Illumination Azura, who had already completed their breakthroughs. Its appearance hasn't changed much, but both its size and the aura it exudes are completely those of a dominator, which cannot be concealed in the slightest. He's a champion. He really did it. It was less than 3 days from the end of his match to the second round. Su Go exclaimed in surprise. The reigning champions are 20 years old. Now it's their era as young people. Zishu nodded with a smile. Yes, everyone suddenly realized that he was only 20 years old. It had only been 3 years since he became a contracted pet, yet he had already surpassed many people's entire lives. Haha, Wang Chen keeps surprising me. He's amazing, Bai Shiyu laughed. He is indeed a rare genius, and even in the thousands of years of recorded history in our Holy Dragon Dynasty, few can compare to him, Yi Jinghong exclaimed. Wow, Dark Sky Caesar is so cool. That aura, that size, that black armor, those wings, I'm so envious. I wish I had a pet like that. Standing to Wang Chen's left, Dark Sky Caesar's body swelled to a height of 6 meters, as tall as a 2-story building. His outer black dragon-scale armor looked even more ferocious, and his dark aura surged and fluctuated. Only his scarlet eyes flickered. I think Xinjiao Shura is more handsome. He is holy and elegant. His feathers, his patterns, and his aura of being bathed in holy light. The divine illumination Azura flying to Wang Chen's right flapped its wings continuously, accompanied by the power of lightning. The blue representing thunder and the white representing light intertwined to form a complex rune array that flowed back and forth around it. Wait, there's another pet. Look at Wang Chen's shoulder. Someone else immediately noticed the new, unfamiliar pet. All eyes were focused on the new pet beast. It was clearly not Lingyuan Wood or Princess Hanbing. So it was Wang Chen's 5th pet beast. So cute. What kind of pet is that? Does anyone recognize it? The light screen spun back and forth before settling on Wang Chen's shoulder, where a small, golden-legged beast was yawning. That's a Qilin. Ugly Ox's pupils contracted. Then he exclaimed in surprise. Where did he get a Qilin from? It really is a Qilin. Although it is still a cub, you can vaguely see the resemblance. A dragon's head, deer antlers, an ox's tail, horse hooves, and it is covered in scales, Inhu said. What it is isn't important. What's important is that it's a kingly beast. The rooster raised an eyebrow, showing interest in the little Qilin. a born king of beasts. Everyone present, except for the dragon, sheep, and rat, was shocked. What is the king of beasts? Pets whose racial potential reaches the king level are called king beasts. They are born with the aura of a king, which can be sensed by powerful people from afar. They only need to grow normally to break through to the king level. Such pets are rare, only once in 100 years. Beast masters who manage to contract such a pet are extremely lucky, meaning that the bottleneck for them to break through to the king level has been broken. Wow, this kid is amazing. He's at least a king level player. But I'm more curious about what element this Qilin is. Can you sense it? They all shook their heads and looked at the several emperor-level experts on the field. The Qilin is an auspicious beast, skilled at bestowing blessings. Through reproduction and differentiation, the Qilin clan has also diversified into various attributes. This Qilin is no ordinary one. Qianlong pondered. It is very likely a very primitive Qilin with extremely pure bloodline. The rooster suddenly asked, "So this Qilin is of royal lineage?" Qianlong nodded. Royal lineage? Is that even a concept? The group was completely bewildered. Was royal lineage considered an attribute? For a normal pet to grow from the common level to the king level, it needs to undergo two attribute qualitative changes, a domain barrier, complete the king's path, and break through to the king level. They are proficient in two attributes, as well as some applications of other attributes. But the beasts born to rule are different. They are the same for all attributes. Our Holy Dragon Dynasty's totem, the Azure Sky Holy Dragon, is an example of this. Now that Wang Chen has the kingly aura of the little Qilin, this duel is going to be interesting. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Wang Chen. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. "You've arrived," Lu Qingfeng said, his voice calm and composed. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Not long." Lu Qingfeng gripped the Azure Phoenix sword tightly. "It's worth the wait." The brief exchange triggered another deafening roar of cheers from the audience. This is exactly what they want to see. Two of the most dazzling geniuses have finally met head-on on the champion's stage. Principal Yi glanced at the two of them, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand in a gesture of cessation, and the entire room fell silent. Match 8. Lu Qingfeng from the 2nd Prince's faction versus Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's faction. The match begins. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them retreated several feet at the same time, creating distance between them. They did not rush to make a move. They were all observing, all perceiving. Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the three pet beasts surrounding Wang Chen, finally settling on the small golden beast. His pupils contracted slightly. "The aura of a king?" he asked softly. Wang Chen nodded. "They were just born and are still adjusting." Lu Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then smiled. "All right," he said. "Then let me see just how powerful the power of a king truly is." He raised his hand, and the Azure Phoenix sword was drawn. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the arena. Azure flames danced across the blade, their intensity cold and profound, yet containing the power to incinerate everything. Even more terrifying, within those flames, the faint silhouette of a phoenix sword. "Such a powerful aura," someone exclaimed. "Lu Qingfeng's aura doesn't seem like that of someone who just broke through. I feel that he's no less powerful than Su Jini, and his flames are even stronger. That phoenix phantom is terrifying. Just looking at it feels like you're about to be set ablaze. That's a perfect fusion of the sword sect's sword intent and the phoenix true fire." Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. He could sense that Lu Qingfeng was completely different from before. That sharp aura, that burning sword intent, had reached a whole new level. But he did not back down. "Caesar, Shura," he said softly. Dark heaven Caesar roared and transformed into a beam of black light, merging into Wang Chen's body. Divine illumination Azura flapped its four wings and similarly transformed into white light, merging into Wang Chen's body. The two beams of light, one black and one white, intertwined and merged within Wang Chen's body, ultimately transforming into a warrior covered entirely in black and white dragon scale armor. The entire process was smooth and fluid, clearly demonstrating that Wang Chen had now fully mastered dual transformation and had gained a deeper understanding of his own power. Its pupils are one black and one white, and its wings are one as black as ink and the other as white as snow. The dual fusion form reappears. But this time, it was different from the battle against Taigang. Wang Chen's aura became more solid, more restrained, and more profound. Within the interwoven black and white light, there was a faint, indescribable aura of energy flowing within, which, if gazed upon for too long, could even draw one in. That was the prototype of the power of a king, and also a new power of the fusion of light and darkness, which ordinary people could not look at for long. The little Qilin remained perched on his shoulder, lazily yawning. It didn't participate in the fusion, simply staying there quietly. But a faint golden light emanated from it, swirling around Wang Chen. Lu Qingfeng sensed it. The moment the golden light shone upon him, Wang Chen's aura rose to a new level. It wasn't an increase in quantity, but a qualitative leap. "Is this the blessing of the power of a king?" he murmured. Then he laughed. Laugh heartily, laugh freely. "Good. Very good." He gripped the sword with both hands, raising the azure phoenix, sword high above his head. Azure flames burned wildly, coalescing behind him into a colossal phantom of a blue-feathered phoenix. The phoenix raised its head and cried out to the heavens, its voice shaking the very foundations of the world. Phoenix dance ninth form. Phoenix dances through the 9 heavens. A sword strike was unleashed. The azure sword light transformed into a giant phoenix, carrying flames that could incinerate everything, and swooped down towards Wang Chen. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to burn, and the arena floor was plowed with a deep trench. This sword strike was several times stronger than the one he used when fighting Lu Chuan. Wang Chen looked up at the azure phoenix rushing towards him. He raised his right hand. A gray light slowly emerged in his palm. The light was not large, but it exuded an aura that made everyone's heart tremble. Then, he gave it a gentle push. Chaotic light clashed with the azure phoenix. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire arena trembled. The dragon scale shield flickered violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. The violent energy surge unleashed towering waves that spread outwards. The light faded. Wang Chen stood still, without moving an inch. Lu Qingfeng took 3 steps back, and the azure phoenix sword trembled slightly. The entire room fell silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of exclamations erupted. Wang Chen blocked it. He blocked Lu Qingfeng's phoenix dance in the 9 heavens head-on, and he didn't back down an inch. Lu Qingfeng did. Lu Qingfeng looked down at the sword in his hand, then looked up at Wang Chen. In his eyes, there was no defeat, only a stronger fighting spirit. Again, he drew his sword again. Phoenix dance, first form, wildfire. The blue flames, like a wildfire, swept across the land. Phoenix dance, second form, piercing the clouds. The sword flashed like lightning, aiming straight for Wang Chen's throat. Phoenix dance, third form, slashed through the sky. The sword intent tore through space, slashing in from all directions simultaneously. Sword after sword, move after move. Lu Qingfeng's sword became faster, fiercer, and more ruthless. His figure transformed into a streak of azure light, darting across the arena at high speed, launching a storm of attacks on Wang Chen from all angles. Wang Chen stood still. He did not dodge. He simply raised his hand to block, then raised his hand again to block once more. A gray light condensed into a faint barrier in front of him. Every time Lu Qingfeng's sword struck the barrier, it was as if he were striking a sticky substance, his speed decreasing drastically and his power being weakened layer by layer. But Wang Chen wasn't entirely passive. He would occasionally retaliate with a punch. With a single punch, darkness and light intertwined, and a gray fist shadow roared out. The fist shadow seemed slow, but it was as fast as lightning, forcing Lu Qingfeng to dodge. The two engaged in a fierce and earth-shattering duel on the ring. In the audience, countless people watched with rapt attention. These two are too strong. They're both incredibly strong. Lu Qingfeng's sword is so fast it's invisible. Wang Chen's defense is as steady as a mountain. But Wang Chen seems to have the upper hand. He hasn't moved at all, while Lu Qingfeng has been on the offensive. The attacking side expends more energy, while the defending side expends less. Wang Chen is wearing Lu Qingfeng down. On the high platform, in the seats of the 12 zodiac animals, Tiger slapped his thigh. These two lads are really amazing. Lu Qingfeng's attacks are fierce, and Wang Chen's defenses are flawless. Ugly Ox nodded. Although Lu Qingfeng's sword is fast, it can't break through Wang Chen's defense. That gray light is the manifestation of a king's power. Although it's only in its nascent stage, it's already enough to suppress a hegemon's attack. The rooster's eyes shone brightly. The blessing from that little Qilin was also crucial. Without the support of that golden light, Wang Chen's kingly power couldn't have circulated so smoothly. Chen Long smiled slightly. Lu Qingfeng is in trouble in this battle. Oh, several people glanced at them. Chen Long explained. Lu Qingfeng has just broken through to the Overlord realm, and his cultivation level is not yet stable. Although Wang Chen has also just broken through, he possesses the power of a king, the blessing of the little Qilin, and the qualitative change in power brought about by the fusion of two pet beasts. More importantly, his fighting style is naturally a counter to Lu Qingfeng. How so? Lu Qingfeng's swordsmanship emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, aiming to break through defenses with a single point. However, Wang Chen's defense is powered by the fusion of light and darkness, a higher level of power. No matter how fast Lu Qingfeng's sword is, it cannot break through this defense. And Wang Chen's counterattack can force Lu Qingfeng back with a single punch. With this disparity, Lu Qingfeng is destined to lose. Everyone nodded in agreement. On the arena, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Lu Qingfeng's attacks grew increasingly fierce, but his breathing also became more rapid. The continuous high-intensity attacks were taking a heavy toll. Wang Chen, on the other hand, remained standing in place, his breathing as steady as ever. No, Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. If this continues, I will surely be defeated. He abruptly sheathed his sword and retreated several feet. Wang Chen did not pursue him, but simply watched him quietly. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, gripped his sword with both hands, and slowly closed his eyes. Azure flames burned around him, growing ever brighter and more intense. Within those flames, the phoenix's phantom reappeared, but this time, it was more solid and enormous, as if a real phoenix had descended to earth. Phoenix Dance, 10th form. His voice was deep and solemn, like an ancient incantation. Phoenix Rebirth. Lu Qingfeng's expression was resolute. No destruction, no construction. Only by facing death and living can one comprehend the phoenix sword intent. Boom. A burst of azure flames erupted, soaring into the sky. The flames transformed into a gigantic azure phoenix. Its wings spread wide, blotting out the sun. The azure phoenix cried out to the heavens, its voice shaking the very heavens. Then, the phoenix swooped down and merged with Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and within them burned azure flames. His aura surged to its peak in that instant, a burning passion that defied death and disregarded all costs, transforming all his flesh and blood into fuel for the azure flames, into boundless sword intent. He raised his sword and slashed out. This sword strike had no fancy techniques or complicated moves. It was simply a pure and ultimate fusion of sword intent and flame. Wherever the sword light passed, the space trembled and distorted. This move was unstoppable. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. He felt threatened. That one sword strike was enough to severely injure him. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. Darkness in his left hand, light in his right. The two orbs of light gathered in his palms, then slowly merged, transforming into a gray sphere of light. The sphere of light grew larger and brighter until it hovered in front of him like an extraordinary black hole. The little Qilin perched on his shoulder finally opened its eyes. It glanced at the gray ball of light, then at the cyan sword light slashing towards it, and then snorted softly. A ray of golden light emanated from it and flowed into the gray sphere of light. The gray sphere of light suddenly expanded and was enveloped in a hazy golden light. The power it contains has risen once again. Wang Chen pushed his hands forward. This move is called black and white reincarnation. Everything will vanish. The gray orb met the cyan sword light. Rumble. A deafening roar that defies description. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by light. The dragon scale shield trembled violently, creaking under the strain. The violent energy surge spread in all directions, forcing even the powerful figures on the high platform to release their defenses to withstand it. The light lasted for a full 3 breaths. Then, it slowly dissipated. A huge crater appeared in the center of the arena. Wang Chen stood at the edge of the deep pit, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. His black and white armor was covered in cracks, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. But he still stood. The little Qilin perched on his shoulder, still looking lazy, but its golden fur seemed to have dimmed a bit. At the bottom of the deep pit, Lu Qingfeng lay on the ground. The azure phoenix sword lay fallen 3 feet away from him, the azure flames on its blade extinguished. He was charred black, his breath faint, but his eyes remained open. He gazed at the sky, a slight smile playing on his lips. What a brilliant move, reincarnation. Impressive. It actually managed to obliterate my latest mastery of this technique. It was just luck. You're good enough to make it to the finals, Wang Chen said after a light cough. Are you praising yourself? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Haha, that does sound a bit arrogant. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Lu Qingfeng had the strength to reach the finals, which meant that he could win the championship. No, I believe you can win the championship. Lu Qingfeng suddenly stopped joking and said seriously. Before Wang Chen could say anything, Lu Qingfeng said softly, I lost. The sound was very soft, but everyone in the silent room could hear it. The referee was taken aback, then quickly went to check on him. After confirming that Lu Qingfeng was unable to continue, he took a deep breath and announced loudly, Match 8, Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's camp wins. The entire room fell silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Wang Chen won. He beat Lu Qingfeng. That was amazing. This is the most exciting battle I've ever seen. Both of them are monsters. They're both prodigies. Wang Chen, Wang Chen, Wang Chen. The sound was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next. Wang Chen slowly stood up and reached out his hand to Lu Qingfeng in the deep pit. Lu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He took Wang Chen's hand and was pulled up. The two stood facing each other. Lu Qingfeng looked at him and said seriously, You are very strong. I lost this time, but I will definitely win next time. Wang Chen smiled slightly. I'll be waiting. The two looked at each other and then laughed at the same time. That smile contained mutual respect, the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent, and anticipation for their next encounter. On the high platform, Principal Yi coughed lightly, and the entire audience fell silent. He looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The second round of the champion-level martial arts competition has concluded. The top 8 have been determined. He raised his hand and waved, and a new list appeared on the light screen. The top 8 teams. The second prince's faction, Su Jini, Chui Jingming, Wei Fenghua, Zheng Yinfeng. The third prince's faction, Qin Fenglei. Fifth prince's faction, Xin Qianshan. The sixth prince's faction, Wang Xuanzi. 10th prince's faction, Wang Chen. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Of the 8 finalists, the second prince occupied 4 spots, a testament to his astonishing strength. But all eyes were on that one name, Wang Chen. From fighting at the domain lord level to fighting at the overlord level, from being ignored to becoming unstoppable, Wang Chen's growth rate is simply too monstrous. As if there are no bottlenecks, breaking people's perceptions time and time again. It wasn't until now that everyone realized that Wang Chen had actually made it all the way to the quarterfinals of the champion-level competition. And he had won every single time. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming's camp, 563 points. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp, 393 points. Third Prince Yi Xuanzi's faction, 337 points. 6th Prince Yi Chengyu's camp, 267 points. 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan's camp, 261 points. 7th Prince Yi Haochen's camp, 56 points. The standings on the screen slowly settled, and the entire audience erupted in applause. The top 8 were determined, but what everyone was even more excited about was the upcoming draw. Principal Yi raised his hand and gestured for a moment, and the entire room fell silent. The second round of the champion-level martial arts competition has concluded, and the top 8 have been determined. Next, The third round will be conducted by drawing lots to determine the matchups for the top 8. He raised his hand and waved, and the portraits of the 8 people on the light screen entered the lottery pool again and began to spin rapidly. The entire audience held their breath. 3 breaths later, the first stream of light leaped out from the light screen. Match 1. Su Jini from the second prince's camp versus Zheng Yunfeng from the second prince's camp. A low gasp rippled through the audience. Another civil war, but that's to be expected. The second prince's faction has 4 members, making their encounters highly probable. A second streak of light leaped out. Second match, Qin Fenglei from the third prince's camp versus Shun Qianshan from the fifth prince's camp. The clash between Qin Fenglei's raging thunder and Shun Qianshan's absolute defense, a battle of spear and shield, is full of highlights. The third streak of light. Match 3. Cui Jingming from the second prince's camp versus Wang Xuanzi from the sixth prince's camp. Cui Jingming's extreme cold power clashed with Wang Xuanzi's divine beast holy light. The clash between ice and light made the outcome uncertain. The fourth streak of light. Fourth match, Wei Fenghua from the second prince's camp versus Wang Chen from the 10th prince's camp. The entire venue erupted in cheers once again. Wei Fenghua lived up to her name. Her angelic charm was truly unforgettable. Now, facing off against the rising star Wang Chen, the anticipation was palpable. Principal Yi announced loudly, "The quarterfinal matchups are set. Starting tomorrow, there will be 2 matches each day. All players, please be prepared." On the screen, the 4 matches were arranged in order. Match 1, Su Jini, second prince, versus Zheng Yunfeng, second prince. Match 2, Qin Fenglei, third prince, versus Shun Qianshan, fifth prince. Match 3, Cui Jingming, second prince, versus Wang Xuanzi, sixth prince. Match 4, Wei Fenghua, second prince, versus Wang Chen, 10th prince. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Su Jini versus Zheng Yunfeng. This is an internal war within the second prince's camp. It's a pity, one of them will have to be eliminated. Qin Fenglei is better than Shun Qianshan. His lightning strikes are too fierce. Cui Jingming is facing Wang Xuanzi. Wang Xuanzi's divine beast's holy light is too strange. Cui Jingming's chances are slim. The real showdown is between Wei Fenghua and Wang Chen. Wang Chen just finished fighting Lu Qingfeng, and now he's going to fight Wei Fenghua. Can he hold on? I feel that Wang Chen is not simple. His attack is too magical. I think he can win. Not necessarily. Wei Fenghua is very strong too. Amidst various discussions, the 8 contestants returned to their respective villas to begin preparations. In reality, at this stage, preparations were no longer relevant. It all depended on their performance during the actual battle. The following morning, the arena was once again packed to capacity. Principal Yi stood on the high platform and announced in a loud voice, "The third round of the Overlord-level martial arts competition, the first match, Su Jini from the second prince's camp versus Zheng Yunfeng from the second prince's camp. Both sides, please enter the arena." Without further ado, the 2 stepped onto the arena, stood facing each other, and immediately began their battle. Zheng Yunfeng grinned. "Brother Jini, I didn't expect us to run into each other first." Su Jini nodded slightly, his expression calm. "Yunfeng, go all out. There's no need to hold back." "All right," Zheng Yunfeng laughed. "Then let me see just how strong the universe-breaking Tyrannosaurus really is." The referee raised his hand, and the match began. Both players summoned their pets simultaneously. Universe-breaking Tyrannosaurus, fusion. Su Jini let out a low shout, and a colossal dragon shadow appeared behind him. The dragon shadow crackled with lightning. Its scales were menacing, its wings spread wide, blotting out the sky, and its eyes gleamed with blue light. In the next instant, the dragon shadow merged with him. His figure grew half a foot taller. Fine dragon scales appeared all over his body. His hands transformed into dragon claws, and a pair of enormous dragon wings unfolded behind him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex form has reappeared. Earth-splitting demon bear, fusion. Zheng Yunfeng roared in response, and a gigantic bear phantom, 6 meters tall, appeared behind him. The bear was entirely earthen yellow, with bulging muscles, its fists pounding its chest as it let out a deafening roar. The phantom merged with him, and Zheng Yunfeng's body swelled to 3 meters, covered in thick earthen yellow rock armor, his hands transforming into a pair of enormous bear paws. Both of them unleashed their domains simultaneously. Thunderous domain. Su Genie's dragon might surged, and within a radius of 10 feet centered on him, his world became his domain. That domain was filled with a wild, domineering, and invincible aura, as if everything had to submit to the dragon's might. Earth-splitting domain. Zheng Yunfeng knelt on one knee and slammed his fist into the arena. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and countless cracks spread outwards. A yellowish-brown light surged from the cracks, coalescing into a thick domain around him. Within the domain, gravity increased dramatically, and the power of the earth surged violently. The two realms collided, and a deafening roar erupted at the boundary. In the audience, countless people held their breath as two powerful overlords clashed head-on. Su Genie made the first move. With a flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of blue light, rushing straight at Zheng Yunfeng. His speed was so fast that many people didn't even see his movements clearly, only a line. Dragon claw that shatters the universe. With a claw extended, blue light condensed into a huge dragon claw phantom, tearing through the air and heading straight for Zheng Yunfeng's chest. Zheng Yunfeng neither dodged nor avoided. He raised his right fist, and a yellowish-brown light gathered at the knuckles. The earth splits and mountains collapse. A punch was thrown. Boom! The dragon claws collided with the bare fists, unleashing a deafening roar. The violent energy surge spread outwards, shattering the arena's stone slabs inch by inch. The two men each took 3 steps back. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Genie's eyes. Zheng Yunfeng's strength was greater than he had imagined. Zheng Yunfeng grinned. All right, let's go again. He stomped his feet on the ground, his whole body like a moving mountain, charging towards Su Genie. Ground-shattering impact. His massive body, carrying immense force, hurtled straight in. Wherever he passed, it carved a deep trench into the ground. Su Genie did not back down. He folded his wings, clenched his dragon claws, and concentrated all his power into a single point. Breaking Universe Dragon Fist. With a punch, a black dragon shadow roared behind him, merging with his punch. Boom! The two clashed again. This time, neither of them backed down. Fists and claws clashed, a clash of strength against strength, a contest of wills against wills. They stood their ground, punch after punch, claw after claw, exchanging blows in a frenzied barrage. There are no unnecessary fancy moves, only the perfect use of power. Every punch and every claw is the peak release of power. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision unleashed a deafening roar. Each collision shook the arena. The ground beneath their feet had long since shattered into dust, but they were oblivious, their eyes fixed only on each other. 30 rounds, 50 rounds, 80 rounds. Unbeknownst to them, the two had fought so hard that the arena had shattered and the barrier was flashing with light, a phenomenon that exceeded the energy threshold. Both men began to pant, their wounds multiplying. Su Genie's dragon scales were cracked in several places, and Zheng Yunfeng's rock armor was covered in cracks. But neither of them stopped. Their will to fight only grew stronger. That was exhilarating. Zheng Yunfeng laughed wildly. Brother Genie, it was all worth it to fight you like this. Su Genie smiled slightly. Yunfeng, you are very strong. Then let's try this trick. Zheng Yunfeng took a deep breath and raised his fists above his head. A yellowish-brown light surged wildly, coalescing into a gigantic phantom of a demonic bear above his head. The demonic bear roared to the sky, its fists clenched together, forming a colossal axe capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Earth-splitting demon bear, open the heavens. He chopped down with his axe. This axe strike contained all his strength and all his energy. Wherever the axe light passed, the space itself trembled. Su Genie's eyes narrowed. He crossed his claws in front of him, and blue light surged wildly. Behind him, the phantom of the Tyrannosaurus Rex also appeared. The blue lightning in its eyes had turned into a trace of purple. Breakthrough! He thrust his claws forward, and a massive black dragon shadow roared forth to meet the colossal axe that split the heavens. Rumble! A deafening roar that defies description. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by light. A violent energy surge spread outwards, causing the dragon scale shield to tremble violently. The light faded. In the center of the arena, a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. Su Genie stood on one knee on the side of the deep pit, panting heavily. Most of the dragon scales on his body were broken. Blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, and the dragon wings on his back were tattered, but he was still standing. Zheng Yunfeng lay on the other side of the deep pit, covered in blood, the phantom of the earth-splitting demon bear long gone. He struggled to stand up, but failed. I lost. He lay on the ground, looking at the sky, grinning. Brother Genie, you won. The referee stepped forward and announced. In the first match, Su Genie from the second prince's camp wins. The intensity of the quarterfinals has increased significantly. After a short break at noon, the second match began. The second match is between Qin Fenglei from the third prince's faction and Shun Qianshan from the fifth prince's faction. Both sides enter the arena. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. The referee raised his hand, and the match began. Qin Fenglei launched the first attack without hesitation, going all out from the start. Without any probing, the Thunder Warrior surged forth and merged with him, causing his body to grow 3 times larger. The lightning around him materialized, condensing into a thunderous armor around him. Thunder Domain. Lightning Strike Attack. Rumble. Centered on him, the lightning spread outwards, turning half of the arena into a world of thunder. Then, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking wildly and blasting the arena into flying debris, heading towards Shun Qianshan. Shun Qianshan remained expressionless as he summoned his natal pet beast, which merged with the Jinyue turtle. Covered in thick, earthen-yellow rock armor, it stood opposite Qin Fenglei like a small mountain. Jinyue Domain unfold. Then, a surge of earthy yellow energy erupted from the ground, making the entire arena floor more solid and stable. The lightning struck, immediately sensed by Shun Qianshan within his domain. Several earthen pillars rose from the ground, blocking all the lightning. Even the remaining lightning, though it struck him, caused him no real harm, leaving only faint scorch marks on his rock armor. Qin Fenglei frowned slightly. He knew that Shun Qianshan had strong defense, and this attack was just a test, but the result was not ideal. He would have to go all out to defeat him. He raised his hand, and lightning condensed in his palm into a long spear that shimmered with lightning. Thunder Spear, Armor Penetration. He hurled it with all his might, the lightning spear transforming into a streak of blue lightning, aimed straight for Shun Qianshan's throat. That was the weakest point of the rock armor. Shun Qianshan did not dodge, but of course, he couldn't avoid this attack even if he wanted to. The mountain-suppressing shield. The lightning spear shot forward at lightning speed, striking the shield directly. After a few breaths of impact, cracks appeared on the shield, and the lightning spear's energy was completely depleted. Qin Fenglei shouted, "I'd like to see just how hard your turtle shell is." He needed a stronger, more concentrated attack. He clenched his fists, and lightning condensed in his palms into a massive thunder hammer. Thor has arrived. He leaped into the air, gripped the hammer with both hands, and smashed it down on Shun Qianshan's head. Shun Qianshan clasped his hands together, and all the power of the Jinyue turtle surged into the rock armor. The mountain stands still. Boom! The thunder hammer slammed into the rock armor, unleashing a deafening roar. Raging lightning scattered outwards, illuminating the entire arena. The rock armor trembled violently, and several cracks appeared. But Shun Qianshan remained standing in place, completely unmoved. Qin Fenglei landed, but did not stop attacking. He swung his warhammer again, like a blacksmith, with the shield in front of him as a piece of fine iron that needed to be constantly forged. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds of blows continued, and Shun Qianshan frowned deeply, only able to continuously inject earth elemental energy to resist Qin Fenglei's attacks, without ever taking a step back. This round lasted for over 100 strikes, leaving the audience stunned. Many covered their eyes as lightning flashed, blinding them. Qin Fenglei finally stopped his attack, and the two of them caught their breath. Shun Qianshan looked at him and slowly said, "Brother Qin, your attacks are strong, but my defense is even stronger." Qin Fenglei was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Okay," he said. Then let's see how long you can hold out. He took a deep breath, and the lightning around him surged once more. This time, the lightning was no longer blue, but gradually turned purple, deeper and more violent. This marks a qualitative change in lightning energy, with the blue lightning transforming into a more domineering purple thunder. Rumble. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck down from the sky. Each bolt was several times more powerful than the previous blue lightning. Shen Qianshan's expression changed slightly. He could sense that the power of these purple lightning bolts was enough to threaten his defenses. He gritted his teeth and pushed the Jinhua domain to its limit. Earthy yellow light condensed around him, forming layer upon layer of barriers. Purple lightning struck, shattering the barrier layer by layer, but new barriers quickly formed. The two sides became locked in a war of attrition. Qin Fenglai continuously summoned purple lightning, which struck down relentlessly. Shen Qianshan constantly repaired his defenses, struggling to hold on. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour has passed. Qin Fenglai's breathing became increasingly rapid, and the power of the purple lightning began to weaken. The continuous high-intensity output had taken a heavy toll on his energy. Shen Qianshan was also in a bad state. His rock armor was covered in cracks, and the repair speed was getting slower and slower, unable to keep up with the rate of destruction. This is essentially a contest of energy consumption, seeing who can deplete the other's energy first. Both of them knew that the outcome was about to be decided. Qin Fenglai gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. He clasped his hands together, and purple lightning surged wildly around his body, then condensed into a ball of lightning in front of his chest, emitting an irritating sound. Purple lightning, the finale of lightning. This attack didn't take long to build up momentum. With both palms out, an incredibly thick purple lightning bolt shot out from the palms and crashed towards Shen Qianshan. This punch contained all his strength and all his energy. Shen Qianshan's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed the approach of death, but he did not back down. He is the overlord, and his belief is that as long as he stands here, no one can easily surpass him. He clasped his hands together, pouring all the power and life force of the Jinhua turtle into this final defense. Jinhua, immovable as a mountain, a phantom mountain descended, forming an insurmountable barrier that separated the two. Boom! The purple lightning collided with the mountain, unleashing a deafening roar that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by purple lightning, and the dragon scale shield trembled violently, creaking under the strain. The light lasted for a full 5 breaths, and then slowly dissipated. In the center of the arena, the mountain phantom had disappeared, and the purple lightning had dissipated. If it weren't for the lingering smoke of battle, everyone would have thought nothing had happened. Qin Fenglai knelt on one knee at the edge of the deep pit, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face pale, and his breath extremely weak. As for the other side of the arena, Shen Qianshan's original spot was now empty. Only when everyone's gaze moved to the edge of the arena did they realize that he was lying there. However, his condition was extremely poor, especially his chest, which was covered in blood and flesh, with his ribs clearly visible. He had fallen into a coma. The referee quickly stepped forward, checked the two players' conditions, and announced loudly. In the second match, Qin Fenglai from the Third Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Qin Fenglai staggered off the stage, while Shen Qianshan had already been carried away by medical staff. His injuries were too severe, but with his overlord-level physical abilities, recovery wouldn't be difficult. The atmosphere at the arena was even more somber the following morning. 2 quarterfinal matches have been played, with Su Jini and Qin Fenglai advancing to the semifinals. Today's 2 matches will determine the remaining 2 semifinal spots. The third match will be between Cui Jingming and Wang Xuanzi. One is the ice elemental overlord of the Second Prince's faction, the master of extreme cold. The other is a mysterious powerhouse of the Sixth Prince's faction, the wielder of divine beast holy light. Moreover, they represent the Cui and Wang families respectively, who will ultimately advance further. Murmurs rose and fell in the audience. Cui Jingming won the last match against Pei Qing quite easily. His ice skills are indeed strong. Wang Xuanzi is no pushover either. Xiaofeng didn't even manage to touch the hem of his clothes from beginning to end. And his pet beast is too bizarre. How could it be named after a divine beast? Neither of them has ever lost. This match is going to be interesting. I think Wang Xuanzi has a better chance of winning. His abilities are too mysterious, and Cui Jingming may not be able to handle him. I think Cui Jingming has a chance. Ice type is effective against many types, and light type might not be easy to beat. Amidst various speculations, Principal Yi ascended the high platform and announced loudly. The third round of the Overlord-level martial arts competition, the third match, Cui Jingming from the 2nd Prince's camp versus Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp. Both sides enter the arena. As soon as the words were spoken, two figures walked out of the preparation area at the same time. Cui Jingming walked with a steady gait and a cold expression. He was dressed in a dark blue, close-fitting outfit, and a faint chill emanated from him, causing fine ice crystals to condense in the air wherever he passed. His eyes were calm as water, yet they concealed a sharp edge. Wang Xuanzi approached from the other side, dressed in black, his steps light and graceful. A faint smile played on his lips, his eyes unfathomable, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. There were no obvious fluctuations in his aura, but that unfathomable feeling only instilled more apprehension in others. The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Cui Jingming spoke first, his voice low and deep, like shattering ice. Wang Xuanzi, I've long admired you. Wang Xuanzi smiled slightly. Brother Cui, please. The brief conversation left the entire audience holding their breath. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. Without the slightest hesitation, Cui Jingming unleashed his full power. The polar fist instantly merged with him, his figure rising 3 feet taller, his entire body covered in crystal-clear ice armor, his arms transforming into enormous ice fists, sharp ice spikes condensing on their tips. A bone-chilling cold emanated from his body, instantly freezing a thick layer of frost onto the arena floor. Extreme cold domain, open. He knelt on one knee and slammed his fist into the ring. Boom! Centered on him, the entire area within a Tianzhong radius became a frozen world. Countless ice pillars shot up from the ground, crisscrossing and transforming the arena into a forest of ice crystals. The chill was so intense that even the air itself froze, making breathing difficult. In the audience, countless people instinctively wrapped their clothes tighter. Even through the dragon scale shield, they could feel the biting cold. Wang Xuanzi stood in the ice crystal forest, his expression unchanged. He raised his hand, and divine beast light appeared. The strange creature with the body of a deer, the head of a bird, and 4 wings on its back flapped its wings lightly, and golden light fell, condensing into a faint light shield around him. The icy air touched the light shield, making a hissing sound, but could not penetrate it even slightly. Holy light domain, open. He spoke softly, and golden light suddenly spread out, colliding head-on with Cui Jingming's extreme cold domain. At the boundary between ice and light, a blinding light and a hissing sound erupted, a fierce clash between two extreme powers. Cui Jingming's eyes narrowed. He could sense that the opponent's holy light domain was comparable to his own extreme cold domain. The light appeared gentle, yet it contained an indescribable power that was gradually eroding his icy strength. We cannot be passive. He raised his hand, his ice fist high above his head, endless cold air condensing at the tip of his fist, transforming into a high-speed spinning ice fist storm. Ice fist storm. With a single punch, countless icy fist phantoms shot out from his fist, sweeping towards Wang Xuanzi like a hailstorm. Each punch contained the extreme cold power to freeze everything, and each punch carried the power to shatter mountains. Wang Xuanzi looked at the sky full of ice fists and smiled slightly. A maze of light and shadow. The divine beast, holy light, spread its 4 wings wide, and golden light suddenly spread, instantly enveloping the entire arena. In a flash, Cui Jingming's vision blurred, and the world transformed into a golden ocean. His ice fist lost its target, aimlessly weaving through the golden light before finally striking empty air, shattering into a shower of ice shards. What? Cui Jingming was startled. He lost track of Wang Xuanzi. The golden light not only interfered with his vision, but also his senses. He was unable to pinpoint Wang Xuance's location or even sense his presence. But he didn't panic. Years of combat experience told him that the worst thing to do at this moment was to lose his composure. He took a deep breath and unleashed his full power of extreme cold. His ice armor grew thicker, and his ice fists became even more solid. He abandoned the offensive and switched to a full-scale defensive stance. As long as you hold your ground, you can wait for the moment the opponent makes their move. Wang Xuance's voice came from all directions, wavering and uncertain. Brother Cui is indeed composed. Cui Jingming did not respond. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently on perceiving everything around him. Within the ice crystal forest, the golden light remained intense. He could feel the light flowing, changing, and attempting to penetrate his ice armor. But he remained unmoved, only continuing to unleash the power of extreme cold, making his ice armor as solid as a rock. A hint of appreciation flashed in Wang Xuance's eyes. "Not bad," he said. "And what about this move?" He raised his hand, and the four wings of the divine beast, radiating holy light, flapped once more. The golden light suddenly intensified, condensing into 9 golden phantoms around Cui Jingming. Those 9 phantoms were exactly like him, radiating the same aura, the same light, and the same oppressive power. Qilin light and shadow, 9 shadows kill. 9 figures attacked simultaneously, rushing towards Cui Jingming from 9 different directions. Each figure carried an aura of reality, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Cui Jingming suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils flashed wildly with an icy blue light. He unleashed the full power of extreme cold, and a ring of ice erupted from his center, spreading outwards with a deafening roar. Extreme cold ice ring. Boom! Wherever the ice ring passed, everything was frozen. 9 golden figures were struck by the ice ring. 7 of them shattered and dissipated instantly, leaving only 2 to continue their attack. Cui Jingming threw out both fists at once, one punch after another. Boom! Boom! The 2 figures shattered, but Wang Xuance's true form still did not appear. Cui Jingming frowned slightly. His attack just now clearly covered all directions, so why couldn't he find Wang Xuance? Wang Xuance's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of a smile. "Brother Cui, were you looking for me?" Cui Jingming suddenly turned around. Behind him, a golden light slowly condensed, transforming into the figure of Wang Xuance. He stood there, no more than 3 zhang away from Cui Jingming, with a smile on his face. Cui Jingming's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't even noticed it coming from such close range, but he didn't have time to think about it. Ice fist break. He turned around and threw a punch, the icy fist carrying extreme cold power, aimed straight at Wang Xuance's face. Wang Xuance did not dodge. He simply raised his hand and tapped it lightly. Ancient holy light. The divine beast, holy light, spread its 4 wings wide, and a blazing golden sphere of light condensed above its head. The sphere of light grew larger and brighter until it resembled a small sun, hovering above the arena. The light fell. The moment Cui Jingming's ice fist touched the light, its speed decreased drastically, and its power was weakened layer by layer. The ice spikes on his fist began to melt, and the ice armor began to shatter. Cui Jingming's expression changed drastically, and he retreated hastily. But the light followed him relentlessly. No matter where he retreated, the golden light shone upon him. He felt as if he were trapped in an ocean of light, with nowhere to escape or hide. The light was eroding his ice armor, weakening his strength, and consuming his will. It can't be refunded anymore. Cui Jingming gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists, unleashing the full power of his extreme cold. Centered on him, the temperature plummeted, and moisture in the air condensed into countless fine ice crystals, which drifted down. These ice crystals multiplied, becoming increasingly dense, until finally transforming into a massive, all-encompassing ice crystal storm. Extreme Cold Storm. This was his strongest area of effect attack, and his last trump card. The ice crystal storm spun wildly around him, freezing and shattering everything in its path. Golden light collided with the ice crystal storm, unleashing a piercing hissing sound. The light was cut and frozen by the ice crystals, while the ice crystals were melted and evaporated by the light. The two clashed fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. Wang Xuance's eyes finally turned serious. He watched the wildly spinning ice storm, and the figure that was faintly visible at the center of the storm, and the smile on his lips gradually faded. "Brother Chui, you are indeed very strong." He took a deep breath and formed a hand seal. The divine beast's 4 wings spread wide, and the golden sphere above its head grew brighter and brighter, finally transforming into a blazing light so intense that it was impossible to look directly at it. "Holy light, heavenly devour." A burst of light erupted. This time, it was no longer a soft halo, but an overwhelming golden torrent. Wherever that torrent passed, everything was swallowed up. The ice crystal storm disintegrated rapidly before the golden torrent, like ice and snow meeting the sun. Chui Jingming's expression changed drastically. He strained to unleash his extreme cold power, attempting to resist the golden torrent. But it was useless. The light had no physical form. His ice crystal storm couldn't stop it at all, and it passed right through. A golden torrent engulfed him. Boom! The light lasted for a full 3 breaths. Then, it slowly dissipated, leaving Chui Jingming dazed. He then collapsed to the ground with a thud, clearly indicating that this move had also caused him mental distress. He only regained consciousness for a moment after falling to the ground. What a brilliant move. Heavenly Devourer. He spoke with difficulty. "I lost." Wang Xuanze looked at him and chuckled. "Brother Chui, you flatter me." The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the third match, Wang Xuanze from the 6th Prince's camp wins. The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Wang Xuanze won. He's too strong. That final move, Heavenly Devour, was simply invincible. Chui Jingming is also very strong. Their fight was amazing. In the afternoon, the final quarterfinal match was between Wei Fenghua and Wang Chen. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. In the preparation area of the 2nd Prince's camp, Wei Fenghua was dressed in white, her long black hair loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, a few strands falling beside her ears. Her eyebrows and eyes were clear and beautiful, her temperament otherworldly, and her eyes were slightly closed as if she was resting. Su Jini glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Be careful in the match later." Wang Chen is not simple. Wei Fenghua tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I know." In the preparation area of the 10th Prince's camp, Wang Chen was also resting. He sat in place, with the little golden Qilin lying in his arms, dozing off with his eyes half closed. "Little Qilin, when will you grow up?" Wang Chen gently stroked the little Qilin's body. It felt very nice to the touch. "Woo woo," the little Qilin tumbled a few times in my arms. "The power of a king?" Wang Chen pondered. It seemed that if he wanted little Saint Lin to grow up quickly, he couldn't use ordinary cultivation methods. He had to nourish it with materials and treasures that reached the king level. After spending some time together, Wang Chen learned that the pet beast hatched from the depths of the void was named Sheng Lin. It was still in its cub form, and its abilities were limited. It could only bless Caesar and Shura and grant them the aura of a king. But even so, it's enough. When the time was up, the referee appeared on the field, and the match began. Wei Fenghua strode towards the arena, each step as light as a feather, yet carrying an air of authority. Her white robes fluttered, and holy light shimmered around her, captivating countless spectators. So beautiful. Is Wei Fenghua really human? I feel like I'm seeing a fairy. Her aura is absolutely stunning. Wang Chen also stepped onto the stage, but unlike Wei Fenghua, he lacked an ethereal air. Instead, he walked with a steady, mountain-like gait and a subtle interplay of light and shadow. The little Qilin on his shoulder occasionally yawned, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. A similarly enthusiastic cheer erupted from the audience. "Wang Chen, Wang Chen, Wang Chen, go for it. Create a miracle." The two stepped onto the ring and stood facing each other. Wei Fenghua looked at Wang Chen, a hint of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Wang Chen, you're very capable." Wang Chen was secretly amazed by the woman's beauty, but quickly calmed down and said, "Thank you. You're very strong too." Wei Fenghua smiled gently. "I don't have such strength at your age." "I'm lucky." Wang Chen genuinely felt that his rapid improvement was all due to luck. Caesar had helped him so much. The brief conversation instantly silenced the entire room. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this epic showdown to begin. On the high platform, among the seats of the 12 zodiac animals, the tiger slapped his thigh. It's here. It's here. The battle I've been most looking forward to. Ugly Ox nodded. Wei Fenghua's angel sword is supremely holy and pure, naturally restraining darkness. Wang Chen's dark attributes will likely be greatly diminished in front of her. The rooster smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. Wang Chen is no longer simply a dark being. His fusion of light and darkness has reached another level. Qianlong remained silent, simply watching the two figures on the arena with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He couldn't quite see the outcome of the battle. The referee took a deep breath and raised his right hand high. Match 4. Wei Fenghua from the 2nd Prince's faction versus Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's faction. The match begins. The moment the words left their mouths, the two of them moved at the same time. Wei Fenghua gently raised her hand, and an angel appeared. The holy sword was drawn. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the arena. A golden light shot into the sky, coalescing behind her into a colossal phantom of an angel. The angel was pure and holy, with 6 outstretched wings, wielding a golden greatsword, and its eyes gleaming with a light that combined compassion and majesty. The next instant, the angelic phantom merged with her. Wei Fenghua's figure grew slightly taller, enveloped in a faint golden halo. A pair of holy wings unfurled behind her, the 6 feathers appearing and disappearing in the shadows. The angelic sword in her hand shone brightly, intricate holy runes appearing on its blade, radiating a chillingly sharp aura. Angelic descent form. An aura of holiness, majesty, and inviolability suddenly spread and swept across the entire venue. Holy light domain, open. Wei Fenghua spoke softly, and golden light burst forth from her center, instantly enveloping the entire arena. This was a true and complete holy light domain. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected that Wei Fenghua had never used her full strength before. He could sense that Wei Fenghua's aura was stronger than he had imagined. That holy power did indeed exert a natural suppression on his dark attributes. Even the dark energy around him seemed to dissipate under the golden light. Dark Heaven Caesar, Divine Illumination Azura, Dual Fusion. He let out a low shout, and 2 beams of light, one black and one white, surged out from his body at the same time. Dark Heaven Caesar transformed into deep darkness, and Divine Illumination Azura transformed into blazing white light, and the 2 completely opposite forces merged before him. The next instant, 2 forces surged into his body simultaneously. Wang Chen's figure suddenly changed, his entire body covered in black and white dragon scale armor. One of his wings on his back was as black as night, and the other as pure as day. His eyes, one black and one white, shimmered with a mysterious and profound light. Light and darkness domain. As light and darkness merged, a chilling aura erupted from Wang Chen's body, quickly occupying half of the arena and colliding head-on with Wei Fenghua's holy light domain. The little Qilin remained perched on his shoulder, its previously lazy expression turning excited. It was very happy in this domain, wagging its tail and shaking its head. Then, a wisp of golden light emanated from its body, enveloping Wang Chen. Although the light was faint, it made Wang Chen's aura even more stable. A hint of surprise flashed in Wei Fenghua's beautiful eyes. She had known for a long time that Wang Chen could fuse light and darkness, but only when she truly faced him did she feel the strangeness of that power. It wasn't a simple accumulation of attributes, but a qualitative change at a higher level. Faced with that chaotic power, her holy light domain was directly dispelled. Interesting, she said softly, raising her long sword. Sword dance. With a single sword strike, the blade flashed, transforming into a perfect arc. That arc, seemingly gentle, contained a sharp, piercing sword intent, sweeping towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen did not dodge. He raised his left hand, and chaotic light flowed across the dark fist. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. With a punch, a black dragon shadow roared out and collided head-on with the sword light. Boom. Fist and sword clashed, unleashing a dull roar. The sword light shattered, the dragon shadow vanished, and both men took half a step back. The light in Wei Fenghua's eyes shone even brighter. The sky is clear and blue. She unleashed her second sword strike, the sword light soaring into the sky, transforming into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight into the heavens. Wherever that pillar of light passed, the air seemed to ignite, and the temperature of the entire arena suddenly rose. A beam of light descended from the sky, striking down upon Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked up and raised his right hand. Azura meteor. White light shot out from his palm, transforming into countless fine bolts of light that collided head-on with the pillar of light. Rumble. Lightning and beams of light intertwined, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. The intensity of the light caused countless spectators to instinctively close their eyes. The light faded. Wang Chen stood rooted to the spot, motionless. His right hand trembled slightly, and the white light in his palm dimmed a bit. He had withstood that attack, but it had taken a toll on him. Wei Fenghua looked at him, her admiration growing stronger. "You are indeed extraordinary," she said. "And what about this sword strike?" She gripped the sword with both hands, raising the angel's sword high. Golden light surged wildly, coalescing behind her into an even larger phantom of an angel. That angel spread its 6 wings, clasped its hands together, and formed a colossal golden sword capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Its power shatters the heavens. A sword strike was unleashed. This sword strike had no fancy techniques, no complicated moves, only a pure and ultimate fusion of sword intent and holy light. The golden greatsword tore through space, carrying a world-destroying power, and slashed down towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen took a deep breath. His left hand held darkness, his right hand light. The 2 orbs of light simultaneously coalesced, then slowly merged, transforming into a gray sphere of light. The sphere grew larger and brighter, until finally, it resembled a miniature chaotic black hole, hovering before him. An endless black hole. He pushed forward with both hands, and the gray ball of light met the golden giant's sword. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by light. The space between the 2 people distorted and then began to shatter. All energy and light were absorbed, leaving only nothingness. "Explode!" Wang Chen roared, then crossed his arms to shield himself from the aftershocks of the explosion. However, the power of the explosion was too strong. Wang Chen kept retreating, his right fist slamming into the ground. He was still pushed to the edge of the ring, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. As for the injuries, there was nothing serious, just some superficial wounds. The little Qilin poked its head out from his arms, a little scared, but seeing its master injured, the 2 horns on its head emitted a green light, and in an instant, Wang Chen's external injuries were almost completely healed. "Thank you, little Xianglin." Wang Chen gently stroked him. Wei Fenghua stood on the other side of the pit, also panting. She looked somewhat disheveled. The light wings on her back had dimmed considerably, and the angel's sword in her hand had lost its luster. But she still stood tall, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Chen. "Endless black hole. I've memorized it," she said. "You're the first to be able to withstand my sky-piercing breath directly." Wang Chen slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The angelic holy sword lives up to its name. The 2 looked at each other, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. But the battle is not over yet, and the will to fight remains strong. No amount of probing will help. Let's settle this once and for all. Wei Fenghua took a deep breath and raised the angel's sword again. This time, she closed her eyes. Golden light surged from her body, growing stronger and brighter. The light was no longer blazing, but instead became soft and warm, like the rising sun, like a mother's embrace. Within the light, the angelic phantom reappeared, but this time, the angel was no longer majestic, but instead carried a trace of compassion and tenderness. Angel's sword, final form. Her voice was as gentle as the wind, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The sword of judgment. She opened her eyes, the sword pointing downwards. This strike was neither fast, nor fierce, nor sharp. It was simply a gentle, slow slash, like a mother stroking her child's cheek, like an angel bestowing a final blessing. But wherever the sword light passed, space collapsed and was annihilated. That sword light carried the will of judgment, the power of purification, and the irresistible power of rules. Wang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed the approach of death. "Is this your true strength?" Wang Chen murmured. He clasped his hands together, and darkness from his left hand and light from his right hand surged forth simultaneously. The little Qilin perched on his shoulder finally opened its eyes. "Little Saint Lin, show me some kingly aura." The little Qilin looked at the black and white light, then at the holy judgment sword slashing towards it, and then nodded gently. A wisp of golden light emanated from it, and slowly landed in the center of the black and white light cluster. The three merged together, and the power contained within surged once again. Wang Chen pushed his hands forward. The cycle of black and white, chaotic light met the holy judgment sword. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was no violent, raging energy surge. Only silence. The moment the chaotic light touched the holy judgment sword, everything fell silent. The power of divine judgment is strong and unstoppable, but the power of reincarnation is even more unpredictable, directly causing you to dissipate and disintegrate, subtly and silently. Starting from the tip of the sword, the golden light began to disappear, followed by the hilt, and continued to rise. Then came the power of the domain, and everything in the void returned to calm. Wei Fenghua stood there, stunned. She watched as her holy judgment sword melted away like ice and snow in the face of the chaotic light. She could clearly feel that all of these powers had vanished and were no longer under her control. "What kind of power is this?" she murmured. Wang Chen did not answer. He simply withdrew his hand slowly, and the chaotic light dissipated as well. The angel sword in Wei Fenghua's hand let out a mournful cry, and the light on the sword was completely extinguished. Her face was as pale as paper, and her all-out attack was gone just like that. She lost. We lost completely. But she raised her head, looked at Wang Chen, and smiled slightly. "I admit defeat wholeheartedly, but being a champion is not my end goal. Let's have another showdown as kings." Wang Chen looked at her, surprised by her attitude. "No problem." Wang Chen won. He beat Wei Fenghua. That was amazing. This is the best match I've ever seen. Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Wang Chen. The sound was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next. On the high platform, among the seats of the 12 zodiac animals, the tiger slapped his thigh. "Good lad. He's really got it." Ugly Ox nodded. "That black and white reincarnation technique can even erase the holy judgment sword. It's terrifying." The rooster's gaze was profound. This trip was worthwhile. They are all excellent children. Chenlong smiled slightly. Each of the top 8 is extraordinary. I wonder what it will be like after entering the secret realm. Dozens of overlords competing. I have never seen such a grand scene before. On the screen, the list of the final 4 slowly appeared. Su Jini, Qin Fenglei, Wang Xuanzi, Wang Chen. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Of the 4 finalists, only one member remains from the second prince's camp, while the 3rd prince, 6th prince, and 10th prince each occupy one spot. This result surprised many, as the original 4 have now been reduced to just 1. Principal Yi ascended the platform, raised his hand as if to press down, and the entire audience fell silent. The 3rd round of the Overlord-level martial arts competition has concluded. The 4 finalists have been determined. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. "Next, we will draw lots for the semifinals to determine the matchups for the 4 finalists." He raised his hand and waved, and the portraits of the 4 people on the light screen entered the lottery pool and began to spin rapidly. The entire audience held their breath. 3 breaths later, the first stream of light leaped out from the light screen. Match 1. Su Jini from the 2nd prince's camp versus Wang Chen from the 10th prince's camp. A second streak of light leaped out. Second match. Qin Fenglei from the 3rd prince's camp versus Wang Xuanzi from the 6th prince's camp. Qin Fenglei's raging thunder clashed with Wang Xuanzi's eerie holy light. Principal Yi announced loudly. "The semifinals will begin tomorrow. All contestants, please prepare yourselves." On the screen, the semifinal matchups were arranged in order. Match 1. Su Jini versus Wang Chen. Match 2. Qin Fenglei versus Wang Xuanzi. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Su Jini versus Wang Chen. This is going to be interesting. Su Jini is the strongest overlord in the second prince's camp. The broken universe Tyrannosaurus has never lost. Wang Chen is no pushover either. He's defeated Tai Gang, Lu Qingfeng, and Wei Fenghua in quick succession. Besides, who has ever lost to him so far? The match between Qin Fenglei and Wang Xuanzi is also very interesting. Thunder versus light. It's hard to say who is stronger. I absolutely can't miss tomorrow's game. Amidst various discussions, Wang Chen slowly walked off the stage. Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, and others had already come to greet them. Brother Wang, you're awesome. Mu Feng gave a thumbs up. You even beat Wei Fenghua. You're truly amazing. Fu Qian nodded repeatedly. Brother Wang is awesome. Let's beat up Su Jini tomorrow. Keep going. Lu Yi said softly. Wang Chen, you've exhausted yourself. Go back and rest first. Wang Chen nodded and glanced at the second prince's camp from afar. If there was one person among all the contestants, the most fearsome was definitely Su Jini, without a doubt. At this moment, the scores changed again. It should be noted that entering the top 4 will add 50 points to the team's score. Second prince, Yi Xiaoming's camp, 613 points. 10th prince, Yi Wuwei's camp, 443 points. Third prince, Yi Xuanzi's faction, 387 points. 6th prince, Yi Chengyu's camp, 317 points. 5th prince, Yi Dingyuan's camp, 261 points. 7th prince, Yi Haochen's camp, 56 points. The second prince is in the lead with an absolute advantage and has widened the gap with the following few by more than 100 points. It can be said that if he cannot turn the tide in the secret realm, then he has basically won. Fortunately, the semifinals were not rushed, with a 3-day buffer period in between, which not only gave the contestants ample time to prepare, but also gave the audience a chance to catch their breath. From the top-level competition to the semifinals, there are 2 to 4 high-intensity matches every day, keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. Such intense battles are something you might not see for years in normal times, but now they happen every day. Back at the villa, Wang Chen walked alone to a small lakeside pavilion in the backyard. Are you confident of winning? Yi Jiwei asked quietly from behind. No. Wang Chen shook his head. He could vaguely sense that Su Jini had never gone all out. So even though he had advanced to the overlord level and had the blessing of the king's aura and the qualitative change from the fusion of black and white attributes, he was not confident that he could defeat him. It's all right. You've done very well. I never expected Wu Wei to get this far. No, it has nothing to do with that. After so many matches, I've had a lot of fun. It's so rare to be able to learn, understand, and break through in battle time and time again. Indeed, no one your age can rival you anymore. Yi Jiwei gave Wang Chen a deep look. I have a feeling that if I can defeat Su Jini here, my path to becoming a king will come much faster. The road to kingship? You've only just advanced to the overlord level. Yi Jiwei was shocked. The path to becoming a king is one of the necessary conditions for breaking through to the king level, but this condition is very abstract. It is not like the strength of a pet beast reaching a certain level, but rather a belief. For example, if you firmly believe that your pet is the strongest of the wood type and persist in fighting in this way, one day you will form a belief, which is the beginning of the path to becoming a king. As for when you will break through, that is unknown and requires other conditions. So, your path to becoming a king? Yi Jiwei asked curiously, unrivaled among those of the same level. Wang Chen turned to look at her. What do you think? Yi Jiwei remained silent for a long time, then nodded and said, I believe you. Wang Chen smiled gently. Now that he had made up his mind, he shouldn't think about anything else. He should just keep going and at least win this match. On the day of the competition, the atmosphere at the global arena reached an unprecedented climax. In the first semi-final match, Su Jini faced off against Wang Chen. One is the strongest overlord in the second prince's camp, undefeated since the start of the martial arts competition, and no one has ever been able to force him to use his full strength. The other is Wang Chen, who appeared as a dark horse, fighting his way up from the domain lord level to the overlord level, defeating 3 powerful enemies, Tai Gang, Lu Qingfeng, and Wei Fenghua. with unstoppable momentum. This battle is destined to be a fierce struggle. The stands were packed with people. Even the aisles were overflowing. Countless people had spent exorbitant sums to buy tickets from scalpers in order to witness this battle firsthand. In the stands of the various factions, even the most important figures who were rarely seen on ordinary days appeared, their eyes fixed intently on the ring. All members of the royal family were present, and there were more unfamiliar faces in the stands than usual. The contestants in the preparation seats had already taken their seats. Although they were eliminated, it could be said that they valued this competition more than they would have competed in their own matches. On the high platform, all 12 zodiac animals were present. Even the snake, horse, monkey, and pig, who had never appeared before, were now seated on their seats, gazing intently at the arena. "You guys have time to come watch the game too?" Inhu asked, looking at his 4 new colleagues. "We still need to watch this match. Although it's a battle for the top 4, it's likely to be the finals," came the cold voice of the snake. "Su Jinyi's strength is beyond doubt. So you think highly of Wang Chen?" Inhu raised an eyebrow. "It's a feeling." The snake didn't offer any further explanation. "These young people nowadays are amazing. Each generation is better than the last." Shunho laughed heartily, his expression extremely rich as he observed with great interest. Ugly Ox said in a deep voice, "Su Jinyi's universe-breaking Tyrannosaurus is not that simple. After countless generations of inheritance, its bloodline is not only extremely pure, but it has also mutated to give birth to some other powers. The fact that Su Jinyi can perfectly control it, and that it has not manifested externally, so far proves his strength." The rooster smiled slightly. "That's right. Su Jinyi has never shown his true strength so far. Every match he's played has ended with an absolute crushing victory. Nobody knows what his real trump card is." Shenlong didn't speak, but simply watched the figure in the center of the arena. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Jinyi slowly rose to his feet, his figure as upright as a pine tree, his face resolute, his eyes deep, enjoying the cheers and gazes around him. He was a true strong man, who did not need to deliberately release his aura. Simply standing there was enough to inspire awe. He strode towards the ring. Each step he took was as steady as a mountain, each step causing the arena to tremble slightly. That tremor did not come from strength, but from his aura, from the terrifying power dormant within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Wang Chen also stood up, took a deep breath, and strode towards the arena, dressed in a clean and sharp black outfit. On his shoulder, the little Qilin was still lazily lying there, dozing with its eyes half closed. After spending so many days together, he discovered that the little Qilin didn't like the spiritual world, saying that it lacked the aura of a king and insisted on waiting for him to break through to the king level before it would go in. It usually stayed outside. 2 figures stood facing each other in the center of the arena. Su Jinyi looked at Wang Chen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Wang Chen, your achievement has surprised many people." Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Does that include you?" Su Jinyi shook his head. "From the moment you completed the dual fusion, I knew that you would become my opponent sooner or later." He paused, his gaze falling on the little Qilin on Wang Chen's shoulder. "You have more trump cards than I imagined. But today, you will know what true power is." Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. He could sense that Su Jinyi's aura had changed in that instant. It was no longer the calm and reserved one it had been before, but rather like an ancient, dormant beast slowly awakening. That aura sent a chill down his spine. The referee took a deep breath and raised his right hand high. The first match of the semifinals, Su Jinyi from the 2nd Prince's faction versus Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's faction. The match begins. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Dark Heaven Caesar, Divine Illumination Azura, Dual Fusion. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, surged forth from his body simultaneously, instantly intertwining and merging. His figure swelled, his entire body covered in black and white dragon scale armor, and 2 wings unfurled on his back, one as black as night, the other as pure as day. His pupils, one black and one white, swirled with chaotic light. The dual fusion form is completed in an instant. The little Qilin remained perched on his shoulder, a wisp of golden light emanating from it, swirling around him and bestowing upon him the power of a king. Wang Chen didn't test the waters at all. He went all out from the start. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. He reached out with his left hand, and a black dragon shadow roared out, aiming straight for Su Genie's throat. This punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, enough to shatter mountains. Unlike his usual strategy of playing defensively, Wang Chen aimed to seize the initiative. However, Su Genie remained still. He simply raised his right hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Boom! Wang Chen's dragon claw fist slammed into his palm, unleashing a muffled boom. The violent energy surged outwards, creating towering waves of energy. But Su Genie remained unmoved. He stood there, his right hand clenched, and actually managed to catch Wang Chen's punch. Wang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron mountain, the recoil making his arm numb. Even more terrifying, Su Genie hadn't even used any skills. He had blocked his full-force attacks solely with his physical strength. Su Genie looked at him and smiled slightly. Wang Chen, do you think this is all I've done? He released his grip, and Wang Chen used the momentum to step back and create distance. Su Genie did not pursue. He simply stood there and slowly raised his hands. Universe-breaking Tyrannosaurus, ultimate form. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The sheer power of that aura caused the entire arena to tremble. The dragon scale shield flickered violently, creaking under the strain. In the stands, countless people felt a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. On the high platform, many people suddenly stood up, their eyes flashing with a sharp light as they stared intently at Su Genie below the platform. What kind of power is this? This power is completely unrelated to the previous Overlord level. No, it has nothing to do with the Overlord level anymore. It is purely the most primal dragon might. In the center of the arena, Su Genie's figure began to change. His body swelled to a massive 8 meters, muscles bulging, veins popping. Fine dragon scales appeared on his skin, each shimmering with a metallic sheen. His hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, fingertips flashing with a cold light. A pair of enormous dragon wings unfurled from his back, purple patterns swirling with eerie light on their surface. His eyes transformed completely into vertical pupils, golden pupils burning with a ferocious fighting spirit. But that's not the scariest part. Most terrifyingly, the raging lightning domain that had been spreading around him suddenly contracted, condensing entirely on his body's surface into a faint purple halo. As that halo shifted, even space itself seemed to distort slightly. It has lost all its human form. It's a complete Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Genie clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he exhaled thunderous power with each breath. This is the true power of the universe-breaking Tyrannosaurus. He looked at Wang Chen, his voice deep and rumbling like thunder. It's not about controlling lightning, but about concentrating all power within oneself to achieve the ultimate physical enhancement. Domain power, lightning power, dragon power, all condensed within this body. Now, I am the most powerful weapon. He took a step forward. Boom! The arena trembled violently, and the stone slab beneath his feet shattered instantly, leaving a deep footprint. That step seemed to tread on everyone's hearts. Wang Chen's expression was extremely solemn, something he had never expected. He was now like a child in front of Su Genie. The current Su Genie is completely different from before. That pure and extreme physical power, that terrifying aura condensed in a small space, made him feel unprecedented pressure. But he did not back down. "Come on," he shouted, his wings flapped, and he transformed into a black and white streak of light, rushing straight at Su Genie. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Azura Meteor. He unleashed both fists simultaneously, darkness and light intertwining to create a sky full of fist shadows that poured towards Su Genie. Each punch contained the power of chaos. Each punch was enough to severely injure an ordinary overlord. Su Genie neither dodged nor avoided. He simply raised his arms, letting the punches rain down on him. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, Su Jinyi's figure swayed slightly, but that was all. Those fist shadows, enough to severely injure a hegemon, struck his body covered in black dragon scales, leaving only faint marks, unable even to shatter the scales. Wang Chen was horrified. His all-out attack couldn't even break through the defense. Su Jinyi looked at him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Your attacks are strong," he said, "but not enough." He raised his right fist and gently pushed it forward. Breaking Universe Dragon Fist. A single punch, without fancy techniques or violent energy. Only pure, ultimate physical power. Wherever the fist passed, the air was compressed and exploded, and space was distorted, as if twisted and broken like a pretzel. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically, and he reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of him and unleashing the full power of the chaotic light. However, the punch was too fast, and there wasn't even enough time to mobilize more energy for defense. Boom! A punch landed squarely on his arms, sending Wang Chen flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the edge of the ring. Boom! The stone slabs shattered, and smoke and dust filled the air. Wang Chen struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his arms trembling slightly. He looked down at his arms. The black and white dragon scale armor was covered with fine cracks. With just one punch, he almost broke through his defense. Su Jinyi did not pursue. He stood still, looked at Wang Chen, and slowly spoke. He clenched his fist, and the purple aura around him became even more intense, even faintly turning black, indicating that the power of lightning had reached its peak. This is the essence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, concentrating everything into a single point, crushing everything with the purest power. Wang Chen stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Su Jinyi with no fear in his eyes, but rather with an even stronger fighting spirit. "You're right," he said slowly. "I admit, my power is indeed too scattered." Wang Chen appears very powerful now, wielding light and darkness, exuding kingly aura, and possessing a small qilin, but he has not yet reached the king level and lacks a deeper understanding of this power. He can still restrain ordinary Overlord-level opponents, but he is no match for beast tamers who have been immersed in the Overlord level for many years. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and mobilized all the power in his body, thinking about how to defend against the next attack. "However, you should try everything." He let out a low shout, and his wings flapped violently behind him. The Shadow Dragon Claw Fist was unleashed again, but this time, he no longer pursued a flashy combo. Instead, he perfectly fused the power of Caesar and Shura and then concentrated it into a single punch. With a single punch, black and white light swirled wildly across the fist's edge. A hint of appreciation flashed in Su Jinyi's eyes. Good. He also threw a punch, and purple lightning condensed at the tip of his fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and Wang Chen was sent flying backward again. But this time, he was not as disheveled as before. Instead, he twisted his body forcefully in midair to dissipate some of the force and landed steadily. Su Jinyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Good. Let's do it again. With one step, his massive dragon body, like a moving mountain, crushed towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating. Black and white meteor. He spread his arms to the sides and then swung them forward sharply. White and black light condensed into countless threads, pouring towards Su Jinyi. Wang Chen incorporated dark power into Shura's skills, creating even more powerful abilities. He continuously explored and enriched his combat capabilities during battles. The meteors were no longer scattering aimlessly, but all converged on one point, which was Su Jinyi himself. Su Jinyi closed his eyes, seemingly lowering his guard, but a closer look revealed that his body was covered in fine, gleaming scales, his strongest shield. Wang Chen's attack struck him with a hissing sound. Now, Wang Chen flashed to Su Jinyi's side and punched him in the ribs. Because for a moment, Su Jinyi's movements had paused almost imperceptibly. Sweep across the entire wilderness. Boom! One punch landed. Two punches landed. 3 punches. For punches, the wind from the punches shot out like a machine gun, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Su Jinyi's huge body swayed slightly, and a small crack appeared on the dragon scale under his ribs. Wang Chen was overjoyed. It was working. But the next moment, Su Genie's thick tail swept across. Wang Chen had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms to block. Bang! He was swept away and crashed heavily onto the edge of the ring. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Su Genie looked at him and nodded slightly. You're stronger than I thought, to be able to hurt me. But it's not enough. He took another step and threw a punch. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, struggled to his feet, and threw a punch in return. Boom! This time, Wang Chen's arm bones creaked under the strain, and the cracks spread even deeper. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But he still stood up. Su Genie looked at him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. You can still stand? Wang Chen grinned, his mouth full of blood. Of course. Su Genie was silent for a moment, then smiled. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. He took a deep breath, and the purple aura around him intensified. Within that aura, lightning flickered and dragon shadows roared. The roar of the dragon shakes the universe. He opened his mouth, and a deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the entire arena. The dragon's roar transformed into an invisible sonic wave that swept towards Wang Chen. Wherever it passed, the air trembled and space itself distorted. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms in front of him, black and white light and shadow swirling as he fully activated his energy to begin his defense. Boom! The sonic shockwave slammed into him, making him feel like a leaf in a storm, unable to maintain his balance. This was not only a physical attack, but also a mental one, causing terrifying damage to his mind and body. As the dragon's roar ended, Wang Chen knelt on one knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He felt his internal organs trembling and blood seeping from his 7 orifices. But he still stood up. Su Genie looked at him, and for the first time, genuine surprise appeared in his eyes. Can you still stand up? Wang Chen grinned, wiping away the blood. But as soon as he spoke, bloody foam still spilled from the corner of his mouth. I won't give up easily. He staggered forward, one step after another. Each step was incredibly difficult, each step leaving a bloody footprint. But he didn't stop. Su Genie watched him silently, without making any further moves. Do you know you'll die if you keep going like this? He asked. Wang Chen raised her head and looked at him, her eyes burning with an indomitable flame. Die, he said. I won't die. I'm going to make it to the finals, and I'm going to win the championship. Why? Why? Wang Chen seemed to be lost in thought. There is no why. I just don't want to lose. Like Lu Qingfeng, I just want to see my limits. All right. Su Genie grinned. Then let me see your limits. He raised his right fist, and a purple aura began to gather wildly. Breaking Universe Dragon Fist. A punch was thrown. This punch was heavier than any of the previous ones. Wherever the fist passed, space itself collapsed. Wang Chen did not back down. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his power in his right palm. Endless black hole. The ear-piercing sound threatened to rupture eardrums, and the endless black hole was expanding at a visible speed. The energy of this punch was beyond his ability to absorb. Explode. Wang Chen detonated the explosives at the last possible moment. Boom! An explosion rang out, and 2 figures were sent flying backward from the smoke and dust. Su Genie gripped the ground with all 4 limbs and flew more than 10 meters away, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Wang Chen was in an even worse state, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. His right arm was broken. His dragon scale armor was covered in cracks, and some pieces had even fallen off, and his blood stained the stone slab beneath him. But he struggled and stood up again. Su Genie looked at him without speaking, then raised his dragon claw again, breaking the universe with thunderous fury. This strike was the power of thunder. There was no collision of flesh and blood, but rather it surged forth with the force of thunder. Wang Chen forcefully propped himself up, responding with a burst of light energy, his hands clasped together. Reverse. Boom. This time it turned into light pollution again, with blinding light shining on the arena's protective shield. After being weakened, the light pierced the eyes of the surrounding audience, and many people turned their heads to avoid it. The commotion ceased. Su Genie was still standing, while Wang Chen knelt on one knee again. This time, his body not only bore scorch marks from being struck by lightning, but the wound on his chest was even more fatal, a huge hole that was quite glaring, with blood gushing out like a pillar. The battle between the two was far from over. Su Jini showed no mercy, continuing to attack Wang Chen with punch after punch. Wang Chen could only defend passively and was completely powerless to organize a counterattack. Stand up, fall down, stand up again, fall down again, over and over again. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Each time he fell, he struggled to his feet. Each time he stood up, his injuries worsened. He had countless broken bones, lost countless amounts of blood, his legs trembled, his vision blurred, and his consciousness faded. Wang Chen was also forced into a corner. One more step back would mean elimination. An eerie silence fell over the entire room. It wasn't that no one wanted to speak, but rather that everyone was so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless. On the ring, the boy had fallen countless times. His body was like a tattered rag that had been repeatedly beaten. Every time he stood up, it seemed like it would be the last time, but he always managed to get up again. How many times have his bones been broken? No one can count them. How much blood was shed? The shocking pool of red at the edge of the arena had soaked through the shattered stone slabs. But he was still standing. No, he collapsed again. In the audience, some people instinctively covered their mouths, some turned their heads away, unable to bear watching any longer, and most just stared blankly, their throats bobbing, but unable to utter a single word. It was an emotion that went beyond mere shock. It wasn't a surge of excitement or ecstasy, but something more complex and profound. It's not just admiration and heartache, but also an indescribable sense of awe. Why? Why did he stand up again? A young female audience member asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. No one answered her, because nobody knows the answer. For victory? For the championship? For those who support him? Maybe they are, maybe they are not. Perhaps, as he himself said, he wanted to see where his limits were. In the preparation area of the 10th Prince's camp, Yi Wuwei had already stood up. He stood at the very front, his hands gripping the railing tightly, his knuckles white. His eyes were red-rimmed, his lips pressed together, and he remained silent. Behind him, Mu Feng stood as well, but he didn't look at the arena. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Fu Qian was already in tears, but she gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. Lu Yi quietly watched the figure on the arena who fell and rose again and again, something flickering in her eyes. Brother Wang Chen. Yi Wuwei spoke softly, his voice hoarse and unlike his own. That's enough. That's really enough. But he didn't shout it out, because he knew that person wouldn't listen. In the preparation area of the 2nd Prince's camp, Yi Xiaoming had already stood up at some point. The folding fan in his hand was already closed, gripped tightly. His gaze fell on the blood-soaked figure on the arena, his eyes devoid of their usual gentle composure, only a deep complexity. Su Jini, he said softly, you've met your match. No one responded to him, because everyone knew that in this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the boy named Wang Chen had earned everyone's respect. The 3rd Prince, Yi Xuanzi, stood in his own area, arms crossed, saying nothing. His gaze was also fixed on Wang Chen, but his eyes lacked their usual sharpness, instead displaying an indescribable complexity. He's a real man, he said softly. If we were in the army, we would be brothers. The 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan, had already put away his ever-present white fan. He stood there quietly, watching the arena, remaining silent for a long time. The 6th Prince, Yi Chongyu's eyes were equally deep. He looked at Wang Chen, the usual smile on his lips long gone. He just looked, silently looking. The 7th Prince, Yi Haochen, stood in the far corner, but his gaze never left the arena. He looked at the boy who was only a few years older than him, his eyes filled with complex emotions, envy, admiration, and a hint of something he couldn't quite define. That's jealousy. But it vanished in an instant, because he understood that it was unnecessary. On the high platform, between the seats of the 12 zodiac animals, there was also complete silence. Inhu stopped slapping his thigh and shouting excitedly. He simply sat quietly, his hands folded in front of him, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked figure on the arena. His eyes no longer held their former roughness, but rather a profound complexity. "That kid," he said softly, his voice a little hoarse, "is a madman." Ugly Ox didn't speak. He just watched silently, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The rooster watched quietly, its eyes, which seemed to see through everything, now only filled with pure contemplation. Qianlong remained silent. He stood at the very front, hands behind his back, his gaze deep and unfathomable. After a long silence, he spoke softly, his voice so soft yet so clear that it reached everyone's ears. He paused, his gaze falling on the figure on the stage who was struggling to stand up once again. "There's one more today." No one responded, but everyone knows how heavy that statement is. Not far away in the stands of the prestigious families, there was also complete silence. The head of the Su family sat at the very front, his face calm and expressionless. But those who knew him well could see that the knuckles of his hand gripping the armrest were slightly white. The head of the Chui family remained silent. He looked at the blood-soaked figure on the arena, then at his own son, Chui Jingming, who had just advanced to the top four, and remained speechless for a long time. A complex emotion flashed in the eyes of the Wang family patriarch. He looked at his family's genius, Wang Xuanzi, and whispered a sentence, his voice so soft that only those around him could hear it. "If it were you, could you do that?" Wang Xuanzi remained silent for a long time. Then, he gently shook his head. "I don't know," he said, "but I hope I can." On the stage, Wang Chen stood up once again. He was covered in blood, his dragon scale armor shattered beyond recognition, large patches of skin exposed to the air, covered with horrifying wounds. His right arm hung at an odd angle, clearly severed. His left leg trembled, barely able to support his weight. But he stood there. Su Jini stood opposite him, also covered in blood and wounds. But his breathing was much more steady than Wang Chen's, and his eyes were much clearer. He looked at Wang Chen, and for the first time, genuine respect appeared in his eyes. "Can you still stand up?" he asked. Wang Chen did not answer. He just looked at him, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame. The flame was already as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. But it was still burning. Su Jini was silent for a moment. Then, he raised his right fist. "Then let me see how long you can hold out." He took a step forward and threw a punch. Wang Chen did not back down. He also raised his left fist and met the attack. Boom! This time, Wang Chen didn't fly backward again. He just staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. But the wound on his chest bled even more profusely from the impact of that punch. He looked down at his chest, then looked up at Su Jini. Then he smiled. The smile was ugly, his face covered in blood, his teeth stained red with blood. But the smile was also bright, dazzlingly bright. "Again," he said. Su Jini remained silent. He did not throw another punch. He just stared at Wang Chen, at the boy covered in blood, battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet still smiling. After a long silence, he asked softly, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Chen looked at him, her eyes somewhat unfocused, but the smile on her lips remained. "I already said," his voice was soft as a leaf falling in the wind. "I just wanted to see where my limits were." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes completely lost focus. He fell forward and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Jini's pupils suddenly contracted. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Dark, boundless darkness. Wang Chen was unconscious, feeling as if he were floating in an endless void, with no up or down, no left or right, no time, and no space. Only darkness. "Where am I?" he asked softly and weakly, but could not hear his own voice. His consciousness was hazy, and he was immersed in darkness, not knowing where to go. "Am I dead? Wait, my talent hasn't been triggered yet. So am I unconscious? Are we going to lose?" Wang Chen muttered to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding, but also feeling powerless to do anything about it. Just then, a beam of light tore through the darkness. The light was not dazzling, but rather soft and warm. Within the light, a figure slowly emerged. That was a dragon, a golden dragon, its scales gleaming, its eyes gleaming with wisdom, hovered silently in the void, looking down at Wang Chen. It was the phantom of the Azure Dragon, the ancient totem of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Wang Chen was stunned and murmured, "Azure Sacred Dragon." The Azure Dragon did not speak. It simply gazed at Wang Chen silently, its eyes seemingly able to see through his soul and everything about him. After a long while, it nodded slightly, a look of approval in its eyes. It seemed to have witnessed Wang Chen's battle firsthand and finally acknowledged his will. Then, its figure gradually faded away, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. It transformed into a drop of golden blood that flew into Wang Chen's body, instantly making him much more alert. A warm feeling filled his body, as if everything had been healed. Wang Chen understood. This was the essence blood inheritance left by the Azure Dragon within his body. He then realized that he had been too weak before and had not activated the Azure Dragon's inheritance at all. As the totem of the dynasty, its strength when it was alive was unknown. How could it have only strengthened Caesar's physical body? The Azure Dragon is a born kingly beast, naturally controlling all the elements of heaven and earth, the 5 elements, wind and thunder, light and darkness, and even the power of time and space. It truly deserves the name of the Azure Dragon. However, after thousands of years of inheritance, the power of the elements has long been passed down to each of the dragon's sons, leaving only the unparalleled essence blood. But this is exactly what Wang Chen needs, because this essence blood has the foundation to contain all the elements. At this moment, everything was finally complete. The aura of the Azure Dragon had completely disappeared, but Wang Chen felt that something had been added to his body. This was not the end. Another blue light appeared, and another figure slowly emerged. It was a Qilin, its entire body covered in dark blue scales, with golden lightning patterns spreading along its spine to the tip of its tail. Its left eye was like the sun, and its right eye seemed to hold a thunderstorm. It was the Qilin king that I encountered in the monster realm. It looked at Wang Chen, but didn't say anything. But in its eyes, there was also approval, and it did the same thing as the Azure Dragon. 2 gazes, one from a dragon and the other from a Qilin, seemed to pierce through time and space, through life and death, and landed on Wang Chen. Only at this moment does the inheritance truly become complete. Wang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. However, he felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in his heart. This was the recognition from an ancient powerhouse. The spiritual world also underwent a dramatic change. The 3 energies of darkness, light, and thunder merged into the dragon blood. This dragon blood surrounded the 2 figures in the middle, namely Caesar and Shura. At this moment, they were receiving the bath of dragon blood, and their appearance changed accordingly. Caesar's head became more dragon-like, his limbs, torso, and tail became longer and had golden patterns. The golden blade on his head turned completely golden and pierced the sky. Just by standing there with his eyes closed, his majestic and domineering aura was self-evident, and he vaguely resembled a holy dragon of the heavens. The changes in Shura were on his wings. The originally white wings turned into a dark blue, with the power of thunder contained within them. At first glance, he looked like the Qilin king descending to earth. 2 blue beads also appeared on his chest, which was a symbol of the fusion of white light energy and dark blue thunder energy. The energies of the 2 are separate and independent in different places, yet they show signs of merging under the mutual attraction of light and darkness. For forces surged wildly within him, first intertwining, then colliding, then merging, repeating this cycle endlessly until they were no longer separated. Through repeated trials and tribulations, through repeated falls and rises, through repeated pain and perseverance, they finally became one. Like a piece of stubborn iron, after being hammered and refined 1,000 times, it was finally forged into fine steel. The outside world had no idea how much time had passed. The referee had left the field, his right hand trembling as he reached out to sense Wang Chen's presence and determine whether he had been eliminated. Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shoved the referee away. Boom! An unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from his body. Su Jinyi's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt a power that made his heart tremble. This is... In the center of the arena, Wang Chen's figure began to change. His originally broken body miraculously healed, and all his injuries disappeared. You're right, my power is too scattered. So what about now? Wang Chen stared calmly at Su Jini. Then his body swelled again, quickly reaching a height of 6 meters, transforming into a gigantic humanoid dragon beast. Gone were the gaudy colors. Only the purest black muscles, inlaid with dragon scales, remained. Only within the scales did light and shadow occasionally flow, and when viewed through the sunlight, it was revealed that it was not pure black, but rather a blend of black, gold, and blue. In addition, white fur extended from his head to his back, and a pair of enormous dragon wings unfolded from his back. One wing was as black as ink, and the other as pure as snow, its tips adorned with blue lightning. Each flap of the wings created ripples in space. His hands transformed into enormous dragon claws, their tips gleaming with a cold light. Most terrifyingly, the chaotic light surrounding him, like Su Jini's, all condensed on his body, forming an incredibly solid halo. As that halo flowed, space itself subtly distorted and seemed on the verge of collapse. But that distortion and collapse is no longer violent, but orderly and controllable. That was true control. Let's call it Kaishu complete form. Wang Chen clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented power, completely fusing the 4 powers of darkness, light, thunder, and dragon bloodline, and transforming it into a new form based on Su Jini's transformation form. His aura was both sacred and alluring, both domineering and regal. These two completely different qualities coexisted perfectly within him, without the slightest incongruity. Wang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. That power was more than 10 times stronger than before. He looked at Su Jini, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Su Jini again. Su Jini looked at him, his eyes filled with shock, which then turned into even greater ecstasy. Good, he laughed. This is the kind of opponent I've been looking for. The moment the words left his mouth, the two figures moved simultaneously. Boom. This collision was completely different from the previous ones. It was no longer just Wang Chen being blasted away. Instead, both of them took 3 steps back, and the stone slabs of the arena beneath their feet shattered inch by inch. Su Jini's pupils contracted slightly, and then his eyes flashed with unprecedented excitement. Good, he laughed. That's more like it. He took a step forward, his massive dragon body carrying a world-destroying aura, crushing towards Wang Chen. His right fist clenched tightly. Purple lightning leaped wildly at his knuckles, condensing into an extremely solid bolt of lightning. Universe-shattering thunder fist. A punch was thrown, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Instead of retreating, Wang Chen advanced and met the attack with a punch of his own. Dark Heaven Dragon's Soul Devour. He let out a low shout, and on his right fist, the power of darkness and the power of blood and qi merged wildly. It was not just darkness, nor just power, but a terrifying attack that combined the burning of blood and qi, the condensation of will, and the erosion of darkness into one. Wherever the fist passed, the air seemed to groan and the space itself trembled. What's even more terrifying is that this punch not only struck the physical body, but also carried an invisible spiritual impact, piercing straight into the depths of Su Jini's soul. Boom! 2 fists collided. Purple lightning intertwined with dark energy, unleashing a deafening roar. The violent energy surge spread outwards, creating towering waves of energy. Su Jini groaned, his body swaying slightly. He felt a strange force seeping into his body through his fist, not only shaking his flesh, but also piercing his soul. The pain was twofold. Wang Chen also took a half step back, his right fist trembling slightly. Su Jini's thunderous power was still violent, but it was no longer enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Good punch. Su Jini's fighting spirit intensified. Again, he threw out both fists at once, and purple lightning condensed into countless lightning phantoms behind him. Each phantom transformed into a lightning spear, which shot towards Wang Chen in an overwhelming barrage, breaking through the universe with thunder. This is an area of effect attack that blocks all escape routes. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he held his hands in front of him, his body surging with dark golden light. Azura War God Technique. He let out a low shout, and the power within his body surged instantly. It wasn't a simple increase, but rather an optimization of the efficiency of his entire body's energy circulation to the extreme, allowing every bit of power to unleash double the power. He pushed his hands forward, and white light, accompanied by lightning, transformed into a massive barrier, blocking all the lightning spears flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, both the lightning spear and the barrier vanished simultaneously. But in the next instant, Wang Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Su Jinyi's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned around abruptly. But it was too late. Wang Chen had appeared beside him without him noticing, raising his claws high above his head, covering the golden blade on his head, and then emitting a dark golden light, condensing into an extremely solid and huge blade of light. Caesar's destruction blade. Wang Chen roared, and Feng Kuang urged his mental power and the energy in his body. The blade light flew out quickly and transformed into a golden slash that pierced through the heavens and the earth in an instant. It was more than 10 meters high, and the slash was so sharp that it tore a dark rift in the space it passed through. Su Jinyi's expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms in front of him and unleashed the full power of the purple lightning. Boom! The golden slash struck his arms, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. Su Jinyi's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. 2 deep wounds on his arms were shocking, dragon scales shattered, and blood gushing out. He looked down at his wound, then looked up at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. This move. Wang Chen looked at him without saying a word, but the dark golden light surrounding him grew even more intense. Su Jinyi took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Good. Very good. He clenched his fists, and the purple lightning around him began to surge wildly. The lightning no longer simply leaped. It began to burn, transforming into purple flames. That was the lightning flame born from the ultimate transformation of lightning. It's not real flame, but a flame form composed of lightning. This is one of Su Jinyi's trump cards, taming the raging lightning into a flame form with the ability to burn continuously. Breaking Universe Thunderflame. He roared and unleashed both fists. Purple lightning transformed into 2 roaring lightning dragons, sweeping towards Wang Chen. Wherever they passed, the air burned and space distorted. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the power of that lightning flame was more than 1 level stronger than the previous lightning. But he did not back down. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and darkness from his left hand and light from his right surged forth simultaneously, intertwining and merging within the lightning and flames. But this time, it was no longer a simple fusion. Rather, with lightning as the medium, the 3 forces completely merged. Azura's spirit annihilation. He pushed his hands forward, and a massive wave of light and lightning energy shot out from his palms. The energy wave was a strange cyan blue, combining light, lightning, and the corrosive power of darkness. The 3 forces merged perfectly, transforming into a torrent that destroyed everything. Boom! The light and dark energy wave collided head-on with the purple lightning and fire dragon. There was no stalemate, no back and forth. The wave of light and dark energy swept away the 2 fire dragons in an instant, annihilating them with overwhelming force. Its momentum continued, hurtling towards Su Jinyi. Su Jinyi's pupils shrank sharply, and he dodged away. But that energy wave was too fast. Boom! The energy wave grazed past him and slammed into the ruins at the edge of the arena. With a deafening roar, that area was completely leveled, leaving a bottomless crater. Su Jinyi stopped and looked down at his left arm. There, where the energy wave had grazed, the dragon scales had completely vanished, revealing charred flesh. Thin drops of blood seeped out and fell to the ground. He looked up at Wang Chen. The boy stood not far away, his body surrounded by dark golden light, his aura steady, and his eyes calm. She was no longer the pathetic figure who had been overwhelmed and beaten by him, falling down again and again only to get back up again and again. Rather, he is a true adversary, an opponent who can directly confront him and even subtly gain the upper hand. The audience fell silent. Was this the same pitiful boy from just moments ago? Was this the same boy who was beaten down again and again, only to get back up again and again? What just happened? Why did the situation change so suddenly? Wang Chen, who exactly is he? Inhu sighed deeply, a question that resonated with everyone. Everyone has their own opportunities, which is not surprising. What is truly amazing is that he has the will and courage to perfectly inherit this power. Qianlong took a deep breath. He naturally understood the source of Wang Chen's power. Opportunity does not mean benefits, but rather enormous pressure and responsibility. Anyone with insight will not be jealous of Wang Chen's possession of numerous treasures. Wang Chen is the number one among the younger generation. He cannot die, Yuji suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that this young man had truly caught the eye of the dynasty's top powers. He's still young and has a long way to go. He needs to be tempered before he can truly become a strong person. Old Master Zishu coughed twice, interrupting their conversation. Back on the field, Su Jini looked at Wang Chen, his chest heaving, clearly no longer as composed as before, as Wang Chen's attacks had intensified once again. He was silent for a moment. Then he laughed, a hearty and unrestrained laugh. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, and the lightning flames around him burned again. Wang Chen, you are too strong, but I will not lose either. Since we have come this far, let's fight. But this time, the lightning flames were no longer purple. They gradually turned deep purple, almost black. That was the color of lightning flames after they had burned to their extreme, a symbol of destruction. Wang Chen took a deep breath, his brow furrowed with worry. He hadn't expected Su Jini's strength to increase again. He then clenched his fists, ready to strike. The atmosphere was extremely tense, the air thick with tension, and the eye contact between the two could spark a flame. Bang! Both surged forth simultaneously, colliding once more. Energy rippled outwards, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. At this moment, all the spectators seemed to witness the most primal collision between ancient behemoths. Su Jini's black flames and lightning were extremely terrifying. With each collision, they would continuously invade Wang Chen's flesh and blood, penetrating deep into his bone marrow, causing unbearable pain. But Wang Chen didn't even frown, because the new energy formed by the fusion of darkness and light was constantly disintegrating these black flames and lightning. Wang Chen remained expressionless, simply parrying and counterattacking time and time again. This time, Wang Chen's attacks were even more ferocious, not only carrying the power of light and darkness, but also containing the power of thunder. Every now and then, he would strike, catching Su Jini off guard. This match was undoubtedly the most intense, longest, and most brutal battle in the entire Imperial City Martial Arts Tournament. All the participants watched in silence, as the two opponents' levels far surpassed theirs. The most nervous were Qin Fenglei and Wang Xuanzi, whose matches were scheduled after Su Jini and Wang Chen's, and their expressions grew increasingly grim as they watched. Qin Fenglei, what do you think? Can you win? Yi Xuanzi asked, arms crossed and eyes straight ahead. Qin Fenglei was unusually silent for a moment. I still have the strength to fight Wang Xuanzi, and I am confident of winning, but I will definitely lose to Su Jini and Wang Chen. Yi Xuanzi did not blame Qin Fenglei for his words, but only sighed. This throne is definitely for my second brother. The frontier is more suitable for me. Qin Fenglei and his group's expressions changed, unsure of what he meant by those words, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Haha, the military camp is more interesting, and killing magical beasts is more interesting. Yi Xuanzi had never thought about the throne. To be honest, this was a complete constraint for him, preventing him from fighting as he pleased. He just wanted to see the gap between himself and his brothers, and whether there were any promising young talents among the younger generation. Wang Chen doesn't seem to have graduated yet. I think he's very suitable for military life. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzi sat in the 6th Prince's preparation area, his face also grave. I am no match for them. Haha, interesting. This Imperial Martial Arts competition has completely turned into their show. Yi Chongyu looked at the two on the stage, a smile and self-deprecation on his lips. He thought he could also make a name for himself and achieve some success by relying on the talents he selected and the tactics he arranged. But he soon discovered that the world was too big and there were too many talents. No matter how smart you are, Force is everything. All right, just do your best. After this battle, you'll be famous, and your future is limitless, Yu said quietly, glancing at the people behind him. The clash between the two had been going on for a long time, and both of them had exhausted their physical strength and elemental energy. After the final punch, both of them staggered back, panting heavily, their arms trembling. Wang Chen, if you want to win, you have to fight tooth and nail. Su Jini wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This is my last move. Once I use this, it's either you die or I lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jini clenched his fists together, concentrating all his strength into this punch. Behind him, a huge tyrannical dragon phantom appeared, and the tyrannical dragon roared to the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. Is this a regression to ancestral traits? The rooster's eyes swept over the illusory figure. It seems the bloodline of the Thunder Lord may be making a comeback. Qianlong smiled. The Thunder Overlord? Could it be that senior who inherited the lightning energy of the Azure Sacred Dragon? Its strength has reached the mythical level. Yes, the lightning element is domineering. There's a reason why the Su family has been able to survive for thousands of years. As long as the Thunder Lord's lineage continues, it can continue indefinitely. The end of the universe. Su Jini threw a punch, and a dragon shadow flew out from behind him, rushing towards Wang Chen like a dark cloud covering the sky. Wherever the attack passed, everything collapsed, thunder shook, and space shattered, as if the end of the world had arrived. Wang Chen took a deep breath. He looked at that punch, his eyes showing no fear, only a soaring fighting spirit. Come on, I want to see where my limits are too. He clasped his hands together in front of him, his entire body surging with power. Darkness, light, thunder, and the power of dragon blood. The four forces completely merged and converged between his palms. This energy did not exhibit any obvious elemental color. It seemed to have lost its color, reverting to the most primitive gray. Gray, the beginning of all things, the end of all things. Holy Demon, Star Rift. He pushed forward with both palms, and the gray light also swept forward like an overwhelming force, colliding with the dragon shadow and creating a huge shockwave in the center of the arena. The Star Rift. This strike contains primordial cosmic energy, enough to shatter a star. Boom. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound was beyond the range that the human ear could perceive. Only a light, an extreme blend of gray and black, engulfed everything. The entire arena vanished in an instant. As for the referee, he had already left. Principal Yi also had an extremely serious expression. He immediately went down to the field to maintain order. The dragon scale shield began to tremble at this time. A starlight appeared behind Principal Yi and poured into the barrier, which finally stabilized the situation. But that's not all. Maintaining the defense is simple. As a royal-level expert, he naturally has the ability to do so. However, his duty is to protect the two of them, ensuring that their duel is not affected and that their lives are safe. Whatever losses they suffered were losses to the dynasty. However, this clash lasted far longer than any of the previous ones, lasting a full minute without a clear winner. Both sides had no choice but to keep squeezing out the last bit of energy from their bodies. This duel evolved into a contest of energy reserves, which was extremely disadvantageous for Wang Chen, because Su Jini had accumulated a great deal of power over the years at the Overlord level. Although he was still at the initial stage of the Overlord level, his strength had already surpassed that of an average mid-stage Overlord Beastmaster. Wang Chen's face was pale. In his spiritual world, his two pet beasts, Caesar and Shura, surrounded him at the core. Their spirits were extremely weak, but they still unhesitatingly and continuously transferred energy into Wang Chen's hands. Shura, Caesar. Wang Chen was exhausted. He looked at Shura and Caesar, who were about to fall into a coma, and called out softly. But after the last bit of energy was absorbed into his hands, they finally fell into a coma. Their energy was exhausted. Wang Chen made a desperate attempt, mobilizing all his strength in one breath, including all his mental power. This attack was a desperate gamble. Break. Wang Chen emitted a final glimmer of light before vanishing without a trace. Su Jini's expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. How could you still possess such powerful energy? Then a deafening explosion rang out, and Su Genie was instantly blasted away. As the shockwave subsided, the arena was gone, replaced by a massive crater over 200 meters in diameter. The crater's edges were jagged and ravaged, as if gnawed by a giant beast. In the center of the deep pit, only one figure was vaguely visible through the smoke. It was Wang Chen. As for Su Genie, he was covered in blood. His transformation had been forcibly cancelled, and he had no energy left in his body. His previous attack had not only exhausted his lightning energy, but also sacrificed a portion of his inherited power. However, he still lost. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move his limbs, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath barely audible. But he still raised his head, looking at Wang Chen opposite him, and gave a bitter smile. I lost. Those 3 simple words brought this epic battle to a complete end. Su Genie lost all his strength and fell into a coma. Just as the audience was about to erupt in cheers, a thud was heard as Wang Chen, who had been standing, collapsed. Wang Chen had actually been unconscious, but he had managed to stand up with only a sliver of his indomitable will until Su Genie gave up. Admirable. He's persevering with only a sliver of his remaining will. It's truly remarkable. Principal Yi quickly entered the room and loudly announced, Wang Chunsheng. They then quickly sent the 2 away. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was still immersed in the battle they had just fought, but the result was suddenly presented to them, which seemed a bit too abrupt. But immediately, a deafening roar of cheers erupted inside the arena. Wang Chen, Wang Chen, Wang Chen. He won. He really won. Finals. Wang Chen has made it to the finals. The sound was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next. But Wang Chen could no longer hear. The atmosphere in the arena had not yet fully recovered from the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place. The cheers gradually subsided, replaced by a complex silence. Everyone knew that they had just witnessed a duel worthy of being recorded in history. Where's Wang Chen? Yi Wuwei and the others immediately asked the referee. They've been rushed to the medical ward. They're in a coma. I'll let you know when they wake up. The referee didn't know much, only that Principal Yi had taken them away. Is Wang Chen all right? Lu Yi asked. They shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. They've just fallen into a coma due to exhaustion. Don't worry, we'll use the best medical resources to help them. That's good. The arena was completely shattered, but with Principal Ye's return and a wave of his hand, the entire arena was quickly restored, as if it had never been in battle. Yes, the game is not over yet. Principal Yi took a deep breath and announced loudly. The second match of the semifinals will be between Qin Fenglei from the 3rd Prince's camp and Wang Xuanzi from the 6th Prince's camp. It begins this afternoon. A low murmur arose from the audience. Can they still play? After watching that match, nothing else seems as exciting anymore. Yes, those 2 are terrifying. They don't seem like overlords at all. However, Qin Fenglei and Wang Xuanzi are not weak either, so it should be exciting as well. But it certainly won't be as good as the one we just had. Amidst the various discussions, the crowd temporarily left, no longer looking forward to the afternoon's match. At 2 p.m., when the time came, Qin Fenglei and Wang Xuanzi were already standing on the arena. Although they had fought on this arena many times before, they both felt a different way now. Their eyes met, but there was no spark, no hostility, only a tacit understanding and calm. Because they all knew that, regardless of the outcome of this battle, their opponent in the final was someone they could no longer contend with. Qin Fenglei was surrounded by flickering lightning, his aura as steady as a mountain. Wang Xuanzi, dressed in black robes, had divine beast holy light hovering quietly beside him, its golden light soft and profound. The referee raises his hand. The game begins. This battle, though not as fierce as the one between Wang Chen and Su Genie, was equally thrilling. Qin Fenglei's thunderous attacks were violent and domineering, each strike carrying an overwhelming momentum. Wang Xuanzi's divine beast holy light was unpredictable and elusive, its shadowy movements making it impossible to defend against. The 2 exchanged blows, fighting from the ground to the air, from skill clashes to domain collisions, each showcasing their strengths. Qin Fenglei's raging thunder descends, covered the entire arena, with purple lightning descending like divine punishment. Wang Xuance's ancient holy light condensed into a golden barrier, forcefully blocking the violent lightning strike. Wang Xuance's 9 shadows kill split into 9 indistinguishable figures, attacking from all directions. Qin Fenglei's Thunder God's Descent used his body as the core, sweeping with a hammer that forced Wang Xuance to dodge. After hundreds of rounds, both had given their all, but neither could completely overpower the other. This battle also lasted a long time. The sun began to set, and dusk fell. Qin Fenglai seized a slight energy fluctuation from Wang Xuance and unleashed Thunder Finale, with a purple lightning pillar piercing through the entire field. Wang Xuance had no choice but to take the hit head-on with Heavenly Devouring. Boom! The violent lightning intertwined with golden light, lasting for a full 10 breaths. As the light faded, Wang Xuance knelt on one knee, the phantom of the divine beast's holy light almost disappearing. He gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Qin Fenglai. Qin Fenglai was also in bad shape. The lightning around him had dimmed, and he had many scorch marks on his body, but he was still standing. He looked at Wang Xuance, remained silent for a moment, and then slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute. Wang Xuance gave a wry smile and shook his head. I lost. He stood up and returned Qin Fenglai's greeting. Then he turned and walked off the stage. There was no resentment, no regret, because he knew he had done his best. The referee announced loudly. In the second match of the semifinals, Qin Fenglai from the Third Prince's camp wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The final matchups are now set. Qin Fenglai versus Wang Chen. But everyone's eyes were drawn to the emergency treatment area. There, 2 people who had just performed a miracle lay in hospital beds, their fate unknown. The battle on the stage was extremely intense, while at the same time, the atmosphere in the medical room, specially set up for the martial arts exercise, was so tense that it was almost dripping with water. Several of the dynasty's top healers surrounded Wang Chen and Su Jini, using a variety of precious pills, elixirs, and healing artifacts in turn, their green life energy flashing continuously. But everyone looked grim. One of the elderly men slowly stood up and walked out of the treatment area. How is Wang Chen? Principal Yi had been here for quite some time. After the battle between Qin Fenglai and Wang Xuance came to an end, he left and went straight to the treatment room. The old healer paused for a moment, then gently shook his head. Sigh. The injuries are all very serious. I just want to know if they can still fight, and how long will it take them to recover? The old man sighed. His energy is completely depleted. This isn't ordinary consumption. It's an overdraft of his primordial power. Both of his natal beasts are in a deep coma and will need a long time to recover. His physical body was almost destroyed in that battle. Although we've provided healing, a full recovery will still take. He paused, then looked at Principal Yi. It will take at least half a month, and during this half-month, he cannot engage in any combat. Outside the medical room, Yi Wuwei, Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, and others also rushed over. The competition had ended, but there was still no news of Wang Chen, so they could only come to visit him in person. But this was a medical facility, and no one was allowed to enter without permission. They were stopped at the door. Sorry, this is the medical room. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. The guard said expressionlessly, his tone curt. Yi Wuwei said urgently. I am the 10th prince, and those lying inside are people from my camp. Let me in. The guard shook his head again. Your Highness, this is the rule. There are several healers in the medical room doing their best to save you. No one is allowed to disturb them. Mu Feng grabbed Yi Wuwei, who was still arguing, and said in a deep voice, Don't rush, we'll wait here. Yi Wuwei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He could only wait. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw several figures walking towards them. The leader, dressed in black, exuded a calm and steady aura. He was none other than the dragon, the first of the 12 zodiac animals. Behind him followed the rooster, the sheep, and the dog. Yi Wuwei and the others quickly stepped back to make way. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the guard immediately bowed and greeted him. Lord Qianlong. Qianlong nodded slightly, then turned to Yi Wuwei and the others. You should go back. Wang Chen is not in any danger. He can't get in here anyway, so don't interfere with the therapist's work. Facing Qianlong, Yi Wuwei felt an increasing pressure and could only helplessly say, "All right then." After reminding the guards to pass on the message to them as soon as possible, he left. "I never expected the biggest winner to be this 10th prince," Su Go said with a smile. "The 10th prince is still young, and Yi Xiaoming is still the best heir to the throne." Qianlong shook his head. Yi Wuwei was indeed lucky. His excellent performance in this martial arts competition could earn him a lot of good things, which would be very important for his future development. But as for the throne, he should forget about it. Without the slightest hesitation, the guard immediately pushed open the gate, and Qianlong stepped inside, followed closely by the other zodiac animals. Principal Yi. As soon as Qianlong and his group entered, they saw Principal Yi standing there, seemingly lost in thought. "You're here too? Are you here to ask about Wang Chen and Su Jini?" Principal Yi wasn't surprised. How are they? Come with me." Principal Yi led them into the treatment area. Through a layer of peeling material, they could see the situation inside the rooms. Su Jini and Wang Chen were placed in separate rooms, and several healers were surrounding them. Various precious pills, spiritual liquids, and healing artifacts were being used in turn, and green life energy light was constantly flashing. But everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Their steps were hurried and unsteady, and they were moving back and forth in a great hurry. Qianlong and the others also saw Wang Chen, who was lying in a huge wooden pool, his whole body soaked in medicinal liquid. Only his pale, almost bloodless face was visible. Su Jini on the other side was in the same situation, showing no signs of waking up. As you can see, Wang Chen and Su Jini are not in mortal danger, but their energy is severely depleted. It will take time and resources to recover to their peak condition, Principal Yi said, explaining their current situation. Qianlong paused for a moment, then asked, "How long will it take for him to wake up?" "At least half a month." "Half a month? That's too late." "Yes, I can barely make it to the secret realm, and there's absolutely no chance of participating in the martial arts finals." "What should we do then?" the rooster asked softly. Principal Yi sighed. "Let's cancel the final, or have them forfeit. I'll report this to the emperor." "This is the only way. This battle might actually be a good thing for them," Wei Yang suddenly said. Everyone nodded in agreement. After such an intense battle, their bodies were exhausted to the extreme. Once they recovered, they would definitely be able to easily break through their limits. Beast masters always grow in battle. The night was deep, and the palace was brightly lit, but unusually quiet. The chirping of insects and birds sounded extremely jarring. The vast palace was filled with palaces, but very few people lived there except for the emperor of the dynasty. Inside the emperor's office area, Principal Yi was reporting on the day's events. "Your Majesty, Wang Chen's injuries are serious, and he cannot participate in the finals." The emperor, devoid of his daytime majesty, now appeared weary and sorrowful despite being middle-aged and in his prime. He sat upright in his chair, his gaze deep, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "What do you think? First, cancel the final. Second, Wang Chen is declared to have forfeited, and Qin Fenglei wins." The emperor sat there quietly, gazing into the distance, remaining silent for a long time. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. "Let this martial arts demonstration end here." Principal Yi remained expressionless, as if he had expected this. The emperor stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. "Wang Chen and Su Jini are both outstanding talents of our dynasty. Compared to Xiaoming, Xian Su is in no way inferior. Pass on my order to open the treasure vault and make sure they are healed. Don't miss this opportunity to enter the sacred dragon's secret realm." He paused, his voice low and authoritative. "They won the game, earned everyone's respect, and demonstrated the destiny of our dynasty at all costs. As for the final," he shook his head, "it's not needed." Principal Yi paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that His Majesty cared so much about the two of them, then bowed and said, "I understand." The emperor turned around and looked at him. By imperial decree, the final round of the hegemon-level martial arts competition is cancelled. Although Wang Chen and Su Jini did not make it to the finals, their performance was remarkable. Therefore, they are each granted a hegemon-level treasure and an additional 100 points, which will be added to their respective prince camps. Although Qin Fenglai did not participate in the finals, he has advanced to the finals and demonstrated remarkable strength. He is hereby granted a hegemon-level treasure and awarded 50 points, and is now included in the third prince's camp. Principal Yi accepted the order and left. The emperor sat down again, his expression changing repeatedly before finally revealing a strange smile that seemed to contain anticipation, excitement, and even a hint of madness. He muttered to himself, "The Holy Dragon Realm is about to open. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if that person can give me a surprise." The following morning, the arena was once again packed to capacity. Sunlight filtered through the dragon-scale protective shield, casting dappled shadows on the arena. But the arena was unusually quiet today. No fighters were preparing, and there was no tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that the final might not be able to take place. But they still came, not to watch the game, but to witness the end of an era, and to give a final round of applause to the two people who gave their all. Principal Yi ascended the platform, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. His voice, steady and authoritative, clearly reached everyone's ears. The final of the champion-level martial arts competition was originally scheduled for today. However, given that Wang Chen and Su Jini suffered serious injuries in yesterday's semifinals, the medical team has confirmed that neither of them can compete today. The entire room fell silent. Principal Yi paused for a moment, then continued, "With His Majesty's approval, the finals are cancelled." Although Wang Chen and Su Jini did not make it to the finals, their performances were remarkable. They are hereby granted a hegemon-level treasure each, plus 100 points, and will be added to their respective prince camps. Although Qin Fenglai did not participate in the finals, he has already advanced to the finals. He is hereby granted a hegemon-level treasure, plus 50 points, and will be added to the third prince camp. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. It's not disappointment, it's not dissatisfaction, but rather heartfelt recognition and respect. Of course, I watched that match. It was absolutely inhuman. Wang Chen deserves this award. Su Jini deserves it too. Qin Fenglai has had a tough time too, fighting his way here. It's a pity we didn't get a chance to fight him. Actually, we all know that those two have already won. They've won in our hearts. Amid the discussions, some expressed emotion, some regret, but no one questioned the matter. On the screen, the final leaderboard slowly appeared. Second Prince, Yi Xiaoming's camp, 713 points. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's camp, 543 points. Third Prince, Yi Xuance's faction, 437 points. 6th Prince, Yi Chengyu's camp, 267 points. 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan's camp, 261 points. 7th Prince, Yi Haochen's camp, 56 points. Yi Xiaoming stood in the preparation area, staring at the numbers on the screen, remaining silent for a long time. Then, he gently closed his folding fan, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Wang Chen," he said softly, "we'll settle this once and for all in the secret realm." Yi Xuance stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the direction of the medical area. Although he couldn't see anyone, a thought of wanting to have a match arose in his heart. "What a pity," he said softly. "I didn't get to fight him." Qin Fenglai stood behind him, equally silent. He knew that if he had been the one standing on the stage yesterday, facing Wang Chen in that state, he wouldn't have been confident of victory either. Yi Wuwei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slightly red, but he held back and didn't let the tears fall. The grand martial arts competition came to an end. No one expected that the month-long competition would end like this. But no matter what, everyone had a great time. They not only witnessed the battle of the strong, but also saw the pride of the dynasty. For the next 2 weeks, the capital city fell into a brief period of calm. Although the martial arts competition has ended, it is far from over. The Holy Dragon Secret Realm is about to open. It can be said that the Secret Realm is the most important event. In previous imperial successions, all the princes participated in the Secret Realm. But this year, for some reason, there is an additional martial arts competition in the imperial city. No one thought about this. The Secret Realm is filled with all sorts of trials, but also opportunities. The Holy Dragon Secret Realm is unimaginably vast, and its internal inheritances are countless, but none of these are open to the public. Even princes need to achieve certain merits to enter once. For example, if the 10th prince achieves results beyond expectations in this martial arts competition, he will receive many benefits and resources, which are extremely valuable. The journey to the secret realm will be the true test of the prince's overall strength. They will not only need to fight, but also to plan their tactics. Each prince's camp is making preparations in full swing. The absence of Su Jini from the second prince's camp forced Yi Xiaoming to reconsider his lineup. He promoted Lu Qingfeng to the core, forming a new triangle with Cui Jingming and Wei Fenghua. Although Su Jinyan was slightly weaker, he was also desperately working on his cultivation, trying to prove himself in the secret realm. Yi Xuanzi did not add any new members to the third prince's camp. He believed that the remaining people were enough. Qin Fenglei, Lung Feng, and Tai Gang were all powerful individuals capable of standing alone. However strong they were on the arena, they would only become stronger within the secret realm. The fifth prince's camp was peaceful and calm, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. It was unclear whether they were confident or simply fearless. In contrast, the seventh prince, Yi Haochen, had completely given up. The sixth prince secretly plotted, carefully considering and arranging various possibilities, and even rehearsing them to avoid making mistakes due to panic at the last minute. Among the 10 princes' faction, Yi Wuwei's lineup was the most stable. Mu Feng, Lu Yi, and Fu Qian were all busy repairing their chains, striving to advance further before reaching the secret realm. Chun Mu, Li Yan, Zhao Ling'er, Sun Mengqi, and others were also conserving their energy. They all knew that during Wang Chen's absence, they had to rely on themselves. Inside the medical room, Wang Chen and Su Jini lay quietly in the medicine pool. For the past 2 weeks, all sorts of rare and precious materials have been poured into this place like a flowing river. The royal treasury has been continuously refining and infusing treasures such as 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, blood jade ginseng, and dragon blood into them to replenish their vital energy. Each of these items is a priceless treasure, yet they are being used on the 2 of them without any hesitation. Green life energy flows ceaselessly day and night, repairing their broken bodies and nourishing their depleted spiritual world and energy core. Therapists come to check on them every day, and each time they shake their heads and sigh. These 2 kids are really tough. Anyone else would have been ruined long ago. On the 10th day, Su Jini's fingers twitched, and his consciousness began to awaken. On the 12th day, Wang Chen's eyelashes trembled. On the 14th day, the 2 opened their eyes at the same time. Day 15, early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Wang Chen slowly sat up, looking at his hands. The 2 weeks of slumber felt like a very long dream to him. In the dream, he fell down again and again, only to rise again and again. In the dream, Su Jini's fists pounded on him repeatedly, but each time, he endured it. Woke up. A voice came from the side. Wang Chen turned his head and saw Su Jini leaning against another bed, who had also just woken up. The 2 looked at each other and remained silent for a moment. Then, they both laughed. "You woke up earlier than me," Wang Chen said. "Just a few breaths earlier." Su Jini flexed his wrist. "How does it feel?" Wang Chen clenched his fist, and the power within his body flowed, becoming more solid and surging than before. "Very good," he said. "Better than ever before." Su Jini nodded. "Me too." Both knew that although the battle was fierce, the gains were immense. The feeling of being reborn after teetering on the brink of death and the deeper understanding of power were experiences that no amount of cultivation could replace. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The door was pushed open, and Yi Wuwei, Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Fu Qian, and others rushed in. They had been informed that Wang Chen and Su Jini would wake up in the next 2 days, so they were waiting outside. "Brother Wang Chen." Yi Wuwei's eyes reddened, and he rushed up to hug him. Wang Chen raised his hand to block. "No, I just woke up. Don't knock me unconscious again." Mu Feng laughed heartily. "You brat, you've been unconscious for half a month. We thought you were crippled." Lu Yi's eyes also reddened, but she held back her tears. Fu Qian smiled sheepishly, repeatedly saying, "That's great, that's great." Yi Zhuwei didn't say much. Her eyes were red, and Wang Chen felt a warm feeling welling up in his heart as he looked at them. I'm sorry to have worried you. On the other side, Su Jini was also surrounded by people from the second prince's camp. Su Jinyan, Cui Jingming, Wei Fenghua, Lu Qifeng, and others were all there, and even Yi Xiaoming came in person. Jini, you've worked hard, Yi Xiaoming said softly. Su Jini shook his head. Your Highness, I'm fine. Yi Xiaoming nodded, looked at Wang Chen with a complicated expression. Wang Chen, see you in the secret realm. Wang Chen met his gaze and nodded slightly. The secluded Satomi region. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the mountain peaks north of the imperial city. The Holy Dragon Mountains, a forbidden area of the dynasty, are normally off-limits to anyone. But today, the most dazzling group of people in the entire Holy Dragon dynasty has gathered here. 6 princes, along with 120 prodigies behind them, gathered here, representing the majority of the younger generation's fighting strength in the entire dynasty. The Sacred Dragon Realm is about to open, and the 6 princes will lead their respective subordinates into it to compete for points for their side. This is not only for the princes, but also for themselves. All that is gained in the realm belongs to the individual, which is why so many of them are eager to participate. The Sacred Dragon Secret Realm was originally only open to members of the royal family, and only those with merit could enter. But now it has been opened to the public. Wang Chen stood at the forefront of the 10th prince's camp, his gaze passing over the layers of mountains and landing on the majestic bronze gate. The gate stood 100 feet tall, forged entirely from an unknown dark golden metal. A lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon was carved above its doors, its eyes closed as if in slumber. The colossal gate was embedded in the mountainside, blending seamlessly with the entire mountain range, exuding an aura of antiquity, vastness, and majesty. Is this the entrance to the Holy Dragon's secret realm? Wang Chen asked in a low voice. Yi Wuwei nodded with a look of longing. According to ancient records, this gate has existed since the beginning of the dynasty, and only princes and core members have been allowed to enter throughout the ages. It is said that the souls of past emperors are buried inside. A hint of awe flashed in Yi Wuwei's eyes. Fu Qian shrank back. Could it really be a ghost? What are you thinking about? Mu Feng slapped him on the back of the head. That's a heroic spirit, the legacy of our ancestors, not a ghost. As the group whispered among themselves, a bugle call sounded in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ceremonial guard slowly approaching from the mountain path. The person at the head, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, walked with his hands behind his back and a steady gait. It was none other than the current emperor. Behind him were several elderly men with profound auras, as well as several familiar figures from the 12 zodiac animals. His Majesty has come in person? Someone whispered. Nonsense. With the Holy Dragon Realm opening, of course His Majesty must come. The Emperor stopped 10 feet in front of the massive bronze gate. He raised his hand as if to press down, and the entire hall fell silent instantly. His gaze slowly swept over the 6 princes, over the 120 prodigies, and finally landed on the tightly closed giant door. The Sacred Dragon's secret realm is the foundation of my dynasty and must not be opened lightly. Every time it is opened, it signifies a change in the dynasty's fortune. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their bodies trembling. The change in the dynasty's fortune was actually related to the Sacred Dragon's secret realm? Would their entry into it affect the dynasty's fortune? You need not be nervous. The Sacred Dragon's secret realm contains the souls of our dynasty's past emperors, and various powerful figures have left behind treasures after their deaths. It contains countless inheritances and opportunities. Every time it opens, those who obtain the inheritance cause a sensation and attract the covetousness of others. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Therefore, danger and opportunity coexist. You are responsible for your own lives, but I hope you will be safe. After all, you are the hope of the dynasty. Everyone's hearts tightened, realizing that this trip to the secret realm was anything but simple. Judging from the emperor's words, it seemed that a powerful inheritance would emerge from within. This journey through the secret realm has no time limit. It is divided into 7 major regions, 6 outer domains, and 1 core region. The emperor paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked at his children. Each of you 6 will be assigned to a region. The regions are vast, and everyone will be scattered among you. Your task is to eliminate the alien beasts of the outer domains and defeat the guardians, obtaining point tokens. Then, you must proceed at an even faster pace into the core region, where numerous inheritances and point tokens are hidden. The journey ends after you obtain the Dragon Ball at the core. The one with the highest score at this point will be the ultimate victor. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room tensed up instantly. Everyone then understood the rules of this secret realm trip. 6 major areas, token competition, and points contest. This was the real melee, and also the final showdown. Then, someone behind them carried a square tray with many tokens on it, which were then handed to each contestant. These are your tokens, recording each prince's real-time score. These tokens will allow you to observe the actions of others and also record their scores, the emperor said solemnly. Remember, do not lose them. Wang Chen looked at the token in his hand, wondering what material it was made of. He could see his own score and the total score of each team by injecting energy into it. Before anyone could ask, the emperor raised his hand, and a palm-sized golden token appeared in his palm. On the token was carved a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon, its eyes faintly gleaming. He pressed the token onto the bronze gate. Boom! An invisible wave suddenly spread out, the mountain trembled, and the ground cracked. The bronze gate, which had slumbered for countless years, emitted a muffled rumble and slowly opened a crack. The gap widened until it transformed into a massive portal 10 feet high. Inside the portal, a hazy golden light filled the air, obscuring all other sights. The 6 regions have been divided. The emperor retrieved the token. Each faction, enter in the order drawn by lot. Second Prince's camp, advance. Yi Xiaoming nodded slightly and stepped forward. Behind him, Su Jini, Cui Jingming, Wei Fenghua, Lu Qingfeng, Su Jinyan, and 20 others followed closely, 9 Overlord level and 11 Domain Lord level, a truly luxurious lineup. The group stepped into the golden light and vanished in an instant. Third Prince's camp, advance. Yi Xuanzi strode forward, followed closely by Qin Fenglei, Lung Feng, Tai Gang, and others. 8 Overlord level and 12 Domain Lord level figures, second only to Yi Xiaoming, also disappeared into the light. 5th Prince's camp, advance. 6th Prince's camp, advance. 7th Prince's camp, advance. Finally, the emperor's gaze fell on Yi Wuwei, seemingly with an indescribable meaning. He was too young and did not yet have the ability to survive in the secret realm. 10th Prince's camp, advance. Yi Wuwei took a deep breath and strode forward. Wang Chen, Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Fu Qian, Zhou Hao, Wu Bo, and others followed closely behind. The moment Wang Chen stepped into the golden light, he felt a dizzying sensation, a kind of vertigo that only occurs when passing through space. This meant that they had completely entered another world. After an unknown amount of time, the dizziness subsided. Wang Chen opened his eyes and found himself standing on completely unfamiliar land. The sky was a pale gold, without the sun, yet a soft light shone down. Beneath my feet stretched a vast grassland, the trees and grass swaying in the wind like waves, and in the distance, the rolling mountains and towering ancient buildings were faintly visible. Is this the Holy Dragon's secret realm? It really feels different, Wang Chen murmured, then looked around, trying to find his teammates. The Sacred Dragon's secret realm is extremely large, and it contains various elemental powers. If an ordinary pet beast were to enter it, its cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than outside. Yi Wuwei's voice came. Wang Chen turned around and saw Yi Wuwei standing not far behind him, a hint of relief on his face. Is it just the two of us? Wang Chen looked around. The grassland was empty, and there was no one else besides them. Yes, everyone has been scattered. It seems this is the first test, searching for teammates while advancing through this vast secret realm. If we're lucky, we can reunite quickly. If we're unlucky, we might have to fight alone the whole time. Yi Wuwei pondered. Let's move forward and find our teammates first, Wang Chen decided. But we can't just wander aimlessly. We'll hunt monsters as we go, and we can't fall behind in points. With a thought, he summoned both Dark Heaven Caesar and Divine Illumination Azura. Caesar now stands 6 meters tall, his entire body covered in dark golden dragon scales, a golden blade atop his head pointing straight to the sky, radiating a domineering and profound aura. Shura, on the other hand, hovers in midair, his pure white wings crackling with eerie blue lightning, the mark on his forehead glowing faintly, exuding both holiness and majesty. The auras of the two overlord-level pet beasts spread instantly, and a rustling sound came from the grass within 100 feet around them. It was clear that many strange beasts had been startled and were fleeing in panic. "Caesar, you're in charge of transporting me and Yi Wuwei," Wang Chen instructed. "Shura, you're free to move around freely. Scan all life energy around you. Kill any strange beasts you encounter, and while searching for people, also locate the guardian." Both pets nodded simultaneously. The mark on Shura's forehead suddenly lit up, and an invisible spiritual wave spread outwards like ripples. Then, with a flap of its wings, it left its original spot and turned into a black dot. Wang Chen and Yi Wuwei then mounted Caesar's back and headed deeper into the area. Caesar let out a low growl, its scarlet eyes scanning the distance, sensing every rustle of wind. "Wuwei, be careful. I need to focus on finding someone." Wang Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and channeled his spiritual energy outwards. Since advancing to the overlord level, Wang Chen had never tested the extent of his current mental power detection range. Now was the perfect time to give it a try. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Yi Wuwei said, his hair disheveled by the wind as he gripped the dragon scales on Caesar's back. Wang Chen closed his eyes and unleashed his full mental power. After his battle with Su Jini, his mental power had undergone a qualitative leap. Now, he stretched outwards with all his might, and the scanning range easily covered an area of dozens of miles, and it could continue to expand. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I didn't expect that by using my full mental power, I could sense a distance of 50 miles. Caesar, go east, about 15 miles away, there are people there." He looked at Yi Wuwei. "I can sense a very strong wind element. Mu Feng is lucky, he's the closest to us, but he's probably fighting." Yi Wuwei's eyes lit up. "Shall we go find Brother Mufeng first?" Wang Chen nodded. "That's right, let's go." After flying for only a few miles, several silver-white figures suddenly sprang out from the grassland below. They were several strange beasts resembling giant wolves, several times larger than ordinary wolves, with exposed fangs and bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. Silver moon wolves, peak-level domain, lord-level beasts. Wang Chen glanced at them. "There are quite a few of them." Yi Wuwei asked nervously, "Should we go down and fight?" Wang Chen shook his head and pointed casually. "Caesar, destroy them." Caesar let out a low growl, his scarlet eyes sweeping downwards. He opened his mouth, and a surge of dark energy condensed, then shot out in all directions, instantly striking all the silver moon wolves. The dozen or so silver moon wolves below stiffened all at once, fell to the ground motionless, and then their flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only white bones turning into powder and scattering in the wind. Wang Chen said calmly, "It's just a domain lord-level beast. I can destroy it with a flick of my wrist." Yi Wuwei looked down at the token in his hand. Sure enough, the score representing the 10th Prince's camp jumped slightly, increasing by 15 points. So killing alien beasts also earns points, Yi Wuwei realized. Although it's not much, it adds up. Wang Chen nodded, then seemed to understand something. "I guess the outer realm is mainly inhabited by domain lord-level beasts. The deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become, including those guardians. So, to get as many points as possible, overlord-level players are crucial. They must advance into the depths as quickly as possible. Wasting time on the outer perimeter would be a waste." Then Brother Wang Chen you. Yi Wuwei also understood and wanted to remind Wang Chen. "I'm worried about you. This secret realm is dangerous at every turn. Let's find someone first. There's no rush. It's all my fault. I've dragged you down." Yi Wuwei felt somewhat guilty. There's no such thing as being a burden or not. Winning or losing isn't important. Being able to become stronger again within the secret realm is worthwhile. I can sense that this secret realm is very different. It's extremely powerful. It's truly unimaginable how this secret realm was formed. I do know a bit about this. I've read some of the secret texts of the Imperial City. There are many elements involved in the formation of a secret realm, the most important of which is the spiritual will of an Imperial-level expert. The Holy Dragon's secret realm is even more extraordinary. It was created by a mythical-level beast tamer and dozens of Imperial-level experts. 1,000 years ago, battles were frequent and the number of deaths was extremely high. The Imperial family spent a lot of effort to retrieve the bodies of those predecessors and their pets and bury them in this secret realm. Over time, this became a custom of leaving behind a legacy after death to benefit future generations. Benefiting future generations? The Sacred Dragon Realm is closed to the public year-round, so how can it benefit anyone? There's no other way. The Sacred Dragon's secret realm is of great importance, and after 1,000 years of peace, many traditions have been lost. We can only impose restrictions. Yu Wei was also very helpless. War forges legends. Wang Chen also understood that all those amazing talents in history were born in chaotic times. The two continued on their way. About 15 minutes later, a low hill appeared ahead, and between the hills, a stone building could be vaguely seen. It was clearly not man-made, and was most likely the gathering place of the strange beasts. In front of the building, a familiar figure was locked in combat with several strange beasts. "Brother Mufeng," Yu Wei exclaimed in surprise. The figure was none other than Mufeng. He had already transformed, with his 3 pet beasts, the white peacock, the cloud sky war rider, and the fierce battle rider, surrounding him. He continuously fired cyan arrows from his longbow, engaging 4 enormous, earth-yellow beasts. These 4 beasts resembled giant bears, with thick hides and flesh. Mufeng's arrows could only leave shallow wounds on them, far from being fatal. Mufeng is in trouble. Wang Chen saw through the situation at a glance. Those should be rock armor bears. They have extremely strong defenses, and his wind-type attacks will have a hard time breaking through them. "Let's go help him," Yu Wei said, about to rush down, but Wang Chen held him back. "Don't move, sit still. Caesar, descend, I'll take care of them." "Roar." Caesar expressed some concern. "Don't worry. I feel that my physical strength is now comparable to that of a peak domain lord-level pet beast. I can kill them without relying on pet beasts." Seeing that the height was about right, Wang Chen jumped off Caesar's back. "Mufeng, move aside." Hearing the sound, Mufeng, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was overjoyed. He saw a familiar figure rapidly descending and then retreating instantly. Wang Chen had already taken aim, and he landed with a flying kick, his body rushing towards the nearest rock bear like a cannonball. He didn't transform. He didn't summon any pets. It was just a simple kick. Bang! The flying kick struck the rock-armored bear's thick head, and the giant bear, weighing over 3 tons, let out a miserable cry. Its massive body fell straight to the ground, creating a huge crater. It twitched a few times and then went still. One kick killed a peak domain lord-level beast. This is the enhancement that an overlord-level beast tamer receives to their own power. The main reason is that Wang Chen has 2 pet beasts to buff him, and Caesar's physical strength is too abnormal. So the buff he gives to Wang Chen far exceeds that of other beast tamers. The other 3 rock-armored bears were stunned. Wang Chen didn't give them time to react. He flashed and threw 3 punches in succession. Bang! 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 With 3 muffled thuds, the 3 rock-armored bears also collapsed to the ground, dead. Mufeng's mouth gaped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Wang Chen shook his hand, his expression unchanged. "Their defenses are indeed quite good. The shockwave made my hand a little numb." Mufeng. Yu Wei also landed from the air and asked with a smile, "Brother Mufeng, are you all right?" I was already a hegemon-level being, with high physical strength. Plus, with the dragon blood tempering chain, ordinary domain lord-level beasts really couldn't withstand a single punch, Wang Chen said calmly. "Let's go, don't waste time, we'll talk on the way." Mufeng nodded, summoned his pet beast back, and the 3 continued on their way. With Mufeng joining the team, their combat power is even stronger. Mufeng's reconnaissance ability is exceptional, and all the pets are flying pets, which greatly improves the efficiency of finding teammates. Let me tell you, I had really bad luck. I landed right in a bear's den and almost couldn't get out. Mu Feng complained with a pained expression. No wonder you look so disheveled. But you're lucky I found you first. Wang Chen smiled. I just had an idea. Let's gather our teammates together first. You guys will be responsible for clearing out the alien beasts and some guardians in the outer realm. These beasts and guardians are scattered, so it will take you a lot of points. Zhou Hao, Uncle Wu, and I will continue deeper into the core area. Don't go there rashly. The Overlord-level alien beasts are beyond your capabilities. No problem, but the three of you need to be careful. Several of the others are Overlord-level experts, and the second and third princes are even peak Overlord-level experts. Don't worry, this isn't a martial arts demonstration. The secret realm is so vast, and earning points is all about speed. There's no benefit for him to spend time defeating us. All right, just be careful. Don't worry about us. We'll take care of these little Karami. Caesar flew extremely fast, and with several pet beasts helping him search, he quickly found his next teammate. Wah! Found him. Shura has found another teammate. Wang Chen quickly received a notification from Shura. Who is it? There's a fluctuation of water-based energy. It's most likely Zhao Linger. Mu Feng thought of the quiet woman in the group who had only appeared once and whose strength wasn't too great. Let's hurry up and go. It would be troublesome if we encountered danger. I remember she wasn't very strong in combat. Yes, Caesar, accelerate. A few minutes later, the three of them saw the figure below and found themselves in trouble as well, surrounded by a group of huge black apes. Let me do it, Mu Feng said confidently, summoning the night feather bow, drawing the bow, and firing an arrow. Wind silver arrow. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, accurately striking the group of demonic apes without harming any of their teammates, thus resolving Zhao Linger's crisis. Mu Feng. Zhao Linger was running away when she was overjoyed. She looked up and saw Mu Feng riding a white peacock in the air, shooting at the demon ape. Mu Feng circled the black ape, seemingly venting his anger, and also harboring a bit of a hero's thought. His movements became faster and faster, leaving afterimages, and the angles of his arrows were extremely tricky, specifically aimed at the ape's eyes. The black ape roared and pounded its chest, black smoke swirling around its muscles. It was helpless against Mu Feng's attack, unable to fly or fight off enemies, and could only rage in vain. Is that demonic energy? Wang Chen sensed it instantly, but didn't pay it any mind, simply watching Mu Feng's performance. Mu Feng should be able to handle this. The black apes, lacking strong armor, quickly succumbed and collapsed, dying one after another. The 10th Prince's faction gained another 10 points. Thank you, you came just in time. I really couldn't handle so many demonic apes in such a short time. Zhao Linger breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly. No problem. Did you run into any other teammates? No. It's a pity. Right now, it's just a few of us. We don't have any leads on the rest of our teammates. If the others also encounter danger, then we're doomed, Mu Feng said worriedly. You're right. This trip to the secret realm is indeed fraught with danger. The beasts here often gather in groups, and it's easy to get into trouble if you go it alone. It's important to gather your teammates as soon as possible. Only now did Wang Chen realize that this matter was not simple. He was already a hegemon-level being, so dealing with these dangers was a piece of cake for him. He could easily wipe them out. But if his teammates encountered one or two, it would be manageable. But if it was a dozen or more peak-level domain lord-level beasts every time, they would be doomed. If they were even a step too late, their lives might be in danger. Indeed, none of us are that strong, Zhao Linger said dejectedly, feeling she hadn't been able to help much. I'll need you to save me if I'm in danger. Don't be discouraging. We're a team, so let's speed things up and find our other teammates. Wait, Wang Chen, come quick. Yi Wuwei examined the black apes with a grave expression. These aren't ordinary beasts. They look a bit like. It's a magical beast, Wang Chen said, looking at Yi Wuwei. Yi Wuwei suddenly realized. That's right. It's a magical beast. But that shouldn't be the case. How could there be magical beasts in the secret realm? I thought these were all tests for us, but it seems they weren't. Wang Chen had already noticed this. He was extremely sensitive to demonic energy. He had initially thought that these demonic apes were deliberately placed in the secret realm by the royal family as a test for the contestants. Yi Wuwei shook his head. I'm not sure either. As far as I know, There are already a lot of strange beasts in the Holy Dragon's secret realm. Even if all of us gather together, it will be extremely difficult to kill them all. Why are there so many strange beasts? Mu Feng asked curiously. That's because that's the rule of the Holy Dragon's secret realm. The rich energy can quickly increase the strength of the beasts. Every once in a while, beast tamers are sent out for practical training. Moreover, this place has a strong suppressive effect on magical beasts. It's very strange. Yi Wuwei scratched his head, unable to understand. While Yi Wuwei was talking, Wang Chen walked over to the demonic ape and touched it. He noticed something strange and couldn't help but wonder. These demonic apes are different from those in the demonic beast's secret realm. Most of the monsters in the monster realm are mindless, possessing only strength and demonic energy. However, the demonic apes here are different. Their demonic energy condenses within them like an energy core, acting as a secondary attribute. This not only amplifies their physical strength, but also adds demonic energy when casting skills. Regardless, Wang Chen absorbed it without hesitation. The demonic energy entered his body and was assimilated by the power of darkness, turning into the purest tonic. Indeed, it is different from the demonic energy outside. It is so pure, as if it has been refined. Wang Chen kept this in mind, but didn't say anything, as there was no need to cause panic. He looked at them and said, "Let's hurry up and get our teammates together. From now on, you can act as a group. Even if we encounter monsters, it won't be a problem." Less than an hour later, they found Fu Qian again. Fu Qian was lucky. When they met him, there were no strange beasts nearby, but his travel speed was relatively slow. Mu Feng simply picked him up and added him to their group. "Actually, I also encountered some strange beasts chasing me, but they couldn't break through my defenses at all. They fought for a long time and then left, so I slipped away." Fu Qian scratched his head. "I knew who was in danger. You're the only one who won't be in danger. Your shell is as hard as a turtle's." Mu Feng smacked him twice. Definitely. A near-death experience is bound to bring good fortune. My defenses are even stronger now. But what's the situation now? Where are we supposed to fly to? I'm not sure. Let's find teammates first, and then start collecting points. Oh, Brother Wang Chen, look at the token. Second brother has already taken down one of the guardians. Yi Wuwei felt the token vibrate, and sure enough, a new message appeared after Yi Xiaoming's name. Defeat the guardian, add 50 points. A guardian is worth 50 points. It seems that guardians are indeed cost-effective. I just don't know how difficult it is to defeat them. Wang Chen pondered. Even now, he still didn't know what this so-called guardian was. What are the characteristics of a guardian? Wang Chen asked. This is my first time here too. But according to the records, the guardians are actually a barrier left to future generations by those predecessors after their death. They don't usually appear, and certain conditions are required to trigger them. That also depends a bit on luck. That's right. Another hour passed, and the group continued their march forward. They found another teammate, Lu Yi, who was riding a firebird and was quite fast. "Great, we've finally found you. Have you seen Mingqi? I'm a little worried about her." Lu Yi frowned slightly. "I also encountered a group of strange beasts just now, but thankfully there weren't many of them. However, it still took some time to deal with them. Mengqi's combat strength is a bit weaker, and I'm worried that she might be in danger." Lu Yi took out the token, which indeed showed that her points had increased from 0 to 5, indicating that she had killed 3 domain lord-level alien beasts on her own. With the 5 of them together, the team finally took shape. Now, even if Wang Chen didn't make a move, the 4 of them working together would be basically safe. If we find a few more teammates, we should be able to leave soon. Wang Chen looked into the depths of the secret realm, wondering how the other teams were progressing. There are people ahead. Wang Chen, who was deep in thought, suddenly received a message from Shura. Who is it? There are 2 people. Both of them are earth elemental. Wang Chen smiled. It should be Sun Mingqi and Li Yan. I didn't expect them to have already joined forces. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. In the north, accelerate. Caesar flapped his wings and propelled himself forward with all his might, covering thousands of meters in just a few breaths. Look, what's that? Mu Feng, with his sharpest eyesight, seemed to have seen something shocking. Mu Feng raised his hand and pointed. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. After a moment, they could see that below was a valley, and a huge stone building could be vaguely seen. The building was dark gold in color, and its surface was carved with intricate patterns. It shone faintly in the pale golden light of the sky, clearly not the work of a strange beast. "What is that?" Fu Qian asked curiously. Wang Chen closed his eyes and extended his spiritual power. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression slightly serious. "There is a life fluctuation. It's very strong. It's at the overlord level." "A overlord level being?" Lu Yi's expression changed drastically, and she made as if to jump down. "They're in danger." Wang Chen grabbed her arm. "Calm down. There's no sign of battle. All three have stable life energies. Maybe it's a guardian." Yi Wuwei exclaimed in surprise. The challenges given by a guardian might not be battles. They could be other kinds of trials. "Let's go take a look. I can't wait to see what this guardian is." Mu Feng was also very curious. Caesar lowered his altitude and flew towards the valley. The closer he got, the clearer the building became. It was a temple-like structure, built of massive, dark golden stones, and over 20 feet tall. In front of the temple stood 2 rows of stone pillars, each carved with lifelike dragon patterns. 2 people sat on the ground in front of the temple, panting slightly, muttering to themselves, seemingly discussing something. "Someone's coming." Li Yan's alarm bells rang, and he looked up sharply to see a dark figure appear in the sky. "This sounds familiar." Sun Mingqi stood up as well, squinting. "It's Wang Chen." "Hey, we're here," Sun Mingqi shouted, waving her arm to indicate her location. Caesar landed, and everyone looked at the temple with curiosity. "Mingqi, I've finally found you." Lu Yi pounced on him, and the two embraced. "Li Yan, what's going on?" Wang Chen and the others asked, pointing to the temple. Li Yan briefly recounted how the two met. After landing, they both sensed an extremely strong earth elemental force nearby. Following the guidance, they arrived at this place one after the other. This place is the residence of a guardian. To obtain the points token, you must pass its test or defeat it. Li Yan smiled bitterly. That guardian is at the overlord level. Even if it suppresses its strength to the same level as us, we still can't defeat it. Its defense is too strong. And what is that test? Let Mingqi speak, Li Yan said, looking ashamed. Some people were puzzled and looked at Sun Mingqi. It's a test of one's understanding of the earth element. There's an earth turtle statue in the temple. Just put your hand on it and inject earth element to light it up. You'll succeed if you light up the entire statue. Did you succeed? Mu Feng asked. Both of them shook their heads. Sun Mingqi said, "No, I can only light up a little over half, but I feel like I'll be able to do it after a few more tries." Then everyone stared at Li Yan, who scratched his cheek and said awkwardly, "I can only light up one claw." The others suppressed their laughter, making Li Yan even more embarrassed. He said helplessly, "Just laugh if you want to. I'm too stupid." "Ha ha ha. It's all right. We'll just kill a few more monsters later." Mu Feng patted his shoulder. "I'll go take a look." Wang Chen was also curious about who this guardian was. Upon entering the temple, the interior was quite spacious, with 8 stone pillars supporting the entire temple. Only a huge stone tortoise stood in the center, presumably the stone statue they referred to as the test. "Young man, do you wish to challenge me?" An ancient voice echoed within the temple. A guardian? Wang Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to be able to speak. Could it be a human? A brownish-yellow phantom of a divine tortoise emerged from the giant tortoise statue. It wasn't large, but its heavy body was clearly extraordinary, exuding a majestic and imposing aura. "I am the black tortoise of Mount Tai, the guardian of this place. Young man, do you wish to challenge me?" "Senior, how do I know if I've successfully completed the challenge?" "I will suppress my cultivation level to the same level as yours. If you break through my defenses, that will be a success. Or you can light up this giant tortoise statue beneath my feet." The illusory figure looked at Wang Chen for a moment and then said, "You don't have an Earth-type pet, so you can't light up the statue. The only way to obtain the points token is to defeat me. You can only obtain points tokens by defeating me. My legacy cannot be given to you. Only that girl outside is qualified." "Can she succeed?" Wang Chen asked. "I don't know, but only she has hope." "That man has no hope, but he can try. It will help him on his future path." The phantom's gaze passed through the temple and looked at the people outside. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and thought that this guardian was quite good. It seemed that he wanted to find a successor for his legacy. In that case, he could give it a try. As long as he got the points token, he would be fine. Sun Mingqi and Li Yin could stay here to repair the chain. While he was pondering, a large group of people entered the temple. After hearing Wang Chen's idea, everyone agreed that it was suitable, but there was only one problem left. If that's the case, then we'll have to separate, and if we separate, we'll easily encounter danger, Yi Wuwei said, pointing out the current dilemma. This is part of the test, testing both individual ability and teamwork. This journey to the secret realm is indeed not easy. The problems Wang Chen encountered will surely be encountered by other teams as well. Therefore, the stronger the team as a whole, the more things they can do. There's only one way left. Remember this location and come back later. The current task is to gather our teammates, then distribute them outwards, using this place as a boundary, and spread outwards to hunt down the alien beasts. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and then offered this suggestion. Good idea, Yi Wuwei agreed. We're at a huge disadvantage on this trip to the secret realm. There's no need to focus too much on points. Opportunities abound here. Elemental energy is abundant. There are many strange beasts and even guardians. We can obtain the inheritance of ancient powerhouses. So our task is simply to become stronger while ensuring our safety. Wang Chen looked at Yi Wuwei. Wuwei, what do you think? I absolutely agree, Yi Wuwei said earnestly. I am already extremely grateful that everyone has come to help me, and I certainly won't ask anything of you. Mu Feng, this task is assigned to you. You are responsible for recording the terrain, arranging your teammates, and ensuring their safety. Wang Chen patted Mu Feng on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm the fastest here, leave it to me, Mu Feng said, patting his chest. What about this guardian? Mu Feng pointed to the phantom of Mount Tai Xuanwu floating in the temple. Wang Chen shook his head. No rush. I've already completed the challenge, obtained the points token, and memorized the directions. Once everyone is here, I'll have Mingqi and Li Yin come back and try slowly, hoping to obtain the inheritance. You're taking on this alone? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Can you manage? We can give it a try too. I don't know either, we'll only know after we try. But just from the name, you can tell it's not simple. The Xuanwu bloodline is known for its defense, and with the addition of earth elemental power, it's hard to imagine just how strong its defense will be. Wang Chen smiled faintly. You'll know once you try. He turned around and walked back to the statue. The phantom of Mount Tai Xuanwu hovered above the giant tortoise statue, silently watching him. The ancient voice resounded once more. Young man, have you thought it through? Wang Chen nodded. Please enlighten me, senior. The illusory figure nodded slightly, and a brownish-yellow light suddenly shone around it, creating a barrier that isolated Wang Chen from the others. It's gone. Mu Feng's eyes widened, and Yi Wuwei and the others were also a little flustered, so they quickly went forward to check. Don't be nervous. This is a barrier set up by your senior. Everything will be fine. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll be out once it's over. Sun Mingqi and Li Yin had both experienced this before, so they quickly comforted everyone. The group could only wait silently outside and discuss their tactical arrangements later. As for the interior of the barrier, Wang Chen curiously observed the spatial barrier. The aura of Taiyue Xuanwu had changed, and it displayed the power of a low-level overlord, exactly the same as Wang Chen's strength. This move is my signature technique. I wonder if anyone still remembers it. Taiyue Xuanwu seemed to be reminiscing with a hint of regret, but then one of its tortoise claws gently rose, and an intricate seal appeared in the air. Taiyue's seal, as solid as a rock. Wang Chen understood that this was a defensive move, so he had to use his strongest defensive method. Caesar, merge and transform. Wang Chen transformed into a giant orc form, clenching his fist as if he was still a little unaccustomed to it. In previous battles, he had to transform twice each time, which put a lot of strain on his body. But now that he was only fused with Caesar, his body felt much lighter. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Without further ado, a surge of blood and chi erupted, accompanied by the gathering of shadow energy in his right fist, his hand forming a dragon-shaped phantom, and he unleashed a punch. Buzz. Wang Chen's expression changed. The Taiyue seal remained unmoved, while he himself was shaken and forced to retreat repeatedly. He shook his numb hand and said, "It's so hard. Boy, who are you? You actually possess the aura of a sacred dragon." Taiwei Xuanwu's heavy eyelids opened considerably as he stared at Wang Chen and asked, "Is it the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon? I once received its inheritance." Wang Chen spoke the truth. The Azure Sky Sacred Dragon is so ancient that many predecessors should know it, so there is no need to hide it. To have obtained the Holy Dragon's inheritance, you are no ordinary person. Unleash your full power. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Chen clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I can't afford not to go all out. He then mobilized all the energy in his body. His legs taut on the ground and unleashed a powerful punch. Dark Heaven Dragon's Soul Devour. The dark dragon shadow, carrying boundless shadow power, rushed towards the Taiwei seal. This punch finally took effect, and the Taiwei seal was subjected to a strong impact. The seal began to tremble and then began to emit fine cracking sounds. Break! Wang Chen suddenly exerted his strength, and the power within his body was like an inexhaustible river, instantly pouring into the dragon shadow. This attack shattered the delicate balance between the two, and the Taiwei seal exploded into fragments. You were able to break through my defenses at the same level, young man. You're quite impressive. Taiwei Xuanwu praised without reservation. You're too kind, senior. I'm sure this move was less than a tenth of my full power. I just benefited from it. Wang Chen wasn't that arrogant. He could sense that Taiwei Xuanwu only had a trace of spiritual power left, and it couldn't mobilize such powerful earth elemental power at all, so he also gained an advantage. Haha, no need to be modest. I can also sense that this is far from your full strength. People who are valued by the Holy Dragon are not simple. Although Taiwei Xuanwu is in the form of a tortoise, it looks so kind in Wang Chen's eyes. Wang Chen clasped his hands in a fist and said, "You flatter me, senior." The phantom shook its head, and a palm-sized golden token emerged from its claw, slowly floating towards Wang Chen. "Here's the token, take it." Wang Chen caught the token. He saw a dragon image engraved on the front and the number 50 on the back, which meant 50 points. The token then automatically recognized him and merged with Wang Chen's own token, and his points increased accordingly. "Thank you, senior." Wang Chen clasped his hands in thanks again and was about to turn and leave, but was stopped by Taiwei Xuanwu. "Young man, wait a moment, I have something to tell you."